Drawing the line. Once again. Paul Goodman's Anarchist Writings. Preface. When I met Goodman in 1950 I was 18, and he was 39. I was a callow youth from the Midwest, much in need of mentoring, and he was a bohemian guru with a little band of disciples already following him around, and the author of many books, some of them still to be in print half a century later. I saw Goodman only 5 or 6 times that spring before going back to Omaha, but for the next 10 years he did guide me, at first in a few crucial letters of advice, then only through his writings, which I began to collect and study in a way that I studied nothing else. I say this to orient new readers of Goodman, some of whom I assume will be at the age I met him and perhaps as much in need of counsel as I was. Although it weighed heavily in my own case to have met him in the flesh, what ultimately counted most, both then and later in the 1960s when I reconnected with him, was not his physical presence but his lucidity and common sense. He used to say it was the obvious that people never seemed to notice, plain as the nose on your face. That was what was so irresistible about him. As if in dialogue with Socrates, you felt you were in touch with your own wisdom, like a kind of memory, for the very first time. Our mutual friend George Dennison once said that he was an angel of mind whose feats of memory and analysis seemed like familiar descriptions of a much-loved home. Goodman had no charisma, whether face-to-face or in front of a faceless audience. But you soon forgot about the figure he cut, because his words lit up your own mind, you listened and you were thinking those thoughts yourself. They were rarely something you'd want to write down or memorize. For me and others who gathered round him in those days there was no lesson to be learned and stored away, rather an attitude toward life and the world. You could get it into your own bones. And because writing is a way of thinking, and he was a writer to the core, you could get it by reading his books. I have met many other people who had the same experience, including not a few who never laid eyes on him. There are several avenues by which one might approach what I am calling Goodman's attitude. It was the primary tendency in the Gestalt therapy he was just beginning to practice at the time I met him, and was also at the heart of the artist's life he had chosen for himself. For me, however, Goodman's anarchism best exemplifies this deep-going attitude. I have included 2 succinct summaries of it in the pages that follow. The anarchist principle and freedom and autonomy. But to get the feel of this habit of mind, which he sometimes called the habit of freedom, I suggest reading through the more expansive essays printed here. As he believed, character is revealed in a writer's style, expressed in the very rhythms of speech, and of course character is the source of any deep-going attitude. Curiously, one finds in these longer selections a number of passages where Goodman repeats himself, not merely in idea or attitude but verbatim, quoting himself without quotation marks, as if it couldn't be said better than he had already said it, a trick he developed early in his career, along with footnotes referring readers to his other writings. In later years such cloning was helpful in meeting multiple demands on him from editors and publishers, but it also highlights what I'm trying to get across here. Once we are familiar with his voice, everything Goodman says seems reminiscent of some other portion of his work. Haven't I read this paragraph before? Goodman's tone changed dramatically after 1960, once he was no longer writing only for his friends in the San Remo bar, but his attitude remained the same throughout the 25 years represented by these essays. Near the end of his life he said that he hadn't changed his political ideas since I was a boy. This was true. My own earliest encounter with the anarchist attitude came by reading the May pamphlet side by side with its imagined spelling out in the dead of spring, an expressionist novel he published in 1950. When Goodman gave me a copy, hot off Dave Dellinger's Libertarian Press, I didn't realize what a providential act that was to be. I was a baffled teenager stumbling through the rites of adulthood in the U.S.A. smoking, driving, drinking, punching a clock, matriculating, marrying, and wearing a uniform for me, in that order. The hero of the Dead of Spring was working his way through different rites of passage, but in the end he arrived at the same crisis, what Goodman called the dilemma, formulated by the prosecuting attorney at Horatio's trial for treason against the sociolatry. You have tried to live as if our society, the society of almost all of the people, did not exist. Take habituation and unconsciousness are crimes which entail every subsequent evil of enslavement and mass murder. We conform to institutions that up to a certain point give great natural satisfactions, food, learning and fellowship, and then suddenly we find that terrible crimes are committed and we are somehow the agents. It is said that the system is guilty, but the system is its members coerced into the system. It is also true that the system itself exercises this coercion. In 1950, I had little grasp of the overarching system he was talking about, but I knew what he meant about meaningless jobs or the smothering of sexual desire in the young, and I even had an inkling of how my own good enough schooling stifled curiosity and killed the spirit. But I'm a slow learner, and no matter how much you can take from good advice, you have to make your own mistakes. I had gone back home and done all the things I admired him for refusing to do, every one of the treasonous rites of passage I've listed above, even though I carried the truth along with me too, if not fully in consciousness yet alive in the books he had given me and continued to write. By the next time I saw him, 10 years later, I had begun to understand. His voice had been ringing in my head as I read Communes, Gestalttherapie, The Structure of Literature, and The Empire City. When I visited him in December 1959, Growing Up Absurd was in page proofs on his dinner table, and when he came to visit me in Berkeley 2 months later, chapters of it were already being serialized in commentary. A more receptive generation than my own, one that included his own son Matthew, was about to have its first taste of his anarchist attitude, focused now, as the subtitle announced, on problems of youth in the organized society. This would be the heyday of his influence. Of course there were other compelling voices, co-Wright Mills at the outset, then Herbert Marcuse, William Appleton Williams, Michael Harrington, to name some prominent authors who figure in histories of the 60s. But outside of the civil rights movement, Goodman was by far the most significant of these social critics, despite the fact that he has become just another name in the index of most books about the 1960s in recent years. As the landmark Port Huron Statement of the Students for a Democratic Society made clear as early as 1961, the first leaders of the youth movement were completely in tune with his anarchist attitude, not only his critique of the organized system but also his scorn for the value system that supported it, the standard of living and the American dream. Most of the other public intellectuals were still waving red flags and calling for an old-fashioned taking of power, whereas like most anarchists Goodman believed getting into power was a delusion of both the Marxist and the liberal left. The Berkeley free speech movement that spread under other names to campuses across the country, climaxing with the giant anti-war demonstrations orchestrated by Dave Dellinger in April and October of 1967, was anarchist through and through. During these half-dozen years Goodman poured forth a flood of books and articles, public speeches, radio broadcasts, and even TV talk shows. With an audience that at last wanted to hear what he had to say, he was ready to explain the anarchist attitude till he dropped. 8. Oh, the number of the speeches I have made is like the witchgrass in the garden, and the press conferences for peace have been almost as many as the wars. It was near the end of his decade-long harangue when he wrote that exhausted poem about the old grey goose that died in the mill pond, but at his peak in the early 60s he was indefatigable. In 1962 alone he published 5 books, among them a new edition of the May pamphlet, combined with more recent articles as Drawing the Line critiquing Kennedy's New Frontier in Washington, commenting presciently on the epidemic war spirit, calling the intellectuals to account, and endorsing the worldwide general strike for peace for which he had written the broadside. Another of his books that year was titled Utopian Essays and Practical Proposals, where he described various ways that the May pamphlet might be implemented in direct action if not official policy. Still another book insisted the society I live in is mine, gathering letters to public officials and the media in which he showed how things might be done differently. The audience for all this analysis and exhortation was not only on the campuses. There were more anarchists in the USA than anyone had imagined. When Goodman had joined A.J. Must, Dave Dellinger, Bayard Rustin, and others on the editorial board of Liberation magazine in the late 50s, it was a thin 20-page anarchist monthly. By 1962 it had grown to 28 pages, by 1966 a robust 48. A light breeze compared to the dust storms in the national press, but also a weather vane. When Goodman edited a Seeds O.J. Liberation anthology in 1964, he quite rightly pointed out that the news has been catching up to liberation, that the editors, by dealing with what they consider to be humanly important, they themselves get personally engaged in, had scooped all the big media by several years. Their intuitions had proved predictive of the issues that now made headlines. More and more Americans wanted not only to hear the truth but to take part in it, and the young who read Liberation, passing it from hand to hand, also bought Goodman's books the way they bought the new albums from Bob Dylan and the Beatles, to help them make sense of their pell-mell world. Did I succeed in assimilating the anarchist attitude? I hope so. My own work these last 15 years, aside from the teaching and writing I've been doing since my first encounter with Goodman, has been an attempt to act on that attitude in the new conditions of life in the United States. My work has been with probationers in the criminal justice system, men who have been incarcerated for felonies and are now trying to re-enter the society that has condemned them. I mention this work in order to indicate why I intend to turn my attention in this preface to Goodman's own concern with the problem of imprisonment in the organized system. Of course, there is a long history of the state's use of jail as a means of repressing all sorts of political resistance to its authority, perhaps especially from anarchists. In his last years Goodman wrote prefaces to books by famous anarchists, Peter Kropotkin and Alexander Berkman, who spent years in cells for their words and deeds. Berkman's conviction was for attempted murder, politically motivated, and such mixtures of criminal and political insults to state authority have been common in anarchist history, most notoriously the long imprisonment and eventual execution of Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. To worldwide protest. These men and their stories loom in the background of Goodman's concern with the penal system as well as my own, but the anarchist attitude toward criminal justice and punishment by incarceration that I want to explore here raises issues that, in my opinion, are even more crucial in his critique of the state and to his own practice as a citizen of the natural society he inhabited instead. When Goodman revised and reprinted his May pamphlet in 1962, he introduced it by saying that the endless drizzle of the Cold War has made my kind of anarchism and pacifism endlessly relevant to another generation. Today, almost a lifetime later, the Cold War is no longer our name for the permanent war economy, but the same cold drizzle persists. What Goodman originally wrote to give himself heart in 1945. When he feared he would be jailed for draft refusal, and then reprinted 20 years later to encourage young friends who would soon face the same threat, has now become of even more desperate relevance, though today's soldiers are volunteering and our enemies seem to rise up everywhere, even in our own midst. Rather than in rival superstates on the other side of patrolled walls and curtains that were torn down 2 decades ago. The war of pacification has shifted from Asia to the Middle East, but troop deployment is not what it was a generation ago because the battle lines can no longer be drawn. The new Great Wall of China, built in every major nation to protect loyal citizens from the barbarians, whether illegal immigrants or the indigenous poor, is the modern prison system, now significantly competing with military and schooling budgets in the USA, where well over 2 million enemies of society are locked away for correction, followed by the labeling and disabling known as the Corey Report, the criminal offender information record that follows every felon for the rest of life. All the domestic wars we've declared for decades on poverty, on drugs, on crime, etc. have simply resulted in an ever-increasing population of prisoners of war. If Goodman were alive today, it would be this turning of state power against its own citizens that he would be decrying. In 1945, Goodman was asking the question Thoreau had asked 100 years earlier, when is it one's responsibility to disobey the state and its statutes? Preface for the sake of higher laws? Several of Goodman's friends were already in Denbury Penitentiary for their answers to that question. when he revised the May pamphlet in 1962. The issue was no longer whether to resist conscription for a war still raging, but how to live in its Cold War aftermath, a world in which most people found themselves doing what they knew was wrong. What you must pretend not to notice the betrayal by which the next major war would come into being. Therefore he opened his manifesto with a different section. The first version had begun with reflections on drawing the line, but now treason against natural societies seemed more to the point. Here once again is his indictment. Not all commit treason to our natural societies in the same degree, some are more the principals, some more the accomplices. But it is ridiculous to say that the crime cannot be imputed or that anyone commits it without intent and in ignorance. For everyone knows the moments in which he conforms against his nature, he suppresses his best spontaneous impulse, and cowardly takes leave of his heart. The steps which he takes to habituation and unconsciousness are crimes which entail every subsequent evil of enslavement and mass murder. The companion piece to Treason Against Natural Societies was a section titled A Touchstone for the Libertarian Program, now third in the lineup of his pamphlet and originally published in the June 1945 issue of the Anarchist magazine Y. Here Goodman asserted that the most reliable criterion for anarchist agitation was to advocate a large number of precisely those acts and words for which persons are in fact thrown into jail. Facetious as such a claim might sound, Goodman meant it seriously. In justifying his proposition he argued that the distinction between political prisoners and common criminals was false, because in fact the common criminal has, although usually by the failure of repression and rarely by reason, probably committed a political crime. In the October 1946 issue of Y, he took his argument further, stating that if all PRIs and ERS were freed, there would, under the present moral and property relations, probably be more petty disturbances and fewer pent-up big disturbances. To clinch his argument he added, but this conjecture is absurd because the moral and property relations are unthinkable without the Prion system. Goodman never changed this opinion, and the evidence for it in his own experience continued to mount. Occasions when the state found it expedient to exert its power in this way increased throughout the 1950s and 60s. From its very first issue in 1956 during the Montgomery bus boycott, the pages of Liberation were full of stories of people jailed for civil rights actions, war tax resistance, refusal to take shelter during air raid drills, trespass on government installations, on and on. Moreover, Goodman's personal connections with those in prison or in danger of imprisonment went far beyond these overtly political forms of civil disobedience. In A Touchstone for the Libertarian Program, he had claimed that many of the so-called crimes are really free acts whose repression causes are timidity. Natural society has a far shorter list of crimes. A good example might be the fate of Goodman's P.S.E. Cohen Lytic guru at the time, Wilhelm Reich, who died of a heart attack in prison in 1957, after federal prosecution for refusing to answer an indictment aimed at suppressing his theories of argon energy. Another example might be that of his friend and fellow editor on liberation, Bayard Rustin, arrested in 1947 and sentenced to SIX in a Los Angeles County jail on a morals charge, that is, homosexual behavior. These cases hit very close to home. In the early 1960s, when he was not delivering speeches on faraway campuses, Goodman could often be found with his young anarchist friends, practicing therapy without a license, playing handball in Lower Manhattan, or poker in a cheap flat in Hoboken, regularly attended by much younger Puerto Rican boys who were constantly in trouble with the law, thereby putting their older and only slightly more circumspect companions at risk. These and similar brushes with the law were recounted at length in his 1963 novel Making Do, but his sense of the precarious life he and his friends were living is also vivid in poems from the same period. My friends are ruined, I am in dismay, the blow will reach also to me, fearful, desperate, and resourceless we are, and heavy is our loss already. Heaven help us therefore because our strength and prudence are unable to the traps and foes that men have strewn, and we arouse. Goodman was never in the closet about his own bisexuality, and he cruised the streets and gay bars openly for 30 years. He could have been arrested at any time during this period, for exactly the same behavior as Bayard Rustin, and that would have queered his career for sure, just as it had gotten Rustin bounced, first from A.J. Must's Fellowship of Reconciliation, then later from Martin Luther King's official staff, and finally undermined his public role as the organizer of the famous 1963 March on Washington. But like Rustin, Goodman refused to conform, believing personal and political one-ife were of a piece, unwilling to commit treason against the natural society he insisted is mine because he lived in it. Jail and blows, being a coward. I dread, but I am inured to being misunderstood, because the common reason, God, communes with me. Let them refute the propositions I have put with nail and hammer on the door where people pass, upon the square. After Goodman's death in 1972, anarchist historian George Woodcock characterized him as perhaps the only truly seminal libertarian thinker in our generation. If we ask what made Goodman different from other 20th-century anarchists in the West, it is helpful to begin with his resistance to identifying himself as a political person at all. He saw himself as an old-fashioned man of letters, and insisted that he was not political not until outrageous conditions got him by the throat, making it impossible to carry on his proper work, and forcing him to speak out as they did in 1945, then again and again in the 1960s. Among other things, this meant that concerns other than political ones often shaped his ideas in ways that took them out of the central current of anarchist polemics against the state. For example, his perennial interest in community planning oriented him toward practical arrangements of life, a heightened awareness of ecological issues, and the problems inherent in top-down planning, even with the best intentions. His devotion to his own literary art gave him trust in the creator spirit. Similarly, his practice as a Gestalt therapist put a psychological spin on everything, and his philosophical training provided a world historical perspective. One finds all of these aspects of his thought merging in formulations like social inventions that liberate strength, mutual aid is our common human nature mainly with respect to those with whom we deal face to face, the vulnerable point of the system its failure to win human allegiance. There are many such expressions in his writings, all of them part of what young activists meant when they said that the personal is political. The same attitude informed the double-barreled challenge he presented to anarchist youth in the May pamphlet, to draw the line beyond which we cannot cooperate. In the circumstances of a mixed society of coercion and nature, and to live in that society not in a utopian but a millenarian way, as though it already were the natural society that is, not to look forward to a future state of things which try to bring about by suspect means, but, draw now, so far as can, on the natural force, that is not different in kind from what it will be in a free society. Whether they got it out of Goodman or came to it on their own, young people on the campuses would soon be advocating and moving unilaterally towards small but significant changes that could immediately be put into effect, rather than calling for sweeping changes that would take years to accomplish. This was the 1960s version of the traditionally anarchist direct action. Although one may dispute whether it was still productive when the movement began to provoke violent confrontations rather than experimenting with creative alternatives, the millennial attitude makes sense as a psychological as well as a political tactic. Goodman's anarchist critique of the prison system could not be easily implemented by such means without a large price. The case of Attica in New York was a chilling example, but Massachusetts' Walpole Prison was actually run by the inmates for a brief period in the mid-1970s. Although Goodman supported draft resistors who chose jail rather than expatriation during the American War in Vietnam, he warned them that jail was not an obviously preferable total institution, and he hoped his own son would choose Canada. Nonetheless, during the 1960s going to jail itself had become a form of direct action in both the civil rights and the anti-war movements, though few activists asked the question Goodman asked, why the prisons were allowed to exist at all. In our own day that question has become much more central to any critique of the organized system and its byproducts war, racism, poverty, and social control. The prisons are largely reserved for those who for one reason or another will not conform to the coercive social order, a growing underclass determined by poverty, race, and institutional disabling. When Goodman questioned the usual distinction between political prisoners and common criminals, he had pointed out that the state condones moral vices that fit well into the commodity system, while one is jailed for advocating or exemplifying pleasures outside the system of exchange or that undermine the social discipline. Thus, one may not steal, copulate in the park, or encourage the sexuality of children. His conclusion was that we must proceed on the assumption that the coercive society knows well which acts are a threat to it and which are not. Although the volatility of the 1960s kept Goodman focused on moment-by-moment issues rather than the perennial problem of incarceration, the prisons remained on his mind to the very end. When he listed the three most urgent areas for drastic cutbacks in public spending in his last book of social criticism, New Reformation, they were the military industries, the school system, and the penal system. And in his farewell credo, published posthumously as Little Prayers and Finite Experience, he devoted several pages to his continuing concern about the primacy of punishment as the end product of the American criminal justice system. His own attitude included great respect for the Anglo-American tradition of common law, but not for the proliferation of legislated statutes and penalties, which was ultimately to result in current encroachments on judiciary autonomy such as mandated sentencing and differential punishments, both keyed to race. Goodman's anarchist attitude toward state power was at the core of his denial that incarceration was a socially justifiable outcome of criminal conviction. He liked to quote 17th-century philosopher Thomas Hobbes to the effect that when the state abrogated the social contract by imprisoning any individual, for any reason, then the prisoner had no remaining reciprocal obligations to the state, and was justified in attempting escape by any means possible, just as a caged animal is naturally right to free itself if it can. Of course, there are reasons why a society might want to protect itself from criminal acts, and Goodman did not ignore these. Here is his last word on the subject, from Little Prayers and Finite Experience. I suppose the most sickening aspect of modern highly organized societies is the prisons and insane asylums, vast enclaves of the indigestible, that the rest lie vaguely aware of, with low-grade anxiety. We have been getting rid of the stupid but at least human notions of punishment, revenge, paying the debt, and so forth. But instead, there persists and grows the godlike assumption of correcting and rehabilitating the deviant. There is no evidence that we know how, and in both prisons and asylums it comes to the same thing, trying to beat people into shape, treating the inmates like inferior animals, and finally just keeping the whole mess out of sight. The only rational motive for confining anyone is to protect ourselves from injury that is likely to be repeated. In insane asylums, more than 90% are harmless and need not be confined. And in prisons, what is the point of confining those don't know what percent, but it must be fairly large, who have committed one-time crimes, for example, most manslaughters and passional or family crimes, while they pay up or atone. People ought indeed to atone for the harm they have done, to get over their guilt and be rehabilitated, but this is much more likely to occur by trying to accept them back into the community, rather than isolating and making them desperate. Certainly the old confession on the public square was a better idea. It is doubtful that punishing some deters others. Varying the penalties has no statistical effect on occurrence, but only measures the degree of abstract social disapproval. And it is obvious that the great majority who do not steal, bribe, forge, and so forth, do not do so because of their lifestyle, more subtle influences than gross legal risks. Other cultures, and some of our own subcultures, have other styles and other habits. For example, the youth counterculture has much increased shoplifting and forging of official documents. The chief reason that so-called moral legislation has no influence in deterring vices is that temptation to the vices does not occur in the same psychological context as rational calculation of legal risks, unlike business fraud or risking a parking ticket. And it is likely that much authentic criminal behavior is compulsive in the same way. There are inveterate lawbreakers and psychopathic personalities who cannot be trusted not to commit the same or worse crimes. It is unrealistic to expect other people not to panic because of them, and so we feel we have to confine them, instead of lynching them. But our present theory of correction in fact leads to 70% recidivism, usually for more serious felonies, to a state of war and terrorism between prisoners and guards, and to increasing prison riots. Why not say honestly, we're locking you up simply because we're afraid of you? It is not necessarily a reflection on you and we're sorry for it. Therefore, in your terms, how can we make your confinement as painless and profitable to you as we can? We will give you as many creature satisfactions as you wish and we can afford, not lock you in cells, let you live in your own style, find and pursue your own work so long as we are safe from you. A persisting, and perhaps insoluble, problem is how you will protect yourselves from one another. It may be objected, of course, that many sober and hard-working citizens who aren't criminals are never given this much consideration by society. No, they aren't, and that is a pity, I've said, if Goodman were alive today, but of course he isn't. Nonetheless, there is a way to surmise how he might view our present situation. That's what it means to speak of acquiring his attitude. Once you have it, you know how he would have approached problems he may never have faced himself. For instance, reading over the long passage I've just quoted, we can begin to revise and amplify his views in the light of changed circumstances. I've already offered in brackets an update on what one criminologist has dubbed the culture of punishment. It's tempting to add other notes and emendations, not merely correcting for time lapse but also carrying forth the analysis to new applications. Consider, for instance, the model prison Goodman imagines for dangerous incorrigibles, and compare it with the idyllic Norwegian facility documented in the outtakes contained on the DVD version of Michael Moore's film Sicko. Given the criminal justice system in Norway, one of the most sensible and humane in the world, we might assume the prison population there to be some approximation of the insurregibly group Goodman had in mind for his utopian proposal, except for the fact that the Norwegian prisoners have hope of eventual release. These are people who have not been denied their personhood or caged like wild animals forever. This example raises another question that Goodman addresses, the issue of how prisoners are to deal with the guilt that now poisons their share of the social world that is their birthright. He contrasts modern resort to incarceration as correction or rehabilitation with older practices like confession on the public square, as means for wrongdoers to atone for the harm they have done, to get over their guilt, and trying to accept them back in the community. Whether offenders are ultimately released, as in Norway, or held in some permanently locked comfort zone, the same analysis of guilt and expiation applies. The underlying attitude implied here is recognition and respect for the basic humanity of those who, for whatever reasons, have transgressed the law. To regard a person as no longer deserving of freedom or association with others is to destroy the possibility of ever repairing the social fabric that has been torn. Let us look further into this idea of guilt, atonement, and acceptance back into community, for it is a telling instance of how the anarchist attitude can shed light on seemingly intractable social dilemmas. During the 30 or 40 years since Goodman wrote his assessment, while prison populations have been ballooning and the experience of incarceration has become more and more cruel, it is also true, perhaps even as a result, that forms of alternative sentencing involving victim reparations and reconciliation have also become more visible, especially in other countries. One can read about such experiments in many books, notably David Cayley's 1998 survey, The Expanding Prison, a hopeful instance of how the anarchist attitude persists in some quarters, not, of course, in any direct line of influence, but as a recurrent human impulse. Although not the public square, Goodman reminded us of other. 17 http://site.ebrary.com/lib/dominicanuk/doc, ID equals 10400624 and ppg equals 19. Preface. Kinds of offender/victim encounters have demonstrated the moral efficacy of such alternatives to ordinary sentencing and imprisonment. Even for offenders who have no hope of eventual release, it makes an enormous difference if their guilt can be laid to rest. Rather than festering in meaningless torment, such persons can perhaps lead lives of worth and dedication, as Goodman said, if they are allowed to atone for the harm they have done in some more authentic way than simply by enduring their punishment. Such possibilities have proved difficult for most people to entertain, whether criminal justice experts, legislative representatives, or ordinary citizens, because the entire realm of crime and punishment has so long been accepted as the sole prerogative of the state and its apparatus. Worse yet, crime is treated as if committed against the state, not other persons or even the community. It is invariably the state that apprehends, prosecutes, sentences, and punishes. I'm not suggesting vigilante law and order. But the administering of true justice requires that all parties be given a voice that is heard and weighed in face-to-face contact. In today's hectic criminal courts, the victim has almost as little say as the offender, often not even testifying in court, while the community is represented by an array of state officials. The central roles are played by hired experts. The prosecuting attorney and the defendant's often state-appointed counsel, who also has an official role to play. Judge and jury listen to a drama in which the real character and history of all the important actors is almost totally unknown, and regarded as irrelevant. No one speaks for humanity. Go to any courtroom to see it in action. Everyone is costumed in the ordained regalia of suits and ties, uniforms, black robes, and shackles. Each role and function is performed according to state-determined protocols, and any human expression of feeling is discouraged on all sides. Once the prisoner has been sentenced and removed, the state's inhumanity is bared in its true character at the doors of the prison house, as all who have gone through that passageway can testify. I hardly need add color or nuance to this picture. What I'm trying to convey is the black and white appropriateness of the anarchist attitude for a true analysis and critique of this foundational exercise of state power, which too often treats persons as things rather than human beings, and punishes in the most degrading manner all who resist or cannot fit into the slots assigned them in the organized system. Other anarchists have said, pointedly, that war is the health of the state. True enough. But in our own day it might be closer to the emerging truth to point to the prison as its apotheosis. Taylor Stower 8 drawing the line once again. Sources of texts: The May pamphlet, first published in Art and Social Nature, 1946, present revised version from Drawing the Line, a pamphlet, 1-51. Reflections on the Anarchist Principle, from Anarchy 62 April 1966, 115-116. Freedom and Autonomy, published as Just an Old-Fashioned Love Song, Win 8, 20-21. Anarchism and Revolution, in the Great Ideas A/Today, ed. Robert Hutchins and Mortimer Adler, 44-65. Some prima facie objections to decentralism, Liberation 9, 5-11. The Black Flag of Anarchism, New York Times Magazine, 10-1. The Limits of Local Liberty, New Generation 51, 13-17. Civil Disobedience, published as Reflections on Civil Disobedience, Liberation 13, 11-15. Getting into Power, Liberation 7, 4-8. The May pamphlet on Treason Against Natural Societies. We speak of society, with a capital 5, as against the interests of society, as though it were a unitary thing, more than the loose confederation of lesser societies which also admittedly exist. The unanimity of behavior in the industrial, economic, military, educational, and mass-entertained society certainly justifies the usage. Some philosophers call society inorganic, meaning that many of the mores, e.g. traffic congestion, are too remote from biological functions and impede them. But in the classical sense of organism, namely that the least parts mutually cause each other, our society is more organic than societies have ever been. Every action, especially the absurd ones, can be shown to have social causes and to be a social necessity. Disease is no less organic than health. Yet in some of the strongest meanings of social unity, society is almost chaotic. One such chaos is the confusion of moral judgments in the most important personal issues. Thus, ought a girl to be a virgin at marriage? Is there a single standard for husband and wife? Is theft within the law permissible? Is patriotism ridiculous? It would be possible to collect millions of votes on either side of such questions. I have made a practice of asking various persons what would be their attitude to receiving an incestuous brother and sister as overnight guests, and on this issue got many diverse replies. Of course, the universal confusion and toleration in such matters is itself a sign of social unanimity, namely, that people have agreed to divorce intimate personal concerns and opinions from the public ritual that exerts social pressure. The resulting uniformity of dress, behavior, desire is at the same time intense and bloodless. There is no longer such a thing as earnest speech. Now, with regard to the legal penalty for crimes, like theft, bigamy, addiction, treason, and murder, no such confusion and toleration exists. Once the case is brought to court, there is little diversity of judgment and punishment. One is appalled at the wooden morality that one meets in courts. Yet obviously the lack of social pressure keeps many cases out of court, for there is no scandal. Adultery, for example, is a crime that is never brought to court. Does not this put the criminal law in an extraordinary position, and reduce the work of juries, which ought to express the strength of social opinion, to the merely logical function of judging evidence, which a judge could do better? But the discrepancy between the moral and legal judgment of crime is deeply revealing. On the one hand, the people, distracted by their timetables and their commodities, are increasingly less disturbed by the passional temptations that lead to crime. These are condoned, sophisticatedly understood rather than felt, partially abreacted by press and movies. They do not seem diabolic. The easy toleration of the idea goes with trivializing the wish. But on the other hand, the brute existence of any society whatever always in fact depends on the personal behavior of each soul, and a coercive society depends on instinctual repression. Therefore the law is inflexible and unsophisticated. It is as though society knows the repressions that make IRS existence possible, but the members of society this knowledge has become unconscious. In this way is achieved the maximum of coercion by the easiest means. The separation of personal and political and of moral and legal is a sign that to be coerced has become second nature. Thus it is that people are protected from the cradle to the grave. Many of the so-called crimes are really free acts whose repression causes are timidity. Natural society has a far shorter list of crimes. But on the contrary, there is now an important class of acts that are really crimes and yet are judged indifferent or with approval by law and morals both. ACRS which lead to unconcerned behavior are crimes. The separation of natural concern and institutional behavior is not only the sign of coercion, but is positively destructive of natural societies. Let me give an obvious example. Describing a bombed area and a horror hospital in Germany, a sergeant writes, "In modern war there are crimes, not criminals. In modern society there is evil, but there is no devil. Murder has been mechanized and rendered impersonal. The foul deed of bloody hands belongs to a bygone era when man could commit his own sins. Here, as in many cases, the guilt belonged to the machine. Somewhere in the apparatus of bureaucracy, memoranda, and clean efficient directives, a crime has been committed. These have become familiar observations. The lofty bombardier is not a killer, just as the capitalist trapped in the market does not willingly deal slow death, etc. The system and now the machine itself are guilt. Why shall we bring into court the TN motor airplane? The most blessed thing in the world is to live by faith without imputation of guilt, having the kingdom within. Lo, these persons have no imputation of guilt, and have they the kingdom within, riders, as Hawthorne said, of the celestial railway. The crime that these persons we all, in our degree are committing happens to be the most heinous in jurisprudence. It is a crime worse than murder. It is treason. Treason against our natural societies so far as they exist. Not all commit treason to our natural societies in the same degree, some are more the principals, some more the accomplices. but it is ridiculous to say that the crime cannot be imputed, or that anyone commits it without intent and in ignorance. For everyone knows moments in which he conforms against his nature, in which he suppresses his best spontaneous impulse, and cowardly takes leave of his heart. The steps which he takes to habituation and unconsciousness are crimes which entail every subsequent evil of enslavement and mass murder. The murder cannot be directly imputed, the sergeant is right, but the continuing treason must be imputed. Let us look a little at the horrible working out of this principle of imputation, which must nevertheless be declared just. We are bred into a society of mixed coercion and nature. The strongest natural influence is parental concern, childish imitation, adolescent desire to stand among one's brothers and be independent, an artisan's ability to produce something and a citizen's duty. All of these are unnaturally exerted to make us renounce and forget our natures. We conform to institutions that up to a certain point give great natural satisfactions, food, learning, and fellowship. Then suddenly we find that terrible crimes are committed and we are somehow the agents. And some of us can even remember when it was that we compromised, were unwisely prudent, dismissed to another time a deeper satisfaction than convenient, and obeyed against our better judgment. It is said the system is guilty, but the system is its members coerced into the system. It is also true that the system itself exercises the coercion. Thus, a man works in a vast factory with an elaborate division of labor. He performs a repetitive operation in itself senseless. Naturally this work is irksome and he has many impulses to go fishing, not to get up when the alarm clock rings, to find a more interesting job, to join with some other machinists in starting a small machine shop and try out certain ideas, to live in the country, etc. But against these impulses he meets in the factory itself and from his fellow workers the following plausible arguments, that they must band together in that factory and as that factory, and in that industry and as that industry, to fight for better working conditions, which mean more pay, shorter hours, fringe benefits, and the more militant organizers used even to demonstrate that by this means they could ultimately get control of all industry and smash the profit system. None of this quite answers the original irk of the work itself, but good. A workman commits himself to this program. Now, however, since no one has native wit enough to decide for a vast factory and industry, and all industry, what to demand and when to demand it, and what means are effective, man must look to others for direction concerning his own felt dissatisfaction. He fights for more pay when perhaps he does not primarily care about improving his standard of living but wants to accomplish something of his own between the cradle and the grave. He fights for seniority, when in fact he does not want the job, etc., etc. The issues of the fight are now determined by vast, distant forces. The union itself is a vast structure and it is tied to the whole existing society. Next he finds that he is committed not to strike at all, but to help manufacture machines of war. The machines are then guilty. True, the impulses of such a man are vague, romantic, and what is called adolescent. Even if realizable they would not lead to full satisfaction. Nevertheless their essence is deep and natural. A program is a crime that does not meet the essence of the industrial irk, the unsatisfactory job, but shunts across it. The worker who does a job by coercion is a traitor. When he is sidetracked into a good but irrelevant program, he is a traitor. I have chosen a hard example that will rouse opposition. Let me choose a harder that will rouse even more. A very young adolescent, as is usual enough, has sexual relations with his playfellows, partly satisfying their dreams of the girls, partly drawing on true homosexual desires that go back to earlier narcissism and mother identifications of childhood. But because of what they have been taught in their parochial school, and the common words of insult whose meaning they now first grasp, all these boys are ashamed of their acts. Their pleasures are suppressed and in their stead appear fist fights and violence. The youth grows up, soon marries. Now there is conscription for a far-off war, whose issues are dubious and certainly not part of his immediate awareness and reaction. But his natural desire to oppose the conscription is met by the strong attractiveness of getting away from the wife he is a little tired of, back to the free company of the boys in camp, away from the fatherly role of too great responsibility, back to the dependence on a paternal sergeant. The camp life, drawing always on a repressed but finally thinly disguised sexuality, cements the strongest bonds of fellowship amongst the soldiers. Yet any overt sexual satisfaction among them is out of the question. Instead, the pairs of buddies pick up prostitutes together, copulate with them in the same room, and exchange boasts of prowess. Next, this violent homosexuality, so near the surface but always repressed and thereby gathering tension, turns into a violent sadism against the enemy. It is all knives and guns and bayonets, and raining bombs on towns, and driving home one's lust in the guise of anger to fuck the Japs. It is a hard thing to impute the crime of treason against natural society to these men who do not even consciously know what their impulse is. They know as boys, shall we blame boys? And even the adults, priests, and teachers who invidiously prevent the boys' antics do it out of unconscious envy and resentment. But they at least could know better, or why are they teachers? It is horrifying, though not useless, to impute treason to the particular persons and to trace the institutional crimes, which are but symptoms and results, back to the incidents of coercion and resignation. The guilty ones turn out to be little children and dear parents, earnest radicals, teachers unconscious of their intent, and even ancestors who are dead. Thank God we do not need to think of punishments, for we know following Socrates of old that the punishment of injustice is to be what one is. The persons who separate themselves from nature have to live every minute of their lives without the power, joy, and freedom of nature. And we, who apparently suffer grave sanctions from such persons, betray on our faces that we are drawing on forces of nature. But in fact the case is like the distinction in theology between the old law and the new. In the old law all are guilty, in the new they may easily be saved. We see that in fact everybody who still has life and energy is continually manifesting some natural force and is today facing an unnatural coercion. And now, in some apparently trivial issue that nevertheless is a key, he draws the line. The next step for him to take is not obscure or difficult, it presents itself at once, it is even forcibly presented by society. Modern society does not let one be, it is too total, it forces one's hand. May 1945 Reflections on drawing the line of free society cannot be the substitution of a new order for the old order, it is the extension of spheres of free action until they make up most of the social life. In any present society, though much and even an increasing amount is coercive, nevertheless much is also free. If it were not so, it would be impossible for a conscientious libertarian to cooperate or live there at all, but in fact we are constantly drawing the line beyond which we refuse to cooperate. In creative work, in passion and sentiment, in spontaneous recreation, there are healthy spheres of nature and freedom. It is the spirit of these that we most often extrapolate to all acts of utopian free society, to making a living, to civil life and law. But indeed, even the most corrupt and coercive functions of the present society draw on good natural power. The pity of it, otherwise the society could not survive for one moment, for free natural power is the only source of existence. Thus, people are fed. Though the means, the cost, and the productive relations are coercive, and the total war would be the end of us all were it not for the bravery and endurance of mankind. Free action is to live in present society as though it were a natural society. This maxim has three consequences, three moments. In the spheres which are in fact free and natural, we exercise personal excellence and give mutual aid. In many spheres which seem to be uncoerced, we have nevertheless been trapped into unnatural ways by the coercion that has formed us. For example, we have become habituated to the American timetable and the standard of living, though these are unnatural and coercive through and through. Here the maxim demands that we first correct ourselves. Finally, there are those natural acts or abstentions which clash openly with the coercive laws. These are the crimes which it is beholden on a free man to commit, as his reasonable desire demands and as the occasion arises. The free spirit is rather millenarian than utopian. A man does not look forward to a future state of things which he tries to bring about by suspect means, but he draws now, far as he can, on the natural force in him that is no different in kind from what it will be in a free society, except that there it will have more scope and be persistently reinforced by mutual aid and fraternal conflict. Merely by continuing to exist and act in nature and Jairedom, man wins the victory, establishes the society. It is not necessary for him to be the victor over anyone. When he creates, he wins; when he corrects his prejudices and habits he wins; when he resists and suffers, he wins. I say it this way in order to tell honest persons not to despond when it seems that their earnest and honest work is without influence. The free man does not seek to influence groups but to act in the natural groups essential to him, for most human action is the action of groups. Consider if 1,000,000 persons, quite apart from any political intention, did only natural work and did the best they could. The system of exploitation would disperse like fog in a hot wind. But of what use is the action, born of resentment, that is bent on correcting abuses yet never does a stroke of nature? The action drawing on the most natural force will in fact establish itself. Might is right, but do not let the violent and the cowed imagine for a moment that their brutality is might. What great things have they accomplished, in practice, art, or theory? Their violence is fear hidden from themselves by conceit, and nothing comes from it. To now I have been liberally using the terms nature, natural, and their contraries to attribute value and disvalue, as natural and unnatural institutions. Do not these terms in this use lead to self-contradiction? For obviously the bad institutions as well as the good have come to be by natural process. A bad convention exists by natural causes. How are we to call it unnatural? Let us consider the example of a language like English, and I want to distinguish three notions: physical and social nature, natural convention, and unnatural convention. It is physically and socially natural for people to speak; they have speech organs, they communicate with these. Children express their feelings with determinate cries and imitate their parents' speech behavior. But any speech is some language or other. Speech organs need to communicate, the expression of feelings, the desire to imitate and identify; these give the potentiality of speaking some language or other. Historical circumstances make the language in fact English. It is usual to call the historical language conventional, but it is a natural convention, in that the convention of English is a means of making the power of speech into a living act. Here we have the clue to how we can speak of an unnatural convention. An unnatural convention is one that prevents a human power from becoming a living ACR. Thus, English is becoming unnatural because of its use in advertising. The technique of advertising is to establish an automatic reflex response, an immediate connection between certain words and the behavior of paying out money. Thus it debauches the words so that they no longer express felt need, nor communicate a likeness of affection between persons, continuous with the imitation of parents and peers, nor correspond to the desire for objects really experienced. These functions of honest speech are shunted over by a successful advertisement. But these functions are the strongest and the creative power in speech. Therefore we can say that the abuse of English prevents the power of speech from becoming a living act. It is unnatural. But it is objected that automatic response is also natural. It is physically and socially necessary for life, as consider the words look out or fire. But let us patiently consider the order and ratio of such alarm words to the rest of speech. If they are too numerous, their emergency is blunted, just as indiscriminate profanity has no expletive force. What is the natural order of emergency and non-emergency situations, so that the strongest powers of health, safety, and pleasure may not be prevented from becoming living acts? The sense of emergency, natural in itself, still inhibits vegetation, memory, reflection. Taken at face value, the techniques of advertising and automatic political slogans express a state of chronic alarm. Yet to be sure, as we consider it deeper, this is the historical situation. There is nothing conventional about such techniques, and our poor English, like a faithful servant, is sacrificed to urgent need. The society that needs to buy up the products of its industry is in a state of chronic alarm. What time has it for vegetation, memory, reflection? And the high standard of living thus purchased exists in emergency conditions that are preventive of any natural standard of living whatever, for there is no vegetative pleasure and reflection, and no emptiness in which inventions can flower. In haste and alarm, hearing and buying, a man cannot get his bearings, he is swept along, falls into debt and is open to still further coercion. No one can even chew it a job. But we do not need to go thus roundabout through the analysis of linguistic usage to know that our way of life is compulsive. We can see it by direct observation on the street. People are both frightened and deadened. It is a poor kind of democracy in which nobody stands out instead of everybody standing out. Those who constrain strong natural power are always themselves under constraint. The prison guard is himself in jail, yes, even the warden. But in any great collaboration, in art, or theory or practice, the signature of each collaborator is apparent in the outcome. The plaid has the bright color of its threads. 3. What is natural coercion and what is unnatural coercion? I doubt that I can answer this hard question to my own satisfaction, but sufficiently for the gross facts that we are concerned with. Education has always elements of natural coercion, but government by state or society is unnatural. Natural coercion seems to go with natural dependency. An infant is dependent, he is part of his mother's field. A growing child is more voluntarily dependent, he is secure in the grown-up's care and attention, and he grows in independence partly by imitation and partly by withdrawal from those in whom he is secure. A child grows teeth as he ceases to suckle, and he begins to walk when he is big enough to begin to walk away into independence, for it is something positive. Yet coercion and violence inevitably occur, for the child grows in the predetermined culture of the adults and among the anger of the adults being themselves. To a child this must seem like any other reality, the part that doesn't make sense but intensely interesting. At least he learns to keep out of the way. A pupil depends on a teacher who exercises authority and sets up the lessons. There is probably more of this than is necessary, but again the progress of the pupil and the aim of the teacher is the independence of the pupil from the teacher. If a person has maintained his trust through the previous storms of youth, he can learn from teachers. A person who cannot surrender to archaic attitudes of dependency is probably not truly docile. But if previous childish dependency has been too frightened or cowed, a young person both will not trust his teachers and cannot grow to become their peer. He is prevented from drawing on the knowledge and power embodied in them. By this sign, therefore, we can say that the parental coercion was violent and unnatural. The discouragement of childish sexuality leads to later anxiety, toilet training leads to ruliness, etc. So these must be called unnatural coercion. In general, when strong drives are frustrated and punished and a child begins to inhibit himself, to fill the vacuum of his life he identifies with precisely those who frustrate him, they are wise, they are authorities. The child has now lost both his desires and his power of initiation. What is unique about human nature, however, is its long dependency. This is a great opportunity for education, but it has also proved to be a great disaster. To the child, it seems to me, the danger is not generally that his ego will fail to crystallize, a case of psychosis, but that it will crystallize too rapidly, in too closed a system, against the inner and outer world from which in the end we must draw the forces of life. This has been especially noted with regard to the sexual drives, against which the ego sets itself. Becoming erotized in turn, for when you can't love anything else you have to love yourself. But not enough has been said about the uncanny ignorance, stupidity, incuriosity, lack of perception and observation that characterize us, and which must also be attributed to inhibition by the too narrow, shut-in, and conceited ego. And so we fall into the opposite disaster, that the grown-ups have never learned to cope with the environment. They are dependent on governments. Education is the furnishing by adults of imitable patterns of interpretation and attitude, not to train the child, but on the contrary so that the child, by relying on them and trying them, can take his time and not have to stand too quickly alone as sole authority. Adults provide and decide where children cannot yet provide and decide. This is coercion, always partly corporal, putting the child in the way of experience and out of the way of automobiles and poison. We can define natural coercion as a knowledgeable decision that preserves for the child his greatest inner and outer power to work up into experience and art. But I do not think there is any use of docility to government, for it has not much to teach. Of the simple goods, food, shelter, safety, over which great constituted bodies like governments and economic systems claim authority, there is not a single one that the average adult person ought not to be competent to decide about. Everyone knows he is hungry and wants food, or knows enough to come in out of the rain. If he has not developed to this point, it is that he has been maimed by unnatural coercion. But it is the way of authority to maim initiative and then prove that people have no initiative, and to preempt the means of livelihood and then show that people do not have the means to cope. There is plenty of rhetoric, and the use of force, to persuade people to continue as we do, but there is absolutely no public discussion and reasoning to consider whether the way we do anything, produce goods, run the schools, communicate ideas, elect officers, is the most efficient and sensible. Yet this is supposed to be an experimenting animal. At present, of course, almost every man considers himself incompetent to provide the simplest goods. The state and other established institutions do decide for him. People are stupefied largely because they have so few interesting problems to work on, and finally they cannot decide whether they are cold, hurt, lonely, or even bored. They are not sure of anything. They are in a chronic state of alarm. Under these circumstances, orators easily pose as fathers and leaders. And this is called progressive, it is a New Deal. The conservatives, on the other hand, want to stay with the oppressians of 1910 or perhaps Prince Metternich. It is only the anarchists who are really conservative, for they want to conserve sun and space, animal nature, primary community, experimenting inquiry. For a man is dependent on his mother earth. We are forever dependent in the universe, but not on princes. It is false that social relationships are primarily interpersonal. The strongest bonds in natural groups are continuous with passions and impulses previous to the organization of the egos of the members. These are love and fraternity. How different is the juridical equality of the social psychologists of interpersonal relationships from the creative unanimity and rivalry of revolutionary fraternity. Brothers vie to excel individually, but catching fire from each other they achieve what none of them had it in him to do alone. It is not our social nature to go it alone. It does not follow that one must conform to society. It is enough to find and make a band, 200, of the like-minded, to know that oneself is sane though the rest of the city is batty. The free man manifests the nature in him much more vehemently than we who have been trained to uniformity. His voice, gestures, and countenance express the great range of experience from child to sage. When he hears the hypocrite orator use words that arouse disgust, he vomits in the crowd. We can conceive of a man whose ego takes far longer to crystallize than ours, whose ego still is forming out of vast systems of inner and outer experience, and works with forces beyond those that we have settled for. Such a vast ego belongs to Christ or Buddha. We may confidently predict that it will perform miracles. To him they are matter of fact. In the mixed society of coercion and nature, our characteristic act is drawing the line, beyond which we cannot cooperate. All the heart-searching and purgatorial anxiety concerns this question, where to draw the line. I'll say it bluntly, the anxiety goes far beyond reason. Since the extreme positions are clear black and white, and they exist plain to suffer and enjoy, and since it can be shown that one step leads to another in either direction, in the in-between murk any apparently arbitrary line is good enough. And one's potential friends among the people, to whom one wants to set an example, are moved by the challenging action, not the little details of consistency. No particular drawn line will ever be defensible logically. But the right way from any line will prove itself more clearly step by step and blow by blow. Yet to each person it seems to make all the difference where he draws the line. This is because just these details are the symbolic key to his repressed powers, and with each repression, guilt for the acceptance of it. Thus one man will speak in their court but will not pay a tax, another will write a letter but will not move his feet, another is nauseated by innocent bread and fasts. Why are the drawn lines so odd and logically inconsistent? Why are they maintained with such irrational stubbornness precisely by free people who are usually so amiable and easy smiling? The actions of nature are by no means inconsistent, they are sequences of even rather simple causes. Following the probabilities does not lead one astray but to see one's way more clearly. But the fact is that each of us has been unconsciously coerced by our training and acceptance. The inner conflicts now begin to appear, in the inconsistency of drawing the line, and all the fear, guilt, and rage. Let us draw our lines and have this out. A free man would have no such problems, he would not have finally to draw a line in their absurd conditions which he has disdained from the very beginning. The truth is that he would regard coercive sanctions as no different from the other destructive forces of brute nature, to be prudently avoided. A free man, so long as he creates and goes by his clear and distinct ideas, can easily maintain in his soul many apparent contradictions. He is sure they will iron out. A loose system is the best system. But woe if at the same time he is persuaded into prejudices and coerced into conforming, then one day he will have the agony of drawing the line. Well, there is a boyish joke I like to tell. Tom says to Jerry, "Do you want to fight? Cross that line." And Jerry does. "Now," cries Tom, "you're on my side." We draw the line in their conditions, we proceed on our conditions. May 1945. A touchstone for the libertarian program. The political program of libertarians is usually negative, for positive goods are achieved by other forces than political institutions. But a program of opposition varies with the oppressions and restrictions. Libertarians must not fall into the trap of wasting force by still opposing what authority no longer proposes, while failing to see new kinds of exploitation. The mass press and radio of the democracies are masters at stealing liberal thunder. What are the words and acts that can expose this verbiage, which is often indeed well meant? Thus, industrial authority does not exercise the same forms of oppression when there is a technology of surplus as it used when there was a technology of scarcity. In scarcity, the chief means of profit for the exploiters consisted in the depression of the workers' standard of living to reproductive subsistence. In surplus, the problem is sometimes rather to compel and co-anti-roll an artificial high standard of living that will clear the shelves. This is again pure authoritarian compulsion, but exercised especially by psychological means, advertising, miseducation, and rousing the spirit of emulation. The result is that men insensibly find themselves even more enslaved in their time, choice, invention, spontaneity, and culture than in the black days of want, when at least a man's misery was uncontaminated and might produce a natural recession. Given a surplus of goods and mass media of misinformation, it is possible for authority to cushion all crises and allow freedom of expression to a small eccentric press. I should like to suggest a kind of touchstone for the right libertarian program in a period like the present, when the corporate integration of the economy, morals, tastes, and information of the society is so tight. I mean when the press, the movies, etc., themselves commodities, generate an increasing flow of commodities. The touchstone is this: does our program involve a large number of precisely those acts and words for which persons are in fact thrown into jail? We must proceed on the assumption that the coercive society knows well which acts are a threat to it and which are not. Acts which in fact rouse a coercive recession have libertarian force; those which, though once coerced, are now tolerated, are likely to be stolen thunder that is not neutral but in fact coercive in its effects. Thus, it is no longer the case that the man who publicly speaks for the organized bargaining power of labor is jailed; on the contrary, he is approved. But this is not merely because organized labor has grown so strong as to compel its toleration. It is because the organization of labor is a means of social control. Higher wages are a means of profit, especially when by price controls the public market is becoming a company store, and it is increasingly convenient for labor to regard itself as a participant in the general corporation of production and consumption. On the contrary, the man who advocates a wildcat strike is thrown into jail, but not merely because the demands are dangerous to profits, but that he disrupts the ordered system, the due process. Again, the man who advocates moral vices that fit well into the commodity system is an agent of society, but the man who advocates pleasures outside the system of exchange or that undermine the social discipline, is frowned on and jailed. Thus, one may not steal, copulate in the park, or encourage the sexuality of children. Concerning the crimes that are actually punished, a free man must ask himself, which of these are detrimental to any society, including even a more natural non-coercive society in which discipline is somewhat but not so deeply and widely grounded in successful repression and deliberate inhibition, which crimes, on the contrary, are precisely the acts that would undermine the present coercive structure? I think that the list of the former would be small. Indeed, an obvious instance is murder. But with regard to the latter, many bountiful opportunities could be found for libertarian action. What I urge is not that the libertarian at once bestir himself to commit such crimes. Do not think, by the way, that our small numbers would inconveniently crowd the jails, but that he proceed to loosen his own discipline and prejudice against these acts. For most of us do not realize how broadly and deeply the coercive relations in which we have been born and bred have disciplined us to the continuation of these coercive relations. Once his judgment is freed, then with regard to such crimes the libertarian must act as he should in every case whatsoever. If something seems true to his nature, important and necessary for himself and his fellows at the present moment, let him do it with moral goodwill and joy. Let him avoid the coercive consequences with natural prudence, not by frustration and timid denial of what is the case, for our acts of liberty are our strongest propaganda. Unfortunately, as people are anxious and vulnerable, the immediate effect of an exercise of free power may be disturbing and sometimes disastrous. E.g., the schoolgirl who commits suicide because her roommate has sex with a boyfriend. Certainly one must temper the wind to the shorn lamb, till she grows a fleece. But we must also calculate the long-range and universal effects of the spite, sadism, coldness, timidity that are produced by our present ways, how the boy who was always such a good boy blows up anyway and shoots his mother and father and 4 neighbors. It is often cited as an example of the barbarity of America that here no distinction is made between political prisoners and common criminals, that the political prisoner is degraded to the level of the criminal, yet in fact the common criminal has, although usually by the failure of repression and rarely by reason, probably committed a political crime. Returning now to the starting point, the need to change the libertarian program with the change of the coercive circumstances, I should like to make a criticism of the continued use of one of the darling words of anarchist literature, the word personal, as in personal freedom, personal expression, etc. The fact is that at present it is exactly the aim of all the organs of publicity, entertainment, and education so to form the personality that a man performs by his subjective personal choice just what is objectively advantageous for the coercive corporation, of which further he feels himself to be a part. Because of their use of the terms free personality, personal spontaneity, personal participation, the hogwash of psychologists like Fromm and Horney has won the praise of even such an excellent anarchist as Herbert Reed, yet it is not hard to show that their psychology has as its aim to produce a unanimity of spirit in the perfected form of the present social system, with its monster factories, streamlined satisfactions, and distant representative government. This kind of subjective personality is an effect of coercion, acting in the unconscious. It is not a causal principle of freedom. Going back to Rousseau, let me suggest the substitution of the word natural, meaning those drives and forces, on both the animal and human level, which at present act themselves out in defiance of the conventions that we and our friends all agree to be outmoded and no longer natural conventions, but which in a free society will be the motors of individual excellence and mutual aid. To sum up, very many acts which are now called crimes are nature. It is often the very fact of treating natural acts as crimes that makes them become enormitized, because of fear and the stupidity engendered by panic. Even libertarians acquiesce in these prejudices because their free personalities have been coercively phoned and are subject to unconscious coercion. The internal repression of spontaneous natural forces is today more than ever, in our era of timetables and standardized pleasure, the chief means of disparagement and coercion. Let us work to express not ourselves but the nature in us. Let us not participate in coercive or merely conventional groups, symbols, and behavior. The freedom of the individual is the expression of the natural animal and social groups to which he in fact belongs. Re-examine the crimes which seem proper to yourself and see which are indeed not crimes but the natural behavior of natural groups. A young woman friend was to appear in court, and a dozen of us offered ourselves at her lawyer's office to be briefed as char-acter witnesses. We were, in my opinion, sober and useful citizens, but when the lawyer questioned us, his face fell as he had to rule out one after another as entirely unpresentable. One excellent mother of 3 was not legally wed, a good father was known to be bisexual, an old friend was a negress, a brilliant and self-supporting man had no definable job, another looked like something the cat dragged in, another had been in and out of jail for various kinds of civil disobedience. It was hilarious. We stared at one another in dismay. It certainly wasn't our scene. The question is, how many lively and productive persons could appear in that court, against a clever lawyer, without putting up a false front? I don't mean that society as a whole is as unviable as a court of law, but it does pay to lie low. Yet if one lies low, how to make use of the social means and have sounding speech? There is the dilemma. May 1945. Natural violence. I have reached middle age and have not attended, nor even seen, a man dying or a baby being born. As things are arranged in our city, it is impossible to come close to a violent or noisome disease, unless professionally. What one meets in our city is a kind of health, usually mildly ailing, and a vigor youthful enough to ambulate. Decrepit age is confined to its rooms. One is faced with plenty of neurotics but rarely a maniac. In rural places there is as yet much more dying and being born socially, of both men and animals, but the tendency is not otherwise than with us. Again, the bourgeoisie is more protected against such experience than the proletariat, but giant strides have been made toward extending protection to all. In general, women in childbirth necessarily are unprotected, but it is the practice to anodize this experience as much as possible. Men protect themselves from the major conditions of life. I do not say the major concerns, but surely the value of our concerns, such as they are, is problematical when they are not potentially, in ready memory and anticipation, related to their major conditions. Infants and children, it seems to me, are universally less protected. They have a closer acquaintance with their creature anxiety, Angst der Kreatur. We others now successfully repress creature anxiety from recall. The facts of war revive the lost anxiety in a terrible way, but they are valueless for a natural culture. They are the breakdown of society, but the exposed sufferer does not then have other feelings and habits to help him use these terribly truths for inventive life. The mentally broken soldiers who return from fiery fronts do not readjust to unnatural conventions, but they rarely create natural conventions. Individual symptoms are not valuable social conventions. For the most part they are really ill as well as ill in the eyes of the community. An example of childish invention comes to mind. One morning at our country school some men butchered a cow and strung it up and flayed it. It was the hour of recess for the smallest children and they ran and stood in a circle round the bloody sight and drank it in with lewd eyes, afterwards manifesting extreme fright, excitement, and nausea when meat was served them. But they invented a ritual game of flaying a cow, in which one of their number would put on a coat and the others strip it off. Can we imagine a society that would have a better expression of its major conditions than ritual games? I myself have been so disciplined that I cannot spontaneously and from my own experience see a way through our dilemma, yet it presents a crucial problem for us. Contrast the rational medical approach to birth, disease, decrepitude and death, with the rational efficient approach to industrial production. Wherever so-called efficiency in production leads to stultified and one-sided habits of the worker, we confidently say that the efficiency is inefficient in the long run because the means destroy the end. But medical efficiency, example hospital technique, or the therapeutic attitude seems prima facie useful for our lives altogether, therefore for our full lives. On the other hand, the necessary isolation of the sick leads to a sterilization of general social experience that conceivably itself makes life flat and increases the flight into illness. It was better when illness was eerie, the province of the Asclepiads. One is baffled and saddened by the spectacle of doctors straining their art to heal the soldiers hurt in the battle in which they themselves take part. They are willing to heal the wounds of both sides at the same time as they fan the rage of one side. This is an heroic dedication, but there is something unnatural about it. Their medical training and practice have isolated some meanings from other meanings. Certainly we others, unused to the primary facts of birth, life, and death, are easily coerced by the threat of them. We panic and are vulnerable to terror until the moment we recklessly plunge into disaster of our own making, and beyond what is necessary. We thus control it and avoid panic. Strange as the phrase may seem, we must speak of natural violence, just as previously we defined natural coercion, although all violence is precisely the destruction, inhibition, or forcing of natural motions. Natural violence is the destruction of habits or second natures in the interests of regaining the primary experiences of birth, infantile anxiety, grief, and mourning for death, simple sexuality, etc. I think this is the virtue of the extreme situations of the existentialists. Such natural violence can be demonstrated in many ordinary actions. An obvious example is the violence sought by and done to a virginal or sexually timid person who cannot, by character, will his or her own joy. The hand of the physician is gentle but is firm. Deeper than their fears, civilized people yearn for and welcome natural catastrophes like fires and hurricanes, that will strip them of their possessions and touch routine to the quick. The nonviolence of doctrinal pacifists is unnatural and even somewhat wicked, unless it is, as Gandhi meant, a positive outpouring of love that burns away one's anger, and of understanding that gives light. To my mind, what generally passes for nonviolence is a spiteful stalling to exacerbate guilt. Anger is at least contactful, and it seems false not to let anger follow through and strike. It is interesting to see how usually, among reasonable people, the one blow, or the one exchange of blows, is the last, for it has re-established contact. But so men also plunge recklessly into war, where there is no object to contact and there is no end to it. They rely on each other for mass hypnosis and social approval of their illusion, so they may keep striking with a good conscience. We must believe that they are not dreaming of their death, a psychological impossibility, but of putting the established ego in peril in order to bring it back into openness to the instincts. But the war destroys not only their conventions but their lives altogether. For those who survive, there is provided not new, more natural habits but social isolation and nervous breakdown, and for society as a whole, the war does not liberate natural associations and release social inventiveness, but on the contrary reinforces the coercive and authoritarian establishment. War is unnatural violence. The people of the Middle Ages, as Hugh Izinga has pointed out, lived in a welter of natural and unnatural violence. With us there is progressively less of natural violence, the unnatural violence is pent up until it bursts forth, as a great corporate institution, in these world wars. In the state of nature no positive effect springs from a negative cause. Yet the free man is forever clearing the decks and seems to exert political pressure only by negation. This is natural violence. If he employs nonviolent passive resistance, it is in order nor zero complicate further, by material weapons and authoritative organizations, the situation, which is already too encumbered. He sets up the vacuum in our learned follies, so that original forces can operate to our advantage, resistance, patience, firmness, duty. These are not negative nor even passive virtues, they are not the restraint of force, they are action of the more elemental forces of primary nature, of time and clinging to one's place. The anarchist apparently seeks to create a political vacuum, but it is the fertile vacuum of Tao, where heavy masses fall of their own weight and the invisible seeds germinate. He speaks a word that heals as it violates. May-June 1945. Revolution, Sociolatry, and War. A miscalculation in the Marxian dynamics of revolution. According to Marx and Engels, the dynamism of the people's revolution into socialism rises from the interaction of two psychological attitudes, the spiritual alienation of the proletariat, because of extreme division of labor and capitalist productive relations, from man's original concern with production, and from natural social cooperation, the brute reaction to intolerable deprivation brought on by the falling rate of profit and the capitalist crisis. To expand these points somewhat, to Marx and Engels the specific properties of humanity are the ability to produce things and to give mutual aid in production. But the subdivision of labor and the capitalist use of machine technology dehumanize production. A man makes only a part of a commodity sold on a distant market, and performing an automatic operation he employs only a modicum of his powers. Further, the conditions of bourgeois competition and wage slavery isolate men from each other and destroy mutuality, family life, comradeship. There is therefore nothing in the capitalist institutions to engage the deep interest or keep the loyalty of the proletariat. They are made into fractional people, and these fractions of men are indifferent to the bourgeois mores and society. On the other hand, they are not indifferent to starvation, disease, sexual deprivation, infant mortality, and death in war, but these are the results of the wage cuts, imperialism, unemployment, and fluctuation inherent in the bourgeois need to counteract the falling rate of profit and to reinvest. At the level of resentment and frustration and animal reaction to pain, there is concern for a violent change, there is latent rebellion. From these attitudes, the revolutionary idea emerges somewhat as follows: driven by need to consult their safety, and with understanding given by usually middle-class teachers who explain the causes of their hurt, and with their original human aspirations recalled from forgetfulness and already fulfilled somewhat by comradely unity, the proletariat turns toward a new order, new foundations, a socialism immeasurably improved yet in its main features not unlike original human nature. By contrast to this idea, the life of the bourgeoisie itself seems worthless. And being increased in numbers and with their hands on the productive machinery of all society, the proletarians know that they can make the idea a reality. Psychologically and even anthropologically and ethically, this Marxian formula has great power, if indeed all its elements exist as prescribed. But on the contrary, if any of the elements are missing, the formula is disastrous and takes us as far from fraternal socialism as can be. Now there is no question that point is missing, that by and large over the last century in the advanced industrial countries the real wages of the working class as a whole have not lingered at the margin of physical subsistence and reproduction, they have advanced to a point where even revolutionary writers agitate for a sociological standard of living. What has been the result? The spiritual alienation of point has gone even further, I suppose, than Marx envisaged. He followed the dehumanization of production to the last subdivision of labor into an automatic gesture, but I doubt whether he could have foreseen that thousands of adult persons could work day in and day out and not know what they were making. He did not foresee the dehumanization of consumption in the universal domestic use of streamlined conveniences whose operation the consumer does not begin to understand, the destruction of even the free choices in the marketplace by mass advertising and monopolistic controls, the segregation among experts in hospitals of all primary experience of birth, pain, and death, etc., etc. Yet now these fractional persons, alienated from their natures, are not brought sharply to look out for themselves by intolerable deprivation. On the contrary, they are even tricked, by the increase in commodities, into finding an imitation satisfaction in their standard of living, and the kind of psychological drive that moves them is emulation. The demand of the organized proletariat for a living wage and tolerable working conditions, a demand that in the beginning was necessarily political and revolutionary in its consequences, now becomes a demand for a standard of living and for leisure to enjoy the goods, accepting Rhe Maury's offer dominant class. Then if these persons have gone over to the ideals of another class, it is foolish to call them any longer proletarians, but given the apparently satisfied alienation from concern in production, and where do we see anything else, it is also unjust to call them workers. Marx saw wonderfully the emptiness of life in the modern system, but he failed to utter the warning that this emptiness could proceed so far that, without the spur of starvation, it could make a man satisfied to be a traitor to his original nature. What he relied on to be a dynamic motor of revolution has become the cause of treason. Lastly, the scientific teachers of the masses are no longer concerned to recall us to our original creative natures, to destroy the inhuman subdivision of labor, to look to the bands of comrades for the initiation of direct action. On the contrary, their interest has become the health and smooth functioning of the industrial machine itself. They are economists of full employment, sociologists of belonging, psychologists of vocational guidance, and politicians of administrative bureaus. So far the psychology of the masses. But in the psychology of the bourgeoisie there is a correlated difference from what Marx envisaged. The Marxian bourgeois has the following characteristics: preoccupied with exchange value, with money, which is featureless, he is alienated from all natural personal or social interests. This makes all the easier his ruthless career of accumulation, reinvestment, exploitation, and war. On the other hand, he embodies a fierce lust, real even though manic, for wealth and power. The conditions of his role are given by the economy, but he plays the role with all his heart. He is an individual, if not quite a man. The spur of a falling rate of profit or of closed markets, therefore, drives him on to desperate adventures. By and large I do not think that this type is now very evident. Partly, to be sure, it is that the owning classes adopt a democratic camouflage for their protection, but the fact that they are willing to do this already shows that they are different men. Other factors seem to me important. In absentee ownership there is an emasculation of the drive for maximum exploitation of the labor and the machine. The owner does not have the inspiration of his daily supervision, he is not approached by inventors and foremen, etc., but the salaried manager is usually concerned with stability rather than change. But even if the drive to improve the exploitation is strong, the individual capitalist is disheartened by the corporate structure in which most vast enterprises are now embedded. He is embarrassed by prudent or timid confrères. Not least, it now seems that even in peacetime there is a limit to the falling rate of profit. Technical improvement alone guarantees an annual increment of more than 2%. By deficit spending the state can subsidize a low but stable rate of profit on all investment. There is apparently no limit to the amount of nonsense that people can be made to want to buy on the installment plan, mortgaging their future labor. And in fact we see, to our astonishment, that a large proportion, almost a majority, of the bourgeoisie are even now ready to settle for plans that guarantee a low but stable profit. Or by collusion, a high and stable rate of profit. Shall we continue to call them bourgeois? They are rentiers. The more dynamic wolf, on the other hand, is no longer a private enterpriser, but increasingly becomes a manager and administrator of the industrial machine as a whole. He is in the government. He bares his teeth abroad. Sociolatry. With the conclusions so far reached, we can attempt a formal definition of the mass attitude that we call sociolatry. Sociolatry is the concern felt by masses alienated from their deep natures for the smooth functioning of the industrial machine from which they believe they can get a higher standard of living and enjoy it in security. The revolutionary tension of the people is absorbed and sublimated by the interesting standard of living, but this standard is not physiological, nor is it principally economic. A standard of comfort and luxury, it is a sociological standard energized by emulation and advertising, and cementing a sense of unanimity among the alienated. All men have not the same human nature but the same commodities. Thus, barring war, such an attitude of alienated concern could have a long duration. I say barring war, but we must ask below whether the war is not essentially related to the attitude on the part of the political elite. Sociolatry is the agreement of the major ity of the bourgeoisie to become remiers of the industrial corporation in whose working they do not interfere, and the promotion of the more dynamic bourgeoisie to high-salaried, prestigious, and powerful places at the controls of the machine. Sociolatry is therefore the psychology of state capitalism and state socialism. 3. What must be the revolutionary program? Still barring from consideration the threat of war, we must now ask, what is a revolutionary program in the sociolatry? For if indeed, with the steady expansion of technical productivity, the attitude of the masses has for a century moved toward sociolatry and the attitude of the bourgeoisie toward accepting a low but stable rate of profit, then the Marxian program is not only bankrupt but reactionary. The Marxian economic demands cement the sociolatry, the Marxian political demands lead to state socialism. It is with diffidence that I dissent from the social psychology of Karl Marx. When I was young, being possessed of an independent spirit, I refused to embrace the social science of Marx, but proceeded, as an artist and a human being, to make my own judgments of the social behavior I saw about. And then I found, again and again, that the conclusions I slowly and imperfectly arrived at were already fully and demonstrably expressed by Karl Marx. So I too was a Marxist. I decided with pleasure, for it is excellent to belong to a tradition and have wise friends. This was Marx as a social psychologist. But as regards political action, on the other hand, I did not see, it never seemed to me, that the slogans of the Marxians, nor even of Marx, lead toward fraternal socialism, rather they led away from it. Bakunin was better. Kropotkin I agree with. Now there is a great advantage for the revolutionist in the existence of sociolatry and of even a tyrannical welfare state. The standard of living and the present use of the machinery of production may rouse our disgust, but it is an ethical disgust, it is not the fierce need to act roused by general biological misery. We may therefore act in a more piecemeal, educational, and thoroughgoing way. The results of such action will also be lasting and worthwhile if we have grown into our freedom rather than driven each other into it. Our attack on the industrial system can be many-sided and often indirect, to make it crash of its own weight rather than by frontal attack. Nor is it the case that the absence of tension and despair makes it impossible to awaken revolutionary feeling. For we know that the society we want is universally present in the heart, though now generally submerged, it can be brought into existence piecemeal. Power by power, everywhere, and as soon as it appears in act, the sociolatry becomes worthless, ridiculous, disgusting by comparison. There is no doubt that, once awakened, the natural powers of men are immeasurably stronger than these alien institutions. On the one hand, the kind of critique that my friends and I express, a selective attitude toward the technology, not without peasant features, is itself a product of our surplus technology. On the other hand, we touch precisely the vulnerable point of the system, its failure to win human allegiance. Then, as opposed to the radical programs that already presuppose the great state and corporative structure, and the present social institutions in the perfected form of the sociolatry, we must in small groups draw the line and try action more directly satisfactory to our deep nature. It is essential that our program can, with courage and mutual encouragement and mutual aid, be put into effect by our own effort, to a degree at once and progressively more and more, without recourse to distant party or union decisions. The groups must be small, because mutual aid is our common human nature mainly with respect to those with whom we deal face to face. Our action must be aimed, not, as utopians, at a future establishment, but at fraternal arrangements today, progressively incorporating more and more of the social functions into our free society. It is treasonable to free society not to work at a job that realizes our human powers and transcends an unthinking and unchange-inducing subdivision of labor. It is a matter of guilt. This is a harsh saying to exhaust our time of day in the usual work in office and factories, merely for wages. The aim of economy is not the efficient production of commodities, but cooperative jobs themselves worth doing, with the workers, full understanding of the machines and processes, releasing the industrial inventiveness that very many have. We must reassess our standard of living and see what parts are really useful for subsistence and humane well-being, and which are slavery to the emulation, emotional security and inferiority roused by exploitative institutions and coercive advertising. The question is not one of the quantity of goods, but that the goods that make up the standard of living are stamped with alien values. We must allow, and encourage, the sexual satisfaction of the young, both adolescents and small children, in order to free them from anxious submissiveness to authority. It is probably impossible to prevent our own neurotic prejudices from influencing children, but we can at least make opportunity for the sexual gratification of adolescents. This is essential in order to prevent the patterns of coercion and authority from re-emerging no matter what the political change has been. In small groups we must exercise direct initiative in community problems of personal concern to ourselves. The constructive decisions of intimate concern to us cannot be delegated to representative government and bureaucracy. Further, even if the government really represented the interests of the constituents, it is still the case that political initiative is itself the noble and integrating act of every man. In government, as in economic production, what is superficially efficient is not efficient in the long run. Living in the midst of an alienated way of life, we must mutually analyze and purge our souls until we no longer regard as guilty or conspiratorial such illegal acts as spring from common human nature. With regard to committing such crimes we must exercise prudence not of inhibitions but such prudence as a sane man exercises in a madhouse. On the other hand, we must see that many acts commonly regarded as legal and even meritorious are treason against our natural society, if they involve us in situations where we cease to have personal responsibility and concern or the consequences. We must progressively abstain from whatever is connected with the war. I am sensible that this program seems to demand very great initiative, courage, effort, and social invention, yet if once, looking about at our situation whatever it is, we draw a line, can we not at once proceed? Those of us who have already been living in a more reasonable way do not find these minimal points too difficult. Can those who have all their lives taken on the habits of the alienated society, expect not to make drastic changes? If we are to have peace, it is necessary to wage the peace. Otherwise, when their war comes, we also must hold ourselves responsible for it. For the war, the emergency that faces sociolatry and state socialism is war, and we know that this catastrophe of theirs must overwhelm us all. Is it a necessity of their system? Must one not assume, and can one not observe, that beneath their acceptance and mechanical, unspontaneous pleasure in the current social satisfactions, there is a deep hatred for these satisfactions that makes men willing to rush off to armies and to toy with the idea of loosing explosive bombs? We have defined a mass alienated from deep natural concerns, but occupying the conscious and preconscious with every manner of excitement, news, popular culture, sport, emulation, expenditure, and mechanical manipulation. Now let us draw from the individual psychology what seems to be an analogy, but is more than an analogy. When an ego system is set up against the ID drives, rather than as the interpreter, guide, purveyor, and agent of those drives, then this ego is basically weak and tends to destroy itself. Further, the more elaborate the distraction sought by the ego, the tighter is the defense and rationalization against the instincts, the greater the tension, the more suggestive and hypnotic the daily unawareness, and the more inevitable the self-destruction. During the last years of his life, largely in order to explain the phenomena of war, Freud introduced into his theory the primordial death wish. But whether or not such a drive is really primitive, nevertheless, to explain the tendency to self-destruction that we are here considering, no such primitive drive is required. On the contrary, the rebellion of the instincts against the superficial distractions of the ego is a healthy reaction. It is a healthy kind of violence calculated not to destroy the organism but to liberate it from inanity. By the ego, however, This desire to burst might be interpreted as the desire for suicide, and if the ego can indeed control the movements of the body and the imagination, that is in fact the end of the organism. Let us return to the real social context. We see on all sides an ill concealed only to those who are expressing it, hatred for the social satisfactions. The most refined champions of our civilized arena, namely the technicians and practical scientists, seem almost the most inspired to feverish cooperative activity if once it has in it the promise of violence. Further, the people as a whole can the more cheerfully rush to the destruction of what they have and what they are, because, inspired to it en masse and suggesting it to one another, they release one another from the guilty restraint that each would feel by himself. The behavior of the Americans during the last interbellum was terribly significant. On the one hand, people were almost unanimously opposed to the coming war. There was even a certain amount of successful pacifist agitation. On the other hand, one economic and political action after another was come in that led directly to a worldwide war, and these acts were acquiesced in by the people despite the clear, demonstrative, and 1,000 times reiterated warnings from many quarters that the acts were heading toward a general war. It is absurd to claim that such warnings did nor get a hearing, for the point is, why did they not? To me it seems that the public behavior was exactly that of a person in the face of a danger that he consciously wants to flee, but who is paralyzed because unconsciously he wants to embrace it, thus he waits and will not think of it. But alas! This social violence that wants, not to destroy mankind, but only to get back to natural institutions, cannot be Hillary, because it will in fact destroy us. We others had better wage our peace and bring them quickly into our camp. October 1945. Unanimity in the mixed society of coercion and nature. Positive political action is always dialectically good and evil. But nature underlies and coercion is imposed. Then we must act so as zero avoid the isolation of a particular issue and the freezing of the coercive foreground, but always to submit the issue to the dynamism of the common natural powers that nobody disputes. The defining property of free political action is potential unanimity, drawing on common nature and undercutting the conflict of interests. Our political action is the emergence of unanimity from natural conflict. Many conflicts are wholly theirs and may profitably be disregarded. In others, such as the class struggle, where there is a direct attack on obvious goods such as sustenance or time of life, the issue is clearly enough drawn and we lend all force to freedom, justice, and nature. But where there is a natural conflict, between natural forces, the free man must not subscribe zero a compromise but must invent a program, for natural conflict is solved only by invention, that introduces something new into the issue. If he cannot invent, it is likely that the conflict is internal in himself and inhibits his invention, then he must withdraw to the sure ground previous to the conflict where in fact he can invent. In dialectics of positive action it is unprofitable to strive, in coercive conditions, for a relative advantage in a situation that, even if the victory is won, is coercive. Thus, to demand a just trial when the law to be executed is unjust, or to exercise civil rights within the framework of state. To demand higher pay when the standard of living that can be bought for money is unsatisfactory. To cry for military democracy when the war is unnatural violence. This is wasting one's strength and obscuring the true issues, it results in being frozen and trapped. On the other hand, since the strength and the continuance of any society must depend on the naturalness of its conventions, it is profitable to defend the natural conventions even with scrupulosity, though scrupulosity is most often avoided by the wise. Thus, we appeal in the court as our court and enjoy the civil powers that were liberated by our own great men, we bargain because the marketplace has free choices, we demand a voice not for the soldier but the man. This is essential to show that we are not alienated from society. If not this society, what society do we have? But on the contrary, society is alienated from itself. The ordinary man is baffled by social dilemmas, the free man must make social inventions that liberate strength. Nothing is more disheartening than to see an honest party or press, unwilling to lend itself to bad alternatives, that does not also continually produce a stream of good natural solutions. If a man cannot in fact invent a way out, what right has such a man to be libertarian on the issue at all? His negative criticism insults and disheartens the rest. Further, it is not sufficient to proffer as a solution a state of society and of institutions which is precisely not attainable by a man's present powers of action. He must invent an action which can be performed today. But indeed, those who draw on natural powers find it easy to be inventive on natural issues. A man who finds himself usually constrained merely to veto all the presented alternatives is almost surely coerced by unconscious resistance to some possible solution. In natural ethics there is no such principle as the choice of the lesser of two evils. Such a principle is self-contradictory, for any free action or abstention must draw on natural power and cannot depend on a negation. When a social issue has come to the pass of a choice between evils, then we know that the citizens have long neglected their welfare. The free actions that we can then invent are all attended with great suffering. They must involve withdrawing utterly from the area of guilt, a painful sacrifice and more painful till all the consequences work themselves out. The lesser evil is a sign that an interest has been allowed to develop in isolation until it now threatens even our lives. It is the isolation of the issue from its causes that restricts the choice to the lesser evil. Those who break the spell and again draw on all their forces will find other choices. Thus, to resist the greater evil it is usual for well-intentioned men not to embrace the lesser evil but to form a united front with it. In the feeblest case, such a united front is called critical support. In the strongest case it is based on a program of minimum demands, presumably relevant to the causes of the crisis. Now, in principle a united front is nothing but mutual aid itself, but in practice it is often the inhibition of precisely the natural forces whose exercise would overcome the evil lesser and greater both. The formula of critical support usually comes to be simple acceptance. Therefore Gandhi said that by nature he was cooperative but he could not acquiesce to conditions that made it impossible to cooperate. The formula of the minimum program is in principle the same as drawing the line: relax coercion at this point and we will cooperate, the presumption being that then the issue is no longer isolated and our action is not necessarily evil. But in practice this often comes to freezing the situation into a new coercive compromise and inhibiting the dynamism of the next step. The very granting of the minimum demands proves to be the form of the new coercion, otherwise it would not have been granted, as social legislation prepares the corporate state. But social invention is impossible when the situation is frozen. Thus, with the aim of doing justice to the untouchables, Gandhi fasted against what seemed to be the reasonable minimum program of granting them a large number of sure constituencies in the Congress, because this would freeze their status as separate from the community. In general, right action with regard to the lesser evil and the united front is part of what can be called aggressive non-commitment and limited commitment. Obviously a man cannot act rightly with regard to bad alternatives by simply not committing himself at all, for then he is in fact supporting whichever bad alternative happens to be the stronger. But the free man can often occupy an aggressive position outside either alternative, which undercuts the situation and draws on neglected forces, so that even after the issue has been decided between the alternatives, the issue is still alive. New forces have been marshaled that challenge the decision, except that now the challenger is not a bad alternative but an inventive solution. This is the right action when the presented alternatives are frozen fast in the coercive structure. On the other hand, when the situation is somewhat fluid or confused, the free man, cooperative by nature, can make a limited commitment to a presented alternative, if he can work to clarify the issue, and he can, if the issue crystallizes badly, withdraw, still leaving the issue in doubt. He must retain considerable freedom of action. Any free action, so long as it is exercised, will generate increasing power. The aggressively non-committal man and the man who retains freedom of action when he commits himself to a limited extent will surely be effective and exert influence among those who are coerced, inhibited, and committed against their best nature. But best of all is to act in situations where there is a natural unanimity and no need for either withdrawal or limitation, for such action inspires a man beyond his best judgment. 2. Unanimity. Fraternal unanimity is the social resolution of a natural conflict better than the ability, desire, or judgment of the separate conflicting persons. For the most part, unanimity is found not by relaxing but by sharpening the conflict, risking natural coercion, until the emergence of a new idea. When the two parties to a conflict are in fact concerned for the common good, it is impossible that they should ever, unless for a temporary convenience, come to an electoral division and seek the majority. Each side will rather eagerly welcome rational opposition in order to perfect its own judgment. The conflict will generate a common solution, and the assent will be unanimous. This is of course a commonplace among bands of friends. When they are forced to a division and a vote, it is a sign that moral standards are at play, which are outside the dynamism of the friendship. To be sure, in friendly groups many decisions become unanimous by default, when some of the friends are not sufficiently concerned to press their claim, but it is reasonable that those most concerned should win the decision. Primitively the rule of the majority was, I suppose, a tacit agreement not to fight the armed battle that the majority would win anyway. As such it is an obvious coercion that soon, moreover, becomes unconscious under the cover of an illusion of justice, fair play, etc. Some philosophical color of justice could be given the majority by the utilitarian calculus, that the satisfaction of many is better than the satisfaction of few, if only it were the case that the majority opinion generally turned out to their own satisfaction, but on the contrary, often the smaller the minority the more deeply considered its opinion. It is impossible that other things should ever be so equal that there is more wisdom in 6 heads than in 5. Luckily most of the coercive conflicts that come to a vote are so nicely weighted with evils against each other that tossing a coin would also give a just decision. In practice, of course, the few are most concerned either about the issue or just getting elected and they have their way, the many default but regard themselves as uncoerced because they say I. The general notion of a division and a vote would be ultimately justifiable only if there could in fact be irreconcilable natural forces or interests. But no such thing exists in psychology, and in social ethics it is a self-contradiction, for any free society springs from common humanity, and any natural interest is not accidentally but essentially related to this common basis. And what free man would rest easy if he thought that his friend had a value that he absolutely could not share, at least in sympathy? Nevertheless, there are dilemmas in the human condition as such, because there are a number of ultimate criteria of right behavior which are incommensurable, and which in any given instance might cause an intellectually insoluble conflict. We say, let justice be done though the heavens fall, even though justice makes no sense when the heavens have fallen and there is no society. A scientist is justified to explore further no matter what the consequences. Even a mountain climber perishes in glory. An artist has an absolute mandate to finish his work even though his loved ones starve. And strong animal convictions, like love, friendship, loyalty, give a warrant for any excess. For any of these a man might blamelessly sacrifice his own life and jeopardize. The rest of us, our humanity, will applaud him. This is itself a wonderful property of common humanity. But, it is objected, even if we agree that there cannot be any ultimately irreconcilable natural conflict, in practice there is always a temporary irreconcilable conflict, therefore we have de facto an irreconcilable conflict and consult the majority rather than the force of arms. Where such de facto conflict really exists, then certainly the conclusion follows. But in fact it rarely exists, almost always an inventive solution is at hand or close at hand. It is an illusion that in the kind of issues that arise in practical communal problems a long time, more than a few weeks or months, is required to hit on an inventive solution rather than a compromise or a bad powerful alternative, but it is precisely because the majority knows that it will have its way that it inhibits invention and will not wait a single day. Was it the case, for instance, that in 1775 the Parliament did not have an inventive solution at hand? Of unanimity itself, there is the natural and the coercive. Coercive unanimity is a political evil especially of modern times, though it has always had religious and military manifestations, it is the coercion of habits and unconscious forces so that the judgment of the ego comes as if spontaneously to assent. The classical instance is the 100 deep thinkers who explain in identical irate language that socialism would destroy their individualities. Natural unanimity relies also on unconscious ties. The creative power of fraternity goes beyond the abilities of individuals, they see their work come to be by surprise. Bursts of uncontrolled social enthusiasm are also salutary, purgative, and inspiring, and approximate the relaxation of the total orgasm, but Lord, not the settled and monotonous hypnosis, that both sustains and is sustained by many of our institutions of industry and entertainment, and often indeed without a personal hypnotist, so that coerced and coercer walk in one trance. 3. Positive political action. We have been speaking of positive political action. Yet at least the word politics is anathema in anarchist writing. Politics is equated with coercion by the state apparatus and as the business of the group that is both the executive committee of the economic exploiters and practices exploitation on its own. This restriction of the term is unwise. For the fact is that throughout history, especially the best ages and many of the best men have spoken of themselves as political, and politics along with art and theory has been the noble activity of free men. Let us try to define politics as a free act, therefore belonging to free societies. Anarchist writers often speak of politics, the coercive functions of the state and the struggle for perquisites, as degenerating in free societies to mere administrative functions. But in the first place, we can see today that it is precisely through administrative functions that the most poisonous features of state coercion come to express themselves. Secondly, it is false that such degeneration would occur or would be desirable. Any measure of social initiation whatever, that is not routine and that faces initial opposition and must win its way to acceptance, is political. Precisely a free man in a free society will often initiate new policies, enter into conflict with his fellows, and coerce them, but this is natural coercion. It is best to define politics in the ancient way, as the constitutional relations among the functioning interests in a commonwealth. Then power springs from, and is limited by, function. The more modern notion of sovereignty, abstract power, is in principle illimitable, and in fact impedes function. It is imposed by pirates who are really outside the commonwealth, it is agreed to by neurotics who do not function of themselves and therefore have no counterforce. A property of free political action is to be positive, in the legal sense of imposing a new convention. Here too the anarchists, true to their false intuition, condone only negative or abstaining political action, and they are justified by the centuries of unnatural coercive conventions. But it is not the case that out of day-to-day economic and domestic existence there arises any great thing without the imposition of a positive, yes even aggressive, idea. Consider the Zionist movement to take an example from our coercive society. Great cities have sprung up, gardens have bloomed in deserts, and tribes of men have been set at rifle point, and all this is the effect of a mere idea in the mind of a journalist, working on prepared potentialities. A free positive idea could be said naturally to coerce social forces into action. This is natural politics. A coercive positive idea will invariably inhibit or destroy natural forces. This is unnatural politics. The alternative to natural politics is not no politics but coercive politics, for men will not cease to innovate positive social action. On the contrary, just the sentiment of routine and administrative functions invites bad innovations, therefore we must speak of waging the peace, just as we say waging the war. The sense in which a free artist can speak of arts of peace who knows what manner of peace one has with one's art. Let me quote the great sentence of Michelet, initiation, education, government, these are three synonymous words. To its initiator a positive idea seems at first coercive, then he recognizes it, perhaps only by acting it out, as the expression of his deeper powers, or sometimes of forces too deep to be properly called his own at all. If it is an idea that requires social cooperation, his fellows in turn will regard it as coercive. 10. As happens most often, the idea is erroneous. It is perhaps peculiar to his own nature or situation. Their free judgment will safely resist him, especially since there are other positive ideas in the field. But if indeed he has a better reason, they must perforce again be naturally coerced, they are his pupils. Civil liberty must mean the opportunity to initiate a policy, enterprise, or idea. This was how Milton or the early bourgeois meant it. It cannot mean merely freedom from restraint, as Mill seems to say, fighting a losing battle. Such liberty will not be preserved, except in form. For a wrong notion of unanimity. Just as there are terms unwisely rejected by our authors, so there are philosophers. And the most rejected is Nietzsche. Nevertheless, it is just the notion of Nietzsche that we are a bridge for who is better that can give salt to our concept of mutual aid. If freedom is the exercise of natural power, we cannot avoid coming to speak of natural aristocracy. To do so would be precisely envy, fear, and, as Nietzsche would have said, resentment. Therefore we must say, mutual aid and individual excellence, and a moment's reflection will show that this is the same as saying waging the peace. Our fraternity that has more than its share of eccentrics. And what a pity if free societies failed to transmute strong eccentricity into exemplarity, but instead absorbed it. This would be the wrong kind of unanimity. Strong eccentricity is the result in a coercive society of exercising any simple power too strong to be repressed. Since the system of coercion is organic and oppresses his power at every turn, hypocritically bringing it into irreconcilable conflict with other natural interests, the eccentric soon comes to deny that even plain goods are good. Thus we see that the gift of fearless speech, or strong animal lust, or common sense, all make eccentrics. But in free society the strong power finds its relation to other forces, it tries to impose on them its positive idea, and it becomes exemplary of its own character. When the peace is waged, when there is individual excellence and mutual aid, the result is exemplarity, models of achievement. V. Another wrong notion of unanimity. A favorite saying of mutual aiders is, happy is the people that has no history, no wars, no dynasties, no need to rebel, and what is there in the round of sensible human existence, always springing from the same needs, to make a theme for history? Yet I should like to question this saying and distinguish coercive history from free history. If we have regard only to the potentialities of human beings, it could be argued even that there has been no history, coercive or mhairwise. In the thousands of years there is no sensory, scientific, ethical, or even technical capability that has evolved or been lost. It is always a common human nature. But now if we turn on the anarchist saying that the people is happy, etc., supposing we ask, what is this natural existence, what are these human powers, needs, and satisfactions that free society fosters? Then we see that we know them, in their fullness, only through history. History is the actual ity of the human powers, and we infer the power from the act. It is Homer and Sophocles that demonstrate that we can be poets. From the peculiar character of an epoch we infer that certain powers, elsewhere actually expressed, were inhibited by the institutions. The university teaches where the creator spirit shone. In the end, it is only free positive action that makes history, revealing the depths of our common powers. For in all the empires, systems of exploitation, and first, second, third world wars that make up coercive history, there is a deadly sameness, everywhere the inhibition of most of the forces of life and always the expression of the same trivial force. It is startling, and therefore their wars possess a melancholy interest, that even the Greeks, those inventors and sons of the morning, could not improvise anything better than this. But proofs, poems, heroic and saintly deeds, though there be many thousands of each, and thousands of each species of each, have all a difference and inventiveness. Polity, too, is a free positive action, expediting, perhaps ennobling, the functioning of society. But it is dangerous, even without piracy, it soon hardens into abstract power. In the 18th century American documents of Jefferson and Madison, Adams and even Hamilton, it is remarkable how the authors speak as citizens, who embody equality and are creating it as an existential act of their natures. But 20 years later, already in Jefferson's administration and disastrously by the time of Monroe and Jackson, rhetoric is about free individuals patriotic to an abstract state that is not themselves. June 1945. Reflections on the anarchist principle. Anarchism is grounded in a rather definite proposition, that valuable behavior occurs only by the free and direct response of individuals or voluntary groups to the conditions presented by the historical environment. It claims that in most human affairs, whether political, economic, military, religious, moral, pedagogic, or cultural, more harm than good results from coercion, top-down direction, central authority bureaucracy, jails, conscription, states, preordained standardization, excessive planning, etc. Anarchists want to increase intrinsic functioning and diminish extrinsic power. This is a social psychological hypothesis with obvious political implications. Depending on varying historical conditions that present various threats to the anarchist principle, anarchists have laid their emphasis in varying places, sometimes agrarian, sometimes free city and guild-oriented, sometimes technological, sometimes anti-technological, sometimes communist, sometimes affirming property, sometimes individualist, sometimes collective, sometimes speaking of liberty as almost an absolute good, sometimes relying on custom and nature. Nevertheless, despite these differences, anarchists seldom fail to recognize one another, and they do not consider the differences to be incompatibilities. Consider a crucial modem problem: violence. Guerrilla fighting has been a classical anarchist technique, yet where, especially in modem conditions, any violent means tends to reinforce centralism and authoritarianism, anarchists have tended to see the beauty of nonviolence. Now the anarchist principle is by and large true. And far from being utopian or a glorious failure, it has proved itself and won out in many spectacular historical crises. In the period of mercantilism and patents royal, free enterprise by joint stock companies was anarchist. The Jeffersonian Bill of Rights and independent judiciary were anarchist. Congregational churches and other anarchists, would accept certain states of temporary emergency, if we can be confident that the emergency is temporary. We might accept sane simple logistic arrangements, like ticketing or metric standards or tax collection, if we can be confident that the administration, the secretariat, will not begin to run the show. And we might accept certain natural monopolies, like epidemic control, water supply, etc. Were anarchist. Progressive education was anarchist. The free cities and corporate law in the feudal system were anarchist. At present, the civil rights movement in the United States has been almost classically decentralist and anarchist. And so forth, down to details like free access in public libraries. Of course, to later historians these things do not seem to be anarchist. But in their own time they were all regarded as such and often literally called such. With the usual dire threats of chaos. But this relativity of the anarchist principle to the actual situation is of the essence of anarchism. There cannot be a history of anarchism in the sense of establishing a permanent state of things called anarchist. It is always a continual coping with the next situation, and a vigilance to make sure that past freedoms are not lost and do not turn into the opposite, as free enterprise turned into wage slavery and monopoly capitalism, or the independent judiciary turned into a monopoly of courts, cops, and lawyers, or free education turned into school systems. Freedom and autonomy. Many anarchist philosophers start from a lust for freedom. Where freedom is a metaphysical concept or a moral imperative, it leaves me cold. Cannot think in abstractions. But most often the freedom of anarchists is a deep animal cry or a religious plea like the hymn of the prisoners in Fidelio. They feel themselves imprisoned, existentially by the nature of things or by God, or because they have seen or suffered through much economic slavery, or they have been deprived of their liberties, or internally colonized by imperialists. To become human they must shake off restraint. Since, by and large, my experience is roomy enough for me, I do not lust for freedom, any more than I want to expand consciousness. I might feel differently, however, if I were subjected to literary censorship, like Solzhenitsyn. My usual gripe has been not that I am imprisoned, but that I am in exile or was born on the wrong planet, recently, that I am bedridden. My real trouble is that the world is impractical for me, and I understand that my stupidity and cowardice make it even less practical than it could be. To be sure, there are outrages that take me by the throat, like anybody else, and I lust to be free of them. Insults to humanity and the beauty of the world that keep me indignant. An atmosphere of lies, triviality, and vulgarity that suddenly makes me sick. The powers that be do not know the meaning of magnanimity, and often they are simply officious and spiteful, as Malatesta used to say, you just try do your thing and they prevent you, and then you are to blame for the fight that ensues. Worst of all, the earth-destroying actions of power are demented, and as in ancient tragedies and histories we read how arrogant men committed sacrilege and brought down doom on themselves and those associated with them, so I sometimes am superstitiously afraid to belong to the same tribe and walk the same ground as our statesmen. But no. Men have a right to be crazy, stupid, and arrogant. It's our special thing. Our mistake is to arm anybody with collective power. Anarchy is the only safe polity. It is a common misconception that anarchists believe that human nature is good and so men can be trusted to rule themselves. In fact, we tend to take the pessimistic view, people are not be trusted, so prevent the concentration of power. Men in authority are especially likely to be stupid because they are out of touch with concrete finite experience and instead keep interfering with other people's initiative and making them stupid and anxious. And imagine what being deified like Mao Zedong or Kim Il-sung must do to a man's character. Or habitually thinking about the unthinkable, like the masters of the Pentagon. To me, the chief principle of anarchism is not freedom but autonomy. Since to initiate and to do it my way, and be an artist with concrete matter, is the kind of experience I like, I am restive about being given orders by external authorities, who don't concretely know the problem or the available means. Mostly, behavior is more graceful, forceful, and discriminating without the intervention of top-down authorities, whether state, collective, democracy, corporate bureaucracy, prison wardens, deans, prearranged curricula, or central planning. These may be necessary in certain emergencies, but it is at a cost to vitality. This is an empirical proposition in social psychology and I think the evidence is heavily in its favor. By and large, the use of power to do a job is inefficient in the fairly short run. Extrinsic power inhibits intrinsic function. As Aristotle said, soul is self-moving. In his recent book Beyond Freedom and Dignity, B.F. Skinner holds that these are defensive prejudices that interfere with the operant conditioning of people toward their desired goals of happiness and harmony. He misses the point. What is objectionable about operant conditioning is not that it violates freedom, but that the consequent behavior is graceless and low-grade as well as label it is not assimilated as second nature. He is so impressed by the fact that an animal's behavior can be shaped at all to perform according to the trainer's goal, that he does not compare the performance with the inventive, flexible, and maturing behavior of the animal initiating and responding in its natural field. And incidentally, dignity is not a specifically human prejudice, as he thinks, but the ordinary bearing of any animal, angrily defended when its organic integrity or own space is insulted. To lust for freedom is certainly a motive of political change stronger than autonomy. To make an anarchist revolution, Bakunin wanted, in his early period, to rely precisely on the outcast, delinquents, prostitutes, convicts, displaced peasants, lumpen proletarians, those who had nothing to lose, not even their chains, but who felt oppressed. There were enough troops of this kind in the grim heyday of industrialism and urbanization. But naturally, people who have nothing are hard to organize and consolidate for a long effort, and they are easily seduced by a fascist who can offer guns, revenge, and a moment's flush of power. The pathos of oppressed people lusting for freedom is that, if they break free, they don't know what to do. Not having been autonomous, they do not know how to go about it, and before they learn it is usually too late. New managers have taken over, who may or may not be benevolent and imbued with the revolution, but who have never been in a hurry to abdicate. The oppressed hope for too much from the new society, instead of being stubbornly vigilant to do their own things. The only achieved liberation movement that I can think of was the American Revolution, made largely by artisans, fanners, merchants, and professionals who had going concerns to begin with and wanted to get rid of interference, and afterwards enjoyed a prosperous quasi-anarchy for nearly 30 years. Nobody cared much about the new government. They were protected by 3,000 miles of ocean. The Catalonian Revolution during the Spanish Civil War could have gone well, for the same reasons, but the fascists and communists did them in. Anarchy requires competence and self-confidence, the sentiment that the world is for one. It does not thrive among the exploited, oppressed, and colonized. Thus, unfortunately, it lacks a powerful drive toward revolutionary change. Yet in the affluent liberal societies of Europe and America there is a hopeful possibility of the following kind: fairly autonomous people, among the middle class, the young, craftsmen, and professionals, cannot help but see that they cannot continue so in the present institutions. They cannot do honest and useful work or practice a profession nobly, arts and sciences are corrupted, modest enterprise must be blown out of all proportion to survive, the young cannot find vocations, it is hard to raise children, talent is strangled by credentials, the natural environment is being destroyed, health is imperiled, community life is inane, neighborhoods are ugly and unsafe, public services do not work, taxes are squandered on war, school teachers, and politicians. Then they may make changes, to extend the areas of freedom from encroachment. Such changes might be piecemeal and not dramatic, but they must be fundamental, for many of the present institutions cannot be recast and the tendency of the system as a whole is disastrous. I like the Marxist term withering away of the state, but it must begin now, not afterwards. The goal is not a new society, but a tolerable society in which life can go on. Anarchism and revolution. In anarchist theory, the word revolution means the process by which the grip of authority is loosed, so that the functions of life can regulate themselves, without top-down direction or external hindrance. The idea is that, except for emergencies and a few special cases, free functioning will find its own right structures and coordination. An anarchist description of a revolutionary period thus consists of many accounts of how localities, factories, tradesmen, schools, professional groups, and communes go about managing their own affairs, defending themselves against the central system, and making whatever federal arrangements among themselves that are necessary to weave the fabric of society. An anarchist history of the French Revolution is not much concerned about Paris and the stormy assembly but concentrates on what went on in Lyons, how the bakers carried on the production and distribution of bread though everything seemed to be in chaos, how legal documents were burned up, and how a hastily assembled militia fought off an invader. And of course general history is concerned, not with kings, statesmen, warriors, and politics, but with molecular social conditions, cultural and technical innovation, and the long-range development of religious attitudes and social movements. From this point of view, Western history has had some pretty good anarchist successes. Anarchy is not merely utopian dreams and a few bloody failures. Winning civil liberties, from Runnymede to the Jeffersonian Bill of Rights, the escape of the townsmen from feudal lords and establishing guild democracy, the liberation of conscience and congregations since the Reformation, the abolition of serfdom, chattel slavery, and some bonds of wage slavery, the freeing of trade and enterprise from mercantilism, the freedom of nations from dynasties and of some nations from imperialists, the development of progressive education and the freeing of sexuality. These bread and butter topics of European history are never called anarchist, but they are. The anarchist victory was won by human suffering and often at the cost of blood. It has somewhat persisted, and it must be vigilantly defended and extended. Any new political revolution, even if it calls itself liberation, cannot be relied on to care for these ancient things. In fact, we see that some liberators impatiently brush them aside. Civil liberties go overboard, labor unions are castrated, schooling becomes regimentation, and so forth. But even this is not so annoying as to hear defenders of the present status quo with its freedoms call those who want to extend freedom aimless anarchists. With regard to freedoms, even eternal vigilance is not enough. Unless freedoms are extended, they are whittled away, for those in power always have the advantage of organization and state resources, while ordinary people become tired of battle and fragmented. We may vigilantly defend constitutional limitations and privileges that we have won, but new conditions arise that circumvent them. For instance, new technology like wiretapping and new organizations like computerized Interpol must be offset by new immunities, public defenders, etc., otherwise the adversary system of Runnymede is nullified. Labor leaders become bureaucrats and are co-opted, and union members do not attend meetings, unless new demands revitalize the labor movements. In my opinion, the labor movement can at present only be revitalized by turning to the idea of workers' management. Triumphant science, having won the battles of Galileo and Darwin, has become the new orthodoxy. We see that ecological threats have created a brand new freedom to fight for the right to have an environment. On the positive side, the spirit of freedom is indivisible and quick to revive. A good fight on one issue has a tonic effect on all society. In totalitarian countries it is very difficult to control thought, and we have seen how contagious populist protest has been in recent years in the United States. In Czechoslovakia an entire generation was apparently totally controlled since 1948, but whether because of native human wildness or the spirit of Hus, Comenius, and Masaryk youth acted in 1968 as if there were no such control. And in the United States, 25 years of affluent consumerism and organization mentality have not seemed to dampen the youth of the present decade. Anarchists rely on the inventiveness, courage, and drive to freedom of human nature, as opposed to the proletarian industrialized mentality of scientific socialism, which takes it for granted that people are essentially and totally socialized by their historical conditions. But anarchist philosophers disagree sharply on the conditions that encourage freedom. Bakunin, for instance, relies on the unemployed, the alienated, the outcasts, the criminal, the uprooted intelligentsia, those who have nothing to lose, not even their chains. But Kropotkin, by contrast, relies on the competent and independent, the highly skilled small farmers with their peasant community traditions, miners, artists, explorers, architects, and educators. Student anarchism at present tends to be Bakuninist because, in my opinion, the students are inauthentically students, they are exploited and lumpen in principle kept on ice. Students are niggers. But hopefully the movement is now beginning to have a more Kropotkinian tendency, with authentic young professionals in law, medicine, and ecology. The March 4 movement of the young scientists at MIT is symbolic of the new trend. Revolution and counter-revolution. In ordinary usage, of course, including both liberal and Marxist usage. The word revolution has meant, not that control cease to operate and hinder function, but that a new regime establishes itself and reorganizes the institutions according to its own ideas and interests. Liberal historians describe the abuses of the tyrant that made the old regime illegitimate and unviable, and they show how the new regime instituted necessary reforms. Marxists show how in changed technological and social conditions, the class conflict between the dominant and exploited classes erupts. The old dominant group is no longer competent to maintain its power and ideology, the system of belief that gave it legitimacy. Then the new regime establishes institutions to cope with the new conditions, and from these develop a superstructure of belief that provides stability and legitimacy. Agitational Marxism, Leninism, works to make the old regime unable to cope, to make it illegitimate and to hasten its fall. It is then likely to take power as a minority vanguard party which must educate the masses to their own interests. In this stringent activity, any efforts at piecemeal improvement or protecting traditional freedoms are regarded as mere reformism or tinkering, and they are called objectively counter-revolutionary. After the takeover by the new regime, there must be a strong and repressive administration to prevent reaction, During this period anarchists fare badly. Of the political thought of the past century, only anarchism or, better, anarcho-pacifism, the philosophy of institutions without the state and centrally organized violence, has consistently foreseen the gross dangers of present advanced societies, their police, bureaucracy, excessive centralization of decision-making, social engineering, processing, schooling, and inevitable militarization. War is the health of the state, as Randolph Bourne put it. The bourgeois state of the early 19th century may well have been merely the instrument of the dominant economic class, as Marx said, but in its further development its gigantic statism has become more important than its exploitation for profit. It and the socialist alternatives have not developed very differently. All have tended toward fascism, statism, pure and simple. In the corporate liberal societies, the Bismarckian welfare state, immensely extended, does less and less well by its poor and outcast. In socialist societies, free communism does not come to be, labor is regimented, surplus value is mulcted and reinvested, and there is also a power elite. In both types, the alarming consequences of big-scale technology and massive urbanization, directed by the state or by baronial corporations, make it doubtful that central authority is a workable structure. It could be said that most of the national states, once they had organized the excessive fragmentation of the later Middle Ages, outlived their usefulness by the 17th century. Their subsequent career has been largely their own aggrandizement. They have impeded, rather than helped, the advancing functions of civilization. And evidently in our times they cannot be allowed to go on. Perhaps we could be saved by the organization of a still more powerful supranation, but the present powers being what they are, this would require the very war that would do us in. And since present central powers are dangerous and dehumanizing, why trust superpower and a central international organization? The anarchist alternative is more logical: try to decentralize and weaken top-down authority in the nation-states, and come to international organization by piecemeal functional and regional arrangements from below, in trade, travel, development, science, communications, health, etc. Thus, for objective reasons, it is now quite respectable to argue for anarchy, pacifism, or both, whereas even a generation ago such ideas were considered odd, absurd, utopian, or wicked. I do not mean that anarchy answers all questions. Rather, we have the dilemma, it seems, that modern economies, technologies, urbanism, communications, and diplomacy demand ever tighter centralized control, yet this method of organization patently does not work. Or even worse, to cope with increasingly recurrent emergencies, we need unified information, central power, massive resources, repression, crash programs, hotlines, but just these things produce and heighten the emergencies. There is real confusion here, shared by myself. Anarchism and the young. In any case, now hundreds of thousands of young people, perhaps millions, call themselves anarchists, more so in Europe, of course, where there has been a continuing tradition of anarchist thought. It is hard to know how to assay this. There are isolated phrases with an anarchist resonance: do your thing. Participatory democracy, I scoff at all national flags, these thinkers are virtually unknown. The problematic character of youthful anarchism at present comes from the fact that the young are alienated, have no world for them. Among revolutionary political philosophies, anarchism and pacifism alone do not thrive on alienation, unlike example Leninism or fascism. They require a nature of things to give order, and a trust in other people not to be excessively violent. They cannot rely on imposed discipline to give the movement strength, nor on organized power to avert technological and social chaos. Thus, historically, anarchism has been the revolutionary politics of skilled artisans and of farmers' workers who do not need a boss, of workmen in dangerous occupations who learn to trust one another, of aristocrats who know the inside story and can economically afford to be idealistic, of artists and explorers who venture into the unknown and are self-reliant, among professionals, progressive educators, and architects have been anarchist. We would expect many students to be anarchist, because of their lack of ties, their commitment to the Republic of Letters and Science, and their camaraderie, and so it was, among many European students of the classical type, just as others were drawn to elitist fascism. But contemporary students, under the conditions of mass education, are in their schedule very much like factory proletariat, and they are not authentically involved in their studies. Yet their camaraderie is strong, and in some respects they are like aristocrats en masse. The effects are contradictory. They are daring in direct action, and they resist party discipline, they form communities, but they are mesmerized by the charisma of administration and power, and since they only know going to school, they are not ready to manage much. In both Europe and America, the confusion of alienated youth shows up in their self-contradictory amalgam of anarchist and Leninist thoughts and tactics, often within the same group and in the same action. In my biased opinion, their frank and clear insight and their spontaneous gut feeling are anarchist. They do not lose the woods for the trees, they feel where the shoe pinches, they have a quick and naive indignation and nausea, and they want freedom. What they really hate is not their countries, neither repressive communism nor piggish capitalism, but how modern times have gone awry, the ubiquitous abuse of technology and administration, and the hypocritical distortion of great ideals. But their alienation is Leninist, bent on seizing power. Having little world for themselves, they have no patience for growth, inevitably frustrated, they get quickly angry, they want their turn on top in the power structure, which is all they know, they think of using their youthful solidarity and fun and games ingenuity to make a putsch. As anarchists, they should be internationalist and create an international youth movement, but in the United States, at least, their alienation betrays them into the stupidity of simply fighting the Cold War in reverse, smashing capitalism and building socialism. Of course, this does not ally them with the Soviet Union, which in obvious ways looks uncomfortably like their own country, and worse, about Russia, they tend to say nothing at all. They say they are allied with the underdeveloped socialist countries China, Cuba, North Korea, North Vietnam and all anti-colonial liberation movements. This is a generous impulse, and it provides them a relevant activity that they can work at, trying to thwart American imperialist intervention. But it is irrelevant in terms of providing models or theory for their own problems in the United States. I am afraid that an advantage of the Third World is that it is exotic, as well as starving. One does not need to know the inner workings. Certainly their alliance with it has given the Leninist militants some dubious bedfellows: Nkrumah, Nasser, Kim Tu-sung, Sukarno, Che Guevara in Bolivia, etc. In the more actual situation of the Vietnam War protest, where young militants might have had some influence on American public opinion, I have always found it impossible to have a serious discussion with them whether it was to the advantage of the South Vietnamese farmers to have a collective communist regime or just to get rid of the Americans and aim at a system of small landowners and cooperatives, as the radical Buddhists seemed to favor. To the Leninists it was more satisfactory to chant Ho 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 Chi Minh, the NLF is going to win, but anarchists might prefer the Buddhist solution, since, as Marxists scornfully point out, anarchism is a peasant ideology, and pacifists cannot help but see the usual consequences of war, the same old story for 10,000 years. Historically, the possibility of an anarchist revolution, decentralist, anti-police, anti-party, anti-bureaucracy, organized by voluntary association, and putting a premium on grassroots spontaneity has always been anathema to Marxist communists and has been ruthlessly suppressed. Marx expelled the anarchist unions from the International Workingmen's Association. Having used them to consolidate their own minority power, Lenin and Trotsky slaughtered the anarchists in the Ukraine and at Kronstadt. Stalin murdered them in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War. Castro has jailed them in Cuba, and Gomulka in Poland. In the Western press, anarchy is the term for chaotic riot and aimless defiance of authority. In official Marxist statements, it appears in the stereotype bourgeois revisionists, infantile leftists, and anarchists. They are bourgeois revisionists because they want civil liberties, a less restricted economy, and a better break for fanners. They are infantile leftists because they want workers' management, less bureaucracy, and less class distinction. Youth and power. The American youth are not really interested in political economy. Their socialism is a symbolic slogan, authentic in expressing disgust at the affluent standard of living and indignation at the existence of so many poor people. Historically, anarchists have been non-committal or various about socialism, in the sense of collective ownership and management. Corporate capitalism, state capitalism, and state communism have all been unacceptable to anarchists, because they trap people and push them around. There can easily be too much central planning. But pure communism, the pie-in-the-sky future of Marxists, connoting voluntary labor and free appropriation operating by community spirit, is an anarchist ideal. Yet Adam Smith's free enterprise, in its pure form of companies of active owner-managers competing in a free market, without monopoly, is also congenial zero anarchists and was called anarchic in Smith's own time. There is an anarchist ring to Jefferson's agrarian notion that a man needs enough control of his subsistence, or tenure in his work, to be free of irresistible political pressure. Small community control kibbutzim, workers' management in factories, producers and consumers cooperatives is congenial to anarchism. Underlying all anarchist thought is a hankering for peasant independence, craft guild self-management, and the democracy of the village meeting or of medieval free cities. It is a question how all this can be achieved in modern technical and urban conditions, but in my opinion we could go a lot farther than we think if we set our sights on decency and freedom rather than on delusory greatness and suburban affluence. If young Americans really consulted their economic interests, instead of their power propaganda or their generous sentiments, I think they would opt for the so-called Scandinavian or mixed economy, of big and small capitalism, producers and consumers cooperatives, independent farming, and state and municipal socialism, each with a strong influence. To this I would add a sector of pure communism, free appropriation adequate for DCM poverty for those who do not want to make money or are too busy with non-paying pursuits to make money. Such a sector of pure communism would cost about 1% of our gross national product and would make our world both more livable and more productive. The advantage of a mixed system of this kind for the young is that it increases the opportunities for each one to find the milieu and style that suits him, whereas both the present American cash nexus and socialism necessarily process them and channel them. Despite their slogans of student power and power to the people, I do not think that the young want power, but just to be taken into account and to be able to do their thing just as, despite the bloodthirsty rhetoric, the most militant seem to be pacifist. With meticulous planning, they blow up a huge selective service headquarters and meticulously see to it that nobody is injured. The young indeed want a revolutionary change, but not by the route of taking over. So except for a while, on particular occasions, they simply cannot be manipulated to be the shock troops of a Leninist coup. If a large number of young people go along with actions organized by Trotskyites or the Progressive Labor Party or with some of the delusions of the various splinters of Students for a Democratic Society, it is because, in their judgment, the resulting disruption does more good than harm. And let me say that, compared with the arrogance, cold violence, and occasional insanity of our established institutions, the arrogance, hot-headedness, and all too human folly of the young are venial SLOS. My real bother with the Ned-Leninist wing of the New Left is that its aberrative manipulation of lively energy and moral fervor for a political revolution that will not be, and ought not to be, confuses the piecemeal social and cultural change that is brightly possible. This puts me off, but of course it is their problem, and they have to do it in their own way. In my opinion, it is inauthentic to do community development in order to politicize people, or to use a good do-it-yourself project as a means of bringing people into the movement. Good things should be done for their own sake and will then generate their own appropriate momentum. The amazing courage of sticking to one's convictions in the face of the police is insulted when it is manipulated as a means of radicalizing. The loyalty of youth to one another is extraordinary, but it can turn to disillusionment if they perceive that they are being had. Many of the best youths went through this in the 30s, and it was a bad scene. In an important sense, the present bandying about of the word revolution, in its usual connotations, as in the present symposium, is counter-revolutionary. It is too political. It seems to assume that there could be such a thing as a good society or body politic, whereas, in my judgment, the best that is to be hoped for is a tolerable society that allows the important activities of life to proceed: friends, sex, A11s and sciences, faith, the growing up of children with bright eyes, and the air and water clean. I myself have a conservative, maybe timid, disposition, yet I trust that the present regime in America will get a lot more roughing up than it has, from the young who resent being processed, from the blacks who have been left out, from housewives and others who buy real goods with hard money at inflationary prices, hiked by expense accounts and government subsidies, from professionals demanding the right to practice their professions rather than be treated as personnel of the front office. Not to speak of every live person in jeopardy because of the bombs and chemical biological warfare. Our system can stand, and profit by, plenty of interruption of business as usual. It is not such a delicate Swiss watch as all that. The danger is not in the loosening of the machine but in its tightening up by panic repression. It is true that because of massive urbanization and interlocking technologies, advanced countries are vulnerable to catastrophic disruption, and this creates intense anxiety. But there is far more likelihood of breakdown from the respectable ambitions of Eastern Airlines and Consolidated Edison than from the sabotage of revolutionaries or the moral collapse of hippies. In a modern massive complex society, it is said, any rapid global revolutionary or utopian change can be incalculably destructive. I agree. But I wish people would remember that we have continually introduced big rapid changes that have in fact produced incalculable shock. Consider, in the past generation, the TV, mass higher schooling, the complex of cars, roads, and suburbanization, mass air travel, the complex of plantations, government subsidies to big planters, chain grocers, and forced urbanization, not to speak of the meteoric rise of the military industries. In all these there has been a big factor of willful decision. These have not been natural processes or inevitable catastrophes. And we have not yet begun to compound with the problems caused by these utopian changes. Rather, in what seems an amazingly brief time, we have come to a political, cultural, and religious crisis, and talk of revolution. All because of a few willful fools. A decade ago it was claimed that there was an end to ideology, for the problems of modern society have to be coped with pragmatically, function ally, piecemeal. This seems to have been a poor prediction, considering the deafening revival of Marxist-Leninist rhetoric and law and order rhetoric. Yet it was true, though not in the sense in which it was offered. The ideological rhetoric is pretty irrelevant, but the pragmatic, functional, and piecemeal approach has not, as was expected, consigned our problems to the expertise of administrators and engineers but has thrown them to the dissenters. Relevant new thought has not been administrative and technological, but existentialist, ethical. And tactical pragmatism has come to be interpreted to include the character of the agents as part of the problem to be solved. It is psychoanalytic, there is stress on engagement. Functionalism has come to mean criticizing the program and the function itself, asking who wants to do it and why, and is it humanly worth doing, is it ecologically sound. Piecemeal issues have gotten entangled with the political action of people affected by them. Instead of becoming more administrative as expected, every problem becomes political. The premises of expert planning are called into question. The credentials of the Board of Trustees are scrutinized. Professional and discipline have become dirty words. Terms like commitment, dialogue, confrontation, community, and do your thing are indeed anti-ideological, and sometimes they do not connote much other thought, either, but they are surely not what the end of ideology had in mind. The crisis of authority. Our revolutionary situation is not a political one, and yet there is a crisis of authority. This is peculiar. There is a system and a power elite. But Americans do not identify with the ruling oligarchy, which is foreign to our tradition. A major part of it, the military-industrial, and the CIA, and FBI even constitute a hidden government that does not thrive on public exposure. The daily scandals in the press seem to indicate that the hidden government is coming apart at the seams. Politicians carefully cajole the people's sensibilities and respect their freedom, so long as these remain private. And we have hit upon the following accommodation: in high matters of state, war, and empire, the oligarchy presents fates accomplis; in more local matters, people resent being pushed around. Until 1969, budgets in the billions were not debated, but small sums are debated. From a small center of decision, it has been possible to spend $1 trillion for arms, employ scores of millions of people, transform the universities, distort the future of science without public murmur, but where a regional plan might be usefully g. For depollution or Bainier distribution of population, it fails because of a maze of jurisdictions and private complaints. In such a case, what is the real constitution? The social compact becomes acquiescence to the social machine, and citizenship consists in playing appropriate roles as producers, functionaries, and consumers. The machine is productive, the roles, to such as have them, are rewarding. In the galloping economy, the annual tax bite, which ordinarily strikes home to citizens everywhere, has been tolerable. Then, human nature being what it is, the Americans have accepted the void of authentic sovereignty by developing a new kind of allegiance to the rich and high technological style itself, which provides the norm of correct behavior for workmen, inspires the supermarkets, and is used to recruit soldiers. A typical and ever-important class is the new professionals. Being entitled to tend the engine and steer it, they are high-salaried and prestigious. An expensive system of schooling has been devised to prepare the young for these roles. At the same time, these professionals are mere personnel. There is no place for the autonomy, ethics, and guild liberty that used to characterize professionals as persons and citizens. Mutatis mutandis, the same can be said of the working class. It reminds one of the development of the Roman Empire, when personal rights were extended under the jus gentium, but the whole world became one prison. On the other hand, large groups of population are allowed to drop out as socially useless farmers, racial minorities, the incompetent and deviant, the old, many of the young. When these are not altogether neglected, they are treated as objects of social engineering and are also lost as citizens. This too is like Rome. In an apolitical situation like this, it is hard for good observers to distinguish between riot and riotous protest, between a juvenile delinquent, a rebel without a cause, an inarticulate guerrilla, a Protestant for legitimacy. Student protest may be adolescent identity crisis, alienation, or politics. On a poll, to say "I don't know" might mean one is judicious, a moron, or a cynic about the questions or the options. Conversely, good behavior may be rational assent, apathy, obsessional neurosis, or a dangerous pre-psychosis about to murder father, mother, and 4 siblings. With this background, we can understand the rash of civil disobedience, lawlessness, and the general crisis of authority. What happens politically in a country like the United States when the government steers a disastrous course? There is free speech and assembly and a strong tradition of democracy. It is false that these do not exist, and with some grim exceptions they have been pretty well protected. But the traditional structures of remedy have fallen into desuetude or become phony, or are terribly rusty. Critical professionals, bourgeois reformers, organizations of farmers and industrial workers, and political machines of the urban poor have been largely co-opted. Then, inevitably, protest appears at a more primitive or inchoate level. Civil disobedience are nostalgic patriots without available political means. The new lawless are the oppressed, without political means. Instead of having a program or party, protesters have to try, as Mario Savio said, to throw themselves on the gears and levers to stop the machine. Scholars think up ways to stop traffic. Professionals form groups to nullify a law. Middle-class women go by trainloads to Washington to badger senators and are hauled off to jail for disorderly conduct. The physically oppressed burn down their own neighborhoods. The promising aspect of it is the revival of populism, sovereignty reverting to the people. One can sense it infallibly during the big rallies, the March on Washington in '63 or the peace rallies in New York and at the Pentagon in '67 and in Washington in '69. Except among a few Leninists, the mood is euphoric, the heady feeling of the sovereign people invincible for a couple of hours. The draft card burners are proud. The children of Birmingham attacked by dogs look just like Christians. Physicians who support Dr. Levy feel Hippocratic, and professors who protest classified research feel academic right back to Abelard. On the other hand, the government with the mightiest military power in the history of the world does not hasten to alter its course because of so much sweet determination. The police of the cities have prepared arsenals of anti-riot weapons. Organized workmen beat up peace demonstrators. Judge Hoffman does not allow relevant evidence to be heard in court. Tear gas is dropped on the Berkeley campus because some people have planted trees. I do not think this conflict is much the result of evil motives, though there are some mighty stupid people around. There are few pigs as well as few subversives and plenty of patriots on both sides, and I have not heard of any institutional changes that would indeed solve the inherent dilemmas of modern times. The crisis of legitimacy is a historical one. Perhaps social contract, sovereignty, and law in any American sense are outmoded concepts. The crisis of belief. Among the young especially, the crisis is a religious one, deeper than politics. The young have ceased to believe in something, and the disbelief occurs at progressively earlier years. What is at stake is not the legitimacy of American authority but of any authority underscore the professions, the disciplines, reasoning about the nature of things, and even if there is a nature of things these are all distrusted. Thus, for instance, the dissenting scientists and professors of MIT and Harvard, who want to change the direction of research and alter the priorities of technology, do not seem to me to understand the profound change in popular feeling. Put it this way, modern societies have been operating as if religion were a minor and moribund part of the scheme of things. But this is unlikely. Men do not do without a system of meanings that everyone puts their hopes in, even if, or especially if, he doesn't know anything about it. What Freud called a shared psychosis, meaningful simply because shared, and with the power that resides in dream. In advanced countries it is science and technology themselves that have gradually and finally triumphantly become the system of mass faith, not disputed by various political ideologies and nationalisms that have also been religious. Marxism called itself scientific socialism, as against moral and utopian socialisms, and this has helped it succeed. For 300 years, science and scientific technology had an unblemished and justified reputation as a wonderful adventure, pouring out practical benefits and liberating the spirit from the errors of superstition and traditional faith. During the 20th century, science and technology have been the only generally credited system of explanation and problem solving. Yet in our generation they have come to seem to many, and to very many of the best oft young, as essentially inhuman, abstract, regimenting, hand in glove with power, and even diabolical. Young people say that science is anti-life, it is a Calvinist obsession, it has been a weapon of white Europe to subjugate colored races, and manifestly in view of recent scientific technology people who think scientifically become insane. The immediate reasons for this shattering reversal of values are fairly obvious: Hitler's ovens and his other experiments in eugenics, the first atom bombs and their frenzied subsequent developments, the deterioration of the physical environment and the destruction of the biosphere, the catastrophes impending over the cities because of technological failures and psychological stress, the prospect of a brainwashed and drugged 1984. Innovations yield diminishing returns in enhancing life. And instead of rejoicing, there is now widespread conviction that beautiful advances in genetics, surgery, computers, rocketry, or atomic energy will surely only increase human woe. In such a crisis, it is not sufficient to ban the military from the universities, and it will not even be sufficient, as liberal statesmen and many of the big corporations envisage, to beat the swords into plowshares and come to solving problems of transportation, desalinization, urban renewal, garbage disposal, cleaning up the air and water, and perfecting a contraceptive. If the present difficulty is religious and historical, it will be necessary to alter the entire relationship of science, technology, and human needs, both in fact and in men's minds. I do not personally think that we will turn away from science. In spite of the fantasies of hippies, we are going to continue to live in a technological world. The question is that viable? The closest analogy I can think of is the Protestant Reformation, a change of moral allegiance, not giving up the faith, but liberation from the whore of Babylon and a return to the faith purified. Science, the chief orthodoxy of modern times, has certainly been badly corrupted, but the deepest flaw of the affluent societies that has alienated the young is not, finally, imperialism, economic injustice, or racism, but the nauseating phoniness, triviality, and wastefulness, the cultural and moral scandal that Luther found when he went to Rome in 1510. And precisely science, which should have been the wind of truth to clear the air, has polluted the air, helped to brainwash, and provided weapons for war. I doubt that most young people today have even heard of the ideal of the dedicated researcher, truculent and incorruptible, and not getting any grants, the German scientist that Sinclair Lewis described in Aerosmith. Such a figure is no longer believable. I don't mean, of course, that he doesn't exist. There must be thousands of him, just as there were good priests in 1510. The analogy to the Reformation is even more exact if we consider the school system, from educational toys and Head Start up through the university or cities. This system is manned by the biggest horde of monks since the time of Henry VIII. It is the biggest industry in the country. It is mostly hocus pocus. And the abbots of this system are the chiefs of science, e.g., the National Science Foundation, who talk about reform but work to expand the school budgets, step up the curriculum, inspire the endless catechism of tests, and increase the requirements for Mandarin credentials. These abuses are international, as the faith is. For instance, there is no essential difference between the military-industrial systems, or the school systems, of the Soviet Union and the United States. There are important differences in way of life and standard of living, but the abuses of technology are very similar: pollution, excessive urbanization, destruction of the biosphere, weaponry, disastrous foreign aid. Our protesters naturally single out our own country, and the United States is the most powerful country, but the corruption we are speaking of is not specifically American nor capitalist, it is a disease of modern times. But the analogy is to the Reformation, it is not to primitive Christianity or some other primitivism, the abandonment of technological civilization. There is indeed much talk about the doom of Western civilization. Young people cast horoscopes, and a few Adamites actually do retire into the hills. But for the great mass of mankind, that's not where it's at. Despite all the movements for national liberation, there is not the slightest interruption to the universalizing of Western civilization, including most of its delusions, into the so-called Third World. Needless to say, the prospect of a new Reformation is a terrifying one. Given the intransigence and duplicity of established power on the one hand, and the fanaticism of the protesters on the other, we may be headed for a 30 years' war. Some prima facie objections to decentralism throughout our society: a centralizing style of organizing has been pushed so far as to become ineffective and wasteful, humanly stultifying, and ruinous to democracy. It is so in industries, government, labor unions, schools, and science, culture and agriculture. And the tight interlocking of these central organizations has created, in my opinion, a critical situation. Modest, direct, or independent action has become extremely difficult in almost every function of society. We need at present a strong admixture of decentralism. The problem is where, how much, and how to get it. In a centralized system, the function to be performed is the goal of the organization rather than of any persons. The persons are personnel. Authority is top-down. Information is gathered from below in the field, is processed to be usable by those above. Decisions are made in headquarters, and policy, schedule, and standard procedure are transmitted downward by chain of command. The enterprise as a whole is divided into departments of operation to which personnel are assigned with distinct roles, to give standard performance. This is the system in Mr. Goldwater's department store, in the federal government and in the state governments, in most elementary and higher education, in the CIO, in hospitals, in neighborhood renewal, in network broadcasting, and in the deals that chain grocers make with farmers. The system was designed for disciplining armies, for bureaucratic record-keeping and tax collection, and for certain kinds of mass production. It has now pervaded every field. The principle of decentralism is that people are engaged in the function they perform, the organization is how they cooperate. Authority is delegated away from the top as much as possible, and there are many centers of decision and policy making. Information is conveyed and discussed in face-to-face contacts between field and headquarters. And each person becomes aware of the whole operation. He works at it in his own way according to his capacities. Groups arrange their own schedules. Historically, this system of voluntary association has yielded most of the values of civilization, but it is thought to be entirely unworkable under modern conditions, and the very sound of it is strange. Now if, lecturing at a college, I happen to mention that some function of society which is highly centralized could be much decentralized without loss of efficiency, or perhaps with a gain in efficiency, at once the students want to talk about nothing else. This insistence of theirs used to surprise me, and I tested it experimentally by slipping in a decentralist remark during lectures on entirely different subjects. The students unerringly latched onto the remark. In their questions, for 20 minutes they might pursue the main theme e.g. nuclear pacifism or even the sexual revolution, but they returned to decentralization for many hours, attacking me with skepticism, hot objections, or hard puzzlers. From their tone, it is clear that something is at stake for their existence. They feel trapped in the present system of society that allows them so little say or initiative, and that indeed is like the schooling that they have been enduring for 12 to 16 years. The querulousness and biting sarcasm mean that, if decentralization is possible, they have become needlessly resigned. They hotly defend the second best that they have opted for instead. But the seriousness and hard questions are asked with a tone of skeptical wistfulness that will be able to resolve all difficulties. If I confess at some point that I don't know the answer, at once the students invent answers for me, to prove that decentralization is possible after all. Naturally, at each college we go over the same ground. The very sameness of the discussion is disheartening evidence that the centralist style exists as a mass superstition, never before questioned in the students' minds. If I point to some commonplace defect of any centralized system, and that leaps to the eye in the organization of their own college, I am regarded as a daring sage. They have taken for granted that there can be no other method of organization. So let me here discuss these usual preliminary objections. Decentralization is not lack of order or planning, but a kind of coordination that relies on different motives for integration and cohesiveness than top-down direction, standard rules, and extrinsic rewards like salary and status. It is not anarchy. The example of science as an example of decentralist coordination, the anarchist Prince Kropotkin, who was a geographer, used to point spectacularly to the history of Western science from the heroic age of Vesalius, Copernicus, and Galileo up to his own time of Pasteur, Curie, Kelvin, and J.J. Thomson. The progress of science, in all branches, was exquisitely coordinated. There were voluntary associations, publications, regional and international conferences. The PhD system GUR. Some prima facie objections to decentralism ante that new research would be speedily disseminated to several hundred university libraries. There was continual private correspondence, even across warring boundaries. Yet in this vast common enterprise, so amazingly productive, there was no central direction whatever. The chief bond of cohesion, of course, was that all scientists had the common aim of exploring nature, as well as their personal or clique rivalries. The delicate integration of effort occurred because they followed the new data or worked with the frontier theories. It was almost uniquely rare so far as we know. The case of Mendel is famous that important work dropped out of the dialogue. Most other big objective values, like beauty or compassion, have also thrived by voluntary association and independent solitude. Almost by definition, the progress of social justice has been by voluntary association, since the central authority is what is rebelled against. And of course, to preserve liberty, the American political system was deliberately designed as a polarity of centralist and decentralist organizations, limiting the power of the sovereign and with built-in checks and balances at every level. But we must also remember that in its early period, celebrated by Adam Smith, the free enterprise system of partnerships and vigilant joint stockholders was, in theory, a model of decentralized coordination, as opposed to the centralized system of mercantilism and royal patents and monopolies that it replaced. It placed an absolute reliance on the voluntary association and on the cohesive influence of natural forces, economic man and the laws of the market. Pretty soon, however, the stockholders stopped attending to business and became absentee investors or even gamblers on the stock exchange. And almost from the beginning in this country, notably in the bank and the tariff, there was a revival of state monopolies. Some criteria for decentralization. A student asks, but how can you decentralize air traffic control? You can't. Many functions are central by their nature. Let me quickly enumerate some of the chief kinds. Central authority is necessary where there are no district limits and something positive must be done, as in epidemic control or smog control, or when an arbitrary decision is required and there is not time for reflection, or when we have to set arbitrary standards for a whole field, but the particular standards are indifferent, e.g. weights and measures or money. Centralization is temporarily necessary when an emergency requires the concentration of all powers in a concerted effort. But history has shown that emergency centralization can be fateful, for the centralized organization tends to outlive the emergency, and then its very existence creates a chronic emergency. People soon become helpless without its direction. Central authority is convenient to perform routine or merely administrative functions when we have more important things to do. This is the Marxist theory of the withering away of the state to mere administration. But this too can be fateful, for administration soon encroaches on everything else. It is thus that the executive secretary of an organization ends up running the show. Central organization is the most rational when the logistics of a situation outweighs consideration of the particulars involved. These are all the cases of ticketing and tax collecting, where one person is like another, or the mass production and distribution of a standard item that is good enough and that everybody needs. Besides, there are monopolies that must be regulated and licensed by central authority. Some monopolies are natural or become so by circumstances, like urban water supply. Some enterprises become monopolistic because they are so heavily capitalized that competition is prohibitively risky or wasteful. They grow until they become the inevitable nature of things, and then must be so treated. For instance, the railroads of Europe were decently planned and constructed, with voluntary agreement on gauges and schedules, but eventually, as monopolies, they were nationalized and partly internationalized. My bias is decentralist, yet in some functions I think we need more centralization than we have. For instance, there ought to be uniform modular standards in building materials and fixtures. Building is a typical example of how we do things backwards, where there ought to be decentralization, in the design which requires artistry, and in the decision of each neighborhood on how it wants to live, we get bureaucratic or routine design and the standards of absentee sociologists or the profits of a promoter, but where there could be important savings in materials and the process of construction, e.g. mass-producing a standard bathroom, we do not standardize. Similarly, there ought to be standardization of machine parts and design, especially for domestic machinery and cars, to make repairs easier. Again, it is certainly absurd for the expensive enterprise of space exploration to be internationally competitive, instead of centrally planning and departmentalizing the work, with crews and honors shared. Finally, automatic and computer technology is by nature highly centralizing, in its style and in its applications, and this is a massive phenomenon of some prima facie objections to decentralism, the present and immediate future. Where it is relevant, this technology should be maximized as quickly as possible and many such plants should be treated as monopolies. But perhaps the profoundest problem that faces modern society is to decide in what functions the automatic and computer style is not relevant, and there sharply to curtail it or eliminate it. A Marxist student objects that blurring the division of labor, local option, face-to-face communication, and other decentralist positions are relics of a peasant ideology, provincial and illiberal. In fact, there have always been two strands to decentralist thinking. Some authors, e.g. Lao Tse or Tolstoy, make a conservative peasant critique of centralized court and town as inorganic, verbal, and ritualistic. But other authors, e.g. Proudhon or Kropotkin, make a democratic urban critique of centralized bureaucracy and power, including feudal industrial power, as exploiting, inefficient and discouraging initiative. In our present era of state socialism, corporate feudalism, regimented schooling, brainwashing mass communications, and urban anarchy, both kinds of critique make sense. We need to revive both peasant self-reliance and the democratic power of professional and technical guilds. Any decentralization that could occur at present would inevitably be post-urban and post-centralist, it could not be provincial. There is no American who has not been formed by national TV, and no region that has not been homogenized by the roads and chain stores. A model of present-day decentralization is the Israeli kibbutz. Some would say that such a voluntary community is fanatical, but no one would deny that it is cosmopolitan and rationalistic, it is post-centralist and post-urban. Decentralizing has its risks. Suppose that the school system of a northern city were radically decentralized, given over to the parents and teachers of each school. Without doubt some of the schools would be Birchite and some would be badly neglected. Yet it is hard to imagine that many schools would be worse than the present least common denominator. There would certainly be more experimentation. There would be meaningful other choices to move to, and it could be arranged that all the schools would exist in a framework of general standards that they would have to achieve, or suffer the consequences. States' rights invariably. Some student argues that without the intervention of the federal government the Negroes in the South will never get their civil rights. This may or may not be so, but certainly most progress towards civil rights has come from local action that has embarrassed and put pressure on Washington. And the Negro organizations themselves have been decent rally coordinated, as Dr. King has pointed out, the leadership is continually following the localities. But the basic error of the student is to think that the states' rights of the segregationists is decentralist. If each locality indeed had its option, the counties where the Negroes are in a majority would have very different rules. And again, there would be a meaningful choice for other Negroes to move to. The relation of decentralization to physical and social mobility is an important topic, let us stay with it for another page. As the example of science has shown, it is possible to have decentralist community without territorial community. Yet decentralist philosophies have prized stability, rootedness, subtle awareness of environment, as a means to the integration of the domestic, technical, economic, political, and cultural functions of life, and to provide a physical community in which the young can grow up. Americans have always been quick to form voluntary associations. Tocqueville mentions the trait with admiration, yet, Americans have always been mobile, usually going away, individuals and families leaving communities that did not offer enough opportunity, in order to try new territory known only by hearsay. Historically, the country was open at the margins, because of either the geographical frontier or new jobs that attracted immigrants. When people settled, they again formed voluntary associations. Thus, to a degree, voluntary mobility favored decentralization. On the other hand, the new ties and settlements tended to become more homogeneous and national. At present, however, the country is closed at the margins, yet the physical mobility is even greater. Negroes migrate north because the sharecropping has failed and they are barred from the factories. Northern middle-class whites move to the suburbs to escape the Negroes. Farm families have dwindled to 8%. Unfortunately, none of these groups is moving to anything. And much moving is ordered by the central organization itself. National corporations send their employees and families to this or that branch. University or cities raid one another for staff. Promoters and bureaucrats dislocate tenants for urban redevelopment. The hope of community. Neglected, such conditions must end up in total anomie, lack of meaningful relation to the environment and society. There seem to be two alternative remedies. One was proposed 40 years ago by Le Corbusier, to centralize and homogenize completely, so that one dwelling place is exactly like another, with identical furniture, services, and surroundings. When all live in identical hotel rooms, mobility does not involve much dislocation. The other alternative is to some prima facie objections to decentralism build communities where meaningful voluntary association is again possible, that is, to decentralize. This has, of course, been the wistful aim of suburbanism, and it continually appears in the real estate advertisements. But a suburb is not a decentralist community. Its purposes, way of life, and decisions are determined by business headquarters, the national standard of living, and the Bureau of Highways. The hope of community is in people deciding important matters for themselves. Then a student raises a related objection: decentralism is for small towns, it cannot work with big dense populations. But this objection has no merit. Decentralism is a kind of social organization. It does not involve geographical isolation, but a particular sociological use of geography. In important respects, a city of 5 million can be decentrally organized as many scores of unique communities in the framework of a busy metropolis. Usually in modern urban administration, the various municipal function: school, job induction, post office, social work, health, police and court for misdemeanors, housing and rent control, election district, etc. are divided into units only for the administrative convenience of City Hall. The districts do not coincide with one another nor with neighborhoods. A citizen with business or complaint must seek out the district office of each department, or perhaps go to City Hall. And correspondingly, there is no possible forum to discuss the coordination of the various functions except at the very top, with the mayor or before the council. Decentralist organization would rather follow the actuality of living in an urban community, where housing, schooling, shopping, policing, social services, politics are integrally related. Each neighborhood should have a local city hall. Such arrondissements could have considerable autonomy within the municipal administration that controls transit, sanitation, museums, etc., whatever is necessarily or conveniently centralized. Taxes could be collected centrally and much of the take divided among the neighborhoods to be budgeted locally. For the average citizen, the convergence of all kinds of related businesses in one local center is not only convenient but must lead to more acquaintanceship and involvement. Poor people especially do not know their way around, are stymied by forms to fill out, and have no professional help. They are defeated by fighting City Hall and soon give up. Besides, each neighborhood has interlocking problems peculiar to itself. These can be reasonably confronted by citizens and local officials, but they are lost in the inner politics of central bureaucracies that have quite different axes to grind. A neighborhood should certainly police itself, according to its own mores, and avoid the present police brutality inevitable in trying to impose an unworkable city-wide conformity. Urbanism. A neighborhood so constituted might learn to decide on its own redevelopment. In programs for urban renewal, the federal government follows the traditional formula of balancing centralism and decentralism and asks for approval of plans by the local community. Cities therefore set up local planning boards. But this works out as follows: occasionally, middle-class residential neighborhoods can organize themselves to prevent any change whatever. Poor people are entirely passive to the powers that be. Usually, the boards are rubber stamps for city hall and promoters. The say of a neighborhood in its destiny can be meaningful only if the neighborhood has begun to be conscious of itself as a community. For this, mere consent or participation is not enough. There must be a measure of real initiating and deciding, grounded in acquaintance and trust. However, the question is not whether decentralization can work in dense urban populations, but how make it work, for it is imperative. The increase of urban social disease and urban mental disease is fundamentally due to powerlessness, resignation, and withdrawal. People's only way to assert vitality is to develop symptoms. The central authorities try to cope as stern or hygienic caretakers. The citizens respond by becoming community dependent in jail, in the hospital, on relief, that is, they become chronic patients. With many, this has gone on for 2 or 3 generations. Yet something further needs to be said about big dense populations. In my opinion, there is a limit of urban density and urban sprawl beyond which no form of social organization, centralist or decentralist, can cope. Urban crowding creates a peculiar climate of both too many social relations and a kind of sensory and emotional deprivation. Instead of contact and communication, there is noise and withdrawal. It is no different than among John Calhoun's overcrowded rodents who become confused and die. E.g., the population density in central Harlem, 67,000 persons per square mile, is nearly 3 times that of New York City as a whole. Even apart from the other unfavorable conditions of the Negroes, such crowding itself is pathological, overstimulating yet culturally impoverishing, destructive of solitude, excessively and brutally policed. Our degree of urbanization is beyond reason. In this country we have the symptoms of a population explosion at the same time that vast and beautiful rural regions have become depopulated. In the present setup, only big operators with migrant labor can make a go of farming, and the farm subsidies work almost entirely in favor of this group alone. Except for a few earnest but powerless voices, there is general agreement to let farming as a way of life die out. Yet no effort whatever is made to find urban substitutes for the independence, multifarious skills, community spirit, and extended family that were rural values. During the Great Depression, the Roosevelt administration made some effort to support subsistence farming, as a factor of social stability and to relieve both rural and urban misery. But with the return of prosperity, nothing further came of it. Decentralism and human nature. A student hotly objects that decentralism is humanly unrealistic. It puts too much faith in human nature by relying on intrinsic motives like interest in the job and voluntary association. Another student mentions Rousseau, who is still academically out of fashion since his debunking by Professor Babbitt a generation ago. This objection is remarkably off base. My experience is that most decentralists are crotchety and skeptical and tend rather to follow Aristotle than Rousseau. We must avoid concentration of power precisely because we are fallible. Democracy, Aristotle says, is to be preferred because it is the least evil form of government, since it divides power among many. I think the student states the moral issue upside down. The moral question is not whether men are good enough for a type of social organization, but whether the type of organization is useful to develop the potentialities of intelligence, grace, and freedom in men. More deeply, of course, the distrust of human nature is anxious conformism. One must save face, not make a mistake in any detail, so one clings to an assigned role. But unfortunately, the bigger the organization, the more face to save. For instance, we shall see that the government Peace Corps is many times as expensive as similar less official operations, largely because an errant 20-year-old well-digger might become an international incident, so one cannot be too careful in selecting him. Convenience of supervision overrides performance. And the more objective the better. If the punch card approves, no one is guilty. A fatal hallmark of decentralist enterprises is their variety in procedure and persons. How can one know, with a percentage validity, that these methods and persons are right? Morally, all styles of social organization are self-proving. For people understand the rightness of what everybody in fact does. But different styles have different norms. The centralizing style makes for both petty conforming and admiration for bigness. The more routine and powerless people are, the more they are mesmerized by extrinsic proofs of production and power. An enterprise that is designed on a small scale for a particular need of particular people comes to be regarded as though it were nothing at all. To win attention and support, it must call itself a pilot project, promising mighty applications. Nevertheless, still deeper than these neurotic confusions, there is, in my opinion, an authentic confusion in the face of unprecedented conditions of modern times, that makes for rigidity and fear of social experiment. A student says, we could afford to experiment if it were not for the Chinese, the Cubans, the crime rate, the unemployment, the space race, the population explosion. The leap in technology, the galloping urbanization, nuclear weapons, the breakdown of the colonial system all involve threats and dilemmas. The inevitable response of people is to rally to the style of strict control by experts. In emergencies, centralized organization seems to make sense and often does make sense. It is also comfortingly dictatorial. Finally, the moral objection is stated also the opposite way. Decentralizing is impossible not because people are incapable, but because the powers that be won't allow it. Granting that, in some areas, decentralization is workable, how could it possibly be brought about? We cannot expect central powers to delegate autonomy any more than we can expect the nation-states to give up any of their sovereignty and grandeur. Indeed, the tendency is entirely in the other direction, toward bigger portions, combinations, and tie-ins, toward tighter scheduling and grading in education, toward increased standardization and the application of automatic and computer technology in every field, and of course toward the increase of power in Washington to become the greatest landlord, the greatest sponsor of research and the greatest policeman. All this is undeniable. Yet the situation is not so black and white. There are also forces in the other direction. I must assume, for instance, that it is not a social accident that I am writing a book on the subject of decentralization. Voluntary associations. In principle, there are two ways in which an over-centralized system can become more mixed. Either voluntary associations form spontaneously because of pressing needs to which the central system is irrelevant or antipathetic, or the central authority itself chooses, or is forced, to build in decentral parts because its method simply is not working. Certainly there are major social trends toward spontaneous do-it-yourself associations. We have already noticed the spontaneity, localism, and decentralist federation of the Negro civil rights movement, as opposed to the more conventional maneuvering of the Urban League and the older NAACP. But this is part of a general spread of paralegal demonstrating, boycotting, and show of power that clearly express dissent with formal procedures that are not of c.tiv. Nonviolent activism is peculiarly epidemic. It immediately provides something to do rather than being merely balked. A beautiful feature of it, perhaps, is to balk the authorities, yet it does not require forming political parties or organizing private armies. Do-it-yourself can be para-institutional, if not overtly paralegal. Beat youth withdraw from the economy, off-Broadway withdraws from Broadway. Students quit famous universities because they decide they are not being educated, then they form, for instance, the Northern Student Movement in order to tutor backward urban children, but then the Northern student movement decides that the public school curriculum is inadequate too, and the tutors will teach according to their own lights. Freedom now sets up what amounts to a para party in Mississippi. But there is a similar tone within the political framework. Contrasted with older reform movements, which were devoted to purging the bosses and grafters, the new urban reform movements rapidly constitute themselves ad hoc for a concrete purpose, usually to block outrageous encroachments of governments or big institutions. Unfortunately, they usually do not then have a counter-program. They stop with exercising a veto, lose steam, and eventually lose the issue anyway. All this kind of ferment is what Arthur Waskow calls creative disorder. But also, in my opinion, the startling strength of know-nothing movements in the country is importantly due to justified dissatisfaction with the centralization, exactly as they claim when they reiterate the slogan "Government must not do what people can do for themselves." By people our recessionary friends seem mainly to mean corporations, which are not people, yet I do not think that liberals and progressives pay attention to the underlying gripe, the loss of self-determination. The liberals glibly repeat that the complex problems of modern times do not allow of simplistic solutions, but what is the use of solutions about which one has no say, and which finally are not the solutions of one's own problems? I do not notice any significant disposition of central powers to decentralize themselves. Rather, their disposition, when the organization begins to creak, is to enlarge it further by adding new centralized bureaus and overseers, to stall by appointing committees without power, to disregard difficulties and hope that they will go away, to call hard cases deviant and put them out of circulation. Nevertheless, there are actual examples to show how decentralization can be built in. The management of a giant corporation, General Motors, is the classical example. Can shrewdly decide to delegate a measure of autonomy to its corporate because more flexible enterprising is more profitable in the long run. Or a huge physical plant can be geographically dispersed and somewhat decentralized, to save on labor costs and get better tax breaks. Naturally, these motives do nothing at all for the great majority of subordinates. More interesting for our purposes is the multifarious application of industrial psychology. For the most part, the psychologists are decentralist and have taught the opposite wisdom to scientific business management. Rather than subdividing the workmen further, they have urged the efficiency of allowing more choice and leeway, asking for suggestions from below, increasing belonging. To give a typical example, it has been found to be more productive in the long run for half a dozen workmen to assemble a big lathe from beginning to end and have the satisfaction of seeing it carried away, than to subdivide the operation on a line. Needless to say, our industrial psychologists cannot pursue their instincts to the logical conclusion of workers' management. But questions of degree are not trivial. Consider the following example. In some areas of England it is traditional to work by a gang or collective contract. A group of workmen agree to complete in a certain period a certain quantity of piecework for which they are paid a sum of money divided equally. The capitalist provides the machinery and materials, but everything else, work rules, methods, schedule, hiring, is left to group decision. This arrangement has proved feasible in highly skilled work like building and in semi-skilled work on automobile assembly lines. The group may be half a dozen or a couple of thousand. Humanly, the arrangement has extraordinary advantages. Men exchange jobs and acquire many skills, they adjust the schedule to their convenience, they bring in and train apprentices, they invent labor-saving devices, since it is to their own advantage to increase efficiency, they cover for one another when sick or for special vacations. Obviously such a system, so amazingly at variance with our top-down regulation, time clock discipline, labor union details and competitive spirit, is hard to build into most of our industry, yet it would suit a lot of it and make a profound difference. Where would it suit? How could it be tailored? An attempt to build in decentralization is at present occurring in the New York school system. Because of a combination of near riots in poor neighborhoods, some spectacular run-of-the-mill scandals, and the post-Sputnik spotlight on upgrading, a new and pretty good board has been appointed. Deciding that the system is over-centralized, these gentlemen have resuscitated 25 local districts averaging 40,000 children each, and appointed local boards with rather indefinite powers, to serve as liaison to the neighborhoods. But unlike the case of urban renewal planning boards mentioned above, the intention is to delegate positive powers, and anyway, the remarkably strong-minded body of people who have been appointed to the local school boards have no intention of being rubber stamps. At present, there is a jockeying for position and power. The local boards are empowered to hold budget hearings and suggest allocation of money. What does this mean? Could they suggest to eliminate some of the curriculum and services and substitute others? Some local board members want to decentralize radically, making the field superintendents and the local boards nearly autonomous within the big system, as is reasonable, since the different neighborhoods have different conditions and therefore have different curricular, staff and service needs. One of the Manhattan boards, curious to know what its sister boards were doing, convened a meeting of the 5 Manhattan boards, and they agreed to exchange minutes. At once the Central Board protested and forbade such attempts at federation. If you issue joint statements, they pointed out, people will think that you speak for the school system. What can you do about it? Ask the locals, since you have called us into existence, we exist, and since we exist, we intend to act. I mention this incident not because it is important in itself, but because it is at the heart of the constitutional problem of centralization and decentralization. These, then, are prima facie objections raised by college students. Decentralization is disorderly and anarchic. You cannot decentralize air traffic control and public health. What about automation? Decentralization is a peasant ideology. It makes for states' rights injustice. It is unworkable with big dense populations. It implies an unrealistic faith that human nature is good. It is impossible to go against the overwhelming trend toward bigness and power. Discouragingly, in such discussions, the students keep referring to your system or the decentralist system. But I am not proposing a system. It is hard to convince college students that it is improbable that there could be a single appropriate style of organization or economy to fit all the functions of society, any more than there could be a single mode of education that suits almost everybody, or that there is a normal behavior that is healthy for almost everybody. It seems to me as follows: we are in a period of excess centralization. It is demonstrable that in many functions the style is economically inefficient, technologically unnecessary, and humanly damaging. Therefore we ought to adopt a political maxim, to decentralize where, how, and how much is expedient. But where, how, and how much are empirical questions, they require research and experiment. In the existing over-centralized climate of opinion, it is just this research and experiment that we are not getting. Among all the departments, agencies, and commissions in Washington, I have not heard of one that deals with the organizational style of municipalities, social work, manufacturing, merchandising, or education, in terms of their technical and economic efficiency and their effects on persons. Therefore, I urge students who are going on to graduate work to choose their theses in this field. The black flag of anarchism, the wave of student protest in the advanced countries, overrides national boundaries, racial differences, the ideological distinctions of fascism, corporate liberalism and communism. Needless to say, officials of the capitalist countries say that the agitators are communists, and communists say they are bourgeois revisionists. In my opinion, there is a totally different political philosophy underlying it: is anarchism. The actual issues are local and often seem trivial. The troubles are usually spontaneous, though there is sometimes a group bent on picking a fight in the brooding unrest. A play is banned, a teacher is fired, a student publication is censored, university courses are not practical or facilities are inadequate, the administration is too rigid, there are restrictions on economic mobility, or there is technocratic Mandarinism, the poor are treated arrogantly, students are drafted for an unjust war. Any of these, anywhere in the world, may set off a major explosion, ending with police and broken heads. The spontaneity, the concreteness of the issues, and the tactics of direct action are themselves characteristic of anarchism. Historically, anarchism has been the revolutionary politics of skilled artisans and farmers who do not need a boss, of workmen in dangerous occupations, example miners and lumbermen, who learn to trust one another, and of aristocrats who can economically afford to be idealistic. It springs up when the system of society is not moral, free, or fraternal enough. Students are likely to be anarchists, but, in the immense expansion of schooling everywhere, they are new as a mass and they are confused about their position. Political anarchism is rarely mentioned and never spelled out in the press and TV. West and East, journalists speak of anarchy to mean chaotic riot and aimless defiance of authority, or, they lump together communists and anarchists and bourgeois revisionists, infantile leftists and anarchists. Reporting the troubles in France, they have had to distinguish communists and anarchists because the communist labor unions promptly disowned the anarchist students, but no proposition of the anarchists has been mentioned except for Daniel Cohn-Bendit's vaunting statement, "I scoff at all national flags." The possibility of an anarchist revolution, decentralist, anti-police, anti-party, anti-bureaucratic, organized by voluntary association, and putting a premium on grassroots spontaneity has always been anathema zero Marxist communists and has been ruthlessly suppressed. Marx expelled the anarchist unions from the International Workingmen's Association, Lenin and Trotsky slaughtered the anarchists in the Ukraine and at Kronstadt, Stalin murdered them during the Spanish Civil War, Castro has jailed them in Cuba, and Gomulka in Poland. Nor is anarchism necessarily socialist, in the sense of espousing common ownership. That would depend. Corporate capitalism, state capitalism, and state communism are all unacceptable, because they trap people, exploit them and push them around. Pure communism, meaning voluntary labor and free appropriation, is congenial to anarchists. But Adam Smith's economics, in its pure form, is also anarchist, and was so called in his time, and there is an anarchist ring to Jefferson's agrarian notion that a man needs enough comral of his subsistence to be free of irresistible pressure. Underlying all anarchist thought is a hankering for peasant independence, craft guild self-management and the democracy of medieval free cities. Naturally, it is a question how all can be achieved in modern technical and urban conditions. In my opinion, we could go a lot further than we think if we set our sights on decency and freedom rather than delusory greatness and suburban affluence. In this country, where we have no continuing anarchist tradition, the young hardly know their tendency at all. I have seen the black flag of anarchy at only a single demonstration, when 165 students burned their draft cards on the Sheep Meadow in New York, in April, 1967. Naturally, the press noticed only the pretentiously displayed Viet Cong flags that had no connection with the draft card burners. Recently at Columbia, it was the red flag that waved from the roof. The American young are usually ignorant of political history. The generation gap, their alienation from tradition, is so profound that they cannot remember the correct name for what they in fact do. This ignorance has unfortunate consequences for their movement and lands them in wild contradictions. In the United States, the New Left has agreed to regard itself as Marxist and speaks of seizing power and building socialism, although it is strongly opposed to centralized power and it has no economic theory whatever for a society and technology like ours. It is painful to hear students who bitterly protest being treated like IBM cards, nevertheless defending Chairman Mao's Little Red Book, and Carl Davidson, editor of New Left Notes, has gone so far as to speak of bourgeois civil liberties. In the communist bloc, unlike the Latin countries, the tradition is also wiped out. For instance, in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Yugoslavia, students who want civil liberties and more economic freedom are called bourgeois, although in fact, they are disgusted by the materialism of their own regimes and they aspire to workers' management, rural reconstruction, the withering away of the state, the very anarchism that Marx promised as pie in the sky. Worst of all, not recognizing what they are, the students do not find one another as an international movement, though they have a common style, tactics, and culture. Yet there are vital goals, which in my opinion, can be achieved only by the immense potential power of youth acting internationally. Certainly, as a first order of business, they ought to be acting in concert to ban the nuclear bombs of France, China, Russia, and the United States, otherwise they will not live out their lives. The protesting students are anarchist because they are in a historical situation to which anarchism is their only possible response. During all their lifetime the great powers have been in the deadlock of the Cold War, stockpiling nuclear weapons. Vast military-industrial complexes have developed, technology has been abused, science and the universities have been corrupted. Education has turned into processing, for longer years and at a faster pace. Centralized social engineering is creating the world forecast in Orwell's 1984. Manipulated for national goals they cannot believe in, the young are alienated. On every continent there is excessive urbanization and the world is heading for ecological disaster. Under these conditions, the young reject authority, for it is not only immoral but functionally incompetent, which is unforgivable. They think they can do better themselves. They want to abolish national frontiers. They do not believe in great power. Since they are willing to let the systems fall apart, they are not moved by appeals to law and order. They believe in local power, community development, rural reconstruction, decentralized organization, so that they can have a say. They prefer a simpler standard of living. Though their protests generate violence, they themselves tend to nonviolence and are internationally pacifist. But they do not trust the due process of administrators and are quick to resort to direct action and civil disobedience. All this adds up to the community anarchism of Kropotkin, the resistance anarchism of Malatesta, the agitational anarchism of Bakunin, the guild socialism of William Morris, the personalist politics of Thoreau. The confused tangle of anarchist and authoritarian ideas was well illustrated by the actions of Students for a Democratic Society in leading the protest at Columbia. The two original issues, to purge the university of the military and to give local power to the Harlem community, were anarchist in spirit though, of course, they could be supported by liberals and Marxists as well. The direct action, of nonviolently occupying the buildings, was classically anarchist. The issues were not strictly bona fide, however, for the SOS chapter was carrying out a national plan to embarrass many schools during the spring, using any convenient pretexts, in order to attack the system. In itself, this was not unjustifiable, since the big universities, including Columbia, are certainly an important part of our military operations, which ought to be stopped. But the 50s formulation was not acceptable. Since we cannot yet take over the whole society, let us begin by taking Columbia. I doubt that most of the students who participated wanted to take over anything, and I am sure they would have been as restive if ruled by the 50s leadership as by the president and trustees of Columbia. When the faculty came to life and the students' justified demands began to be taken seriously in the normal course of events, as has happened on several other campuses, the students would have gone unpunished or been suspended for 45 minutes. 50s suddenly revealed a deeper purpose, to politicize the students and radicalize professors by forcing a confrontation with the police. If the police had to be called, people would see the system naked. Therefore the leadership raised the ante and made negotiation impossible. The administration was not big-souled enough to take it whence it came, nor patient enough to sit it out. It called the police and there was a shambles. To have a shambles is not necessarily unjustifiable, on the hypothesis that total disruption is the only way to change a totally corrupt society. But the concept of radicalizing is a rather presumptuous manipulation of people for their own good. It is anarchist for people to act on principle and learn, the hard way, that the powers that be are brutal and unjust, but it is authoritarian for people to be expended for the cause on somebody's strategy. Ultimately, when 4 leaders were suspended and students again occupied a building in their support, the SOS tendency toward authority became frankly dictatorial. A majority of the students voted to leave on their own steam before the police came, since there was no sense in being beaten up and arrested again, but the leadership brushed aside the vote because it did not represent the correct position, and the others I suppose out of animal loyalty stayed and were again busted. Nevertheless, the Columbia action was also a model of anarchism, and the same SOS leaders deserve much of the credit. In the first place, it seems to have halted the university's displacement of poor people, whereas for years, citizenly protests had accomplished nothing. When, because of police brutality, there was a successful strike and sessions of the college and some of the graduate schools were terminated for the semester, the students rapidly and efficiently made new arrangements with favorable professors for work to go on. They organized a free university and brought a host of distinguished outsiders to the campus. A group, Students for a Restructured University, amicably split from SDS to devote itself to the arts of peace and work out livable relations with the administration. For a while, until the police came back, the atmosphere on the campus was pastoral. Faculty and students talked to one another. Like Berkeley after its troubles, Columbia was a much better place. In anarchist theory, revolution means the moment when the structure of authority is loosed, so that free functioning can occur. The aim is to open areas of freedom and defend them. In complicated modern societies it is probably safest to work at this piecemeal, avoiding chaos, which tends to produce dictatorship. To Marxists, on the other hand, revolution means the moment in which a new state apparatus takes power and runs things its own way. From the anarchist point of view, this is counter-revolution, since there is a new authority to oppose. But Marxists insist that piecemeal change is mere reformism, and one has to seize power and have a strong administration in order to prevent reaction. At Columbia, the administration and the authoritarians in SDS seem to have engaged in an almost deliberate conspiracy to escalate their conflict and make the Marxist theory true. The administration was deaf to just grievances, it did not have to call the police when it did, and it did not have to suspend the students. It has been pig-headed and vindictive. Worse, it has been petty. For instance, during the strike the sprinklers were ordered to be kept going all day, ruining the grass, in order to prevent the students from holding free university sessions on the lawn. When a speaker addressed a rally, a sweeper had been instructed to move a noisy vacuum cleaner to the spot to drown him out. William J. Whiteside, the director of Buildings and Grounds, explained to a Times reporter that these bullhorn congregations lead to an awful lot of litter, so we have to get out there and clean it up. This from a university founded in 1754. Consider two key terms in New Left rhetoric, participatory democracy and cottars. I think these concepts are incompatible, yet both are continually used by the same youth. Participatory democracy was the chief idea in the Port Huron Statement, the founding charter of Students for a Democratic Society. It is a cry for a say in the decisions that shape our lives, against top-down direction, social engineering, corporate and political centralization, absentee owners, brainwashing by mass media. In its connotations, it encompasses no taxation without representation, grassroots populism, the town meeting, congregationalism, federalism, student power, black power, workers' management, soldiers' democracy, guerrilla organization. It is, of course, the essence of anarchist social order, the voluntary federation of self-managed enterprises. Participatory democracy is grounded in the following social psychological hypotheses: people who actually perform a function usually best know how it should be done. By and large, their free decision will be efficient, inventive, graceful, and forceful. Being active and self-confident, they will cooperate with other groups with a minimum of envy, anxiety, irrational violence, or the need to dominate. And, as Jefferson pointed out, only such an organization of society is self-improving. We learn by doing, and the only way to educate cooperative citizens is to give power to people as they are. Except in unusual circumstances, there is not much need for dictators, deans, police, prearranged curricula, imposed schedules, conscription, coercive laws. Free people easily agree among themselves on plausible working rules, they listen to expert direction when necessary, they wisely choose pro-turn leaders. Remove authority, and there will be self-regulation, not chaos. And radical student activity has in fact followed this line. Opposing the bureaucratic system of welfare, students have devoted themselves to community development, serving not as leaders or experts but as catalysts to bring poor people together, so they can become aware of and solve their own problems. In politics, the radical students usually do not consider it worth the trouble and expense to try to elect distant representatives. It is better to organize local groups to fight for their own interests. In the students' own protest actions, like the free speech movement in Berkeley, there were no leaders except in the TV coverage, or rather there were dozens of pro-turn leaders, yet FSM and other such actions have moved with considerable efficiency. Even in immense rallies, with tens of thousands gathering from 1,000 miles, as in New York in April 1967, or at the Pentagon in October 1967, the unvarying rule has been to exclude no groups on principle, no matter how incompatible their tendencies. Despite dire warnings, each group has done its own thing and the whole has been well enough. When it has been necessary to make immediate arrangements, as in organizing the occupied buildings at Columbia or devising new relations with the professors, spontaneous democracy has worked beautifully. In the civil rights movement in the South, Martin Luther King used to point out, each locality planned and carried out its own campaign and the national leadership just gave what financial or legal help it could. Turn now to codders. In the past few years, this term from the vocabulary of military regimentation has become overwhelmingly prevalent in New Left rhetoric, as it was among the various communist sects in the 30s. A cadre or squad is the primary administrative or tactical unit by which small groups of human beings are transformed into sociological entities, to execute the unitary will of the organization, whether army, political party, workforce, labor union, agitation, or propaganda machine. In Marxian terms, it is the unit of alienation from human nature, and young Marx would certainly have disapproved. Cadre connotes the breaking down of ordinary human relations and transcending personal motives, in order to channel energy for the cause. For purposes of agitation, it is the Jesuit idea of indoctrinating and training a small band who then go forth and multiply themselves. The officers, discipline, and tactics of military cadres are determined in headquarters. This is the opposite of guerrilla organization, for guerrillas are self-reliant, devise their own tactics, and are bound by personal or feudal loyalty, so it is puzzling to hear the admirers of Che Guevara use the word cadres. As a revolutionary political method, cadre formation connotes the development of a tightly knit conspiratorial party which will eventually seize the system of institutions and exercise a dictatorship until it transforms the majority to its own doctrine and behavior. Etymologically, cadre and squad come from quadrus, a square, with the sense of fitting people into a framework. Obviously, these connotations are entirely repugnant to the actual motives and spirit of the young at present, everywhere in the world. In my opinion, the leaders who use this language are suffering from a romantic delusion. The young are not conspiratorial but devastatingly open. For instance, when youth of the draft resistance movement are summoned to a grand jury, it is very difficult for their civil liberties lawyers to get them to plead the Fifth Amendment. They will sacrifice themselves and get their heads broken, but it has to be according to their personal judgment. They insist on wearing their own garb even if it is bad for public relations. Their ethics are even embarrassingly Kantian, so that ordinary prudence and reasonable casuistry are called thinking. And I do not think they want power but just to be taken into account, to be able to do their thing, and to be let alone. They indeed want a revolutionary change, but not by this route. Except for a while, on particular occasions, they simply cannot be manipulated to be the shock troops of a Leninist coup. Of course, there is something in this, but in my opinion the bitterness of the New Left polemic against the hippies can only be explained by saying that the activists are defensive against their own repressed impulses. In fact, the dropouts are not unpolitical. When there is an important demonstration, they are out in force and get beaten up with the rest, though they are not radicalized. With their flowers and their slogan "Make Love Not War," they provide all of the color and much of the deep meaning. One hippie group, the Diggers, has a full-blown economic system, has set up free stores and has tried to farm, in order to be independent of the system, while it engages in community development. The Yippies, the Youth International Party, devote themselves to undermining the system. They are the ones who showered dollar bills on the floor of the stock exchange, tied up Grand Central Station and tried to exorcise the Pentagon with incantations. And the Dutch provos. The proletariat, who are less drug befuddled than the Yippies, improvise ingenious improvements to make society better as a means of tearing it down. They even won an election in Amsterdam. On their side, the hippies claim that the new left has gotten neatly caught in the bag of the system. To make a frontal attack is to play according to the enemy's rules, where one doesn't have a chance, and victory would be a drag anyway. The thing is to use jujitsu, ridicule, schwachism, nonviolent resistance, bypassing, infuriating, tripping up, seducing by offering happy alternatives. A complex society is hopelessly vulnerable. And the 14-year-olds run away and join the gypsies. This criticism of the new left is sound. A new politics demands a new style, a new personality and a new way of life. To form cadres and try to take power is the same old runaround. The anarchism of the dropouts is often quite self-conscious. It is remarkable, for instance, to hear Emmett Grogan, the spokesman of the Diggers, make up the theories of Prince Kropotkin right out of his own experiences in Haight-Ashbury, the Lower East Side, and riot-torn Newark. But I think the dropouts are unrealistic in their own terms. Living among the poor, they up the rents. Trying to live freely, they offend the people they want to help. Sometimes blacks and Spanish Americans have turned on them savagely. In my observation, the communication that they get with drugs is illusory, and to rely on chemicals in our technological age is certainly to be in a bag. Because the standard of living is corrupt, they opt for voluntary poverty, but there are also many useful goods that they have a right to, and needlessly forego. And they are often plain silly. The more sophisticated provos have fallen for a disastrous vision of the future, New Babylon, a society in which all will sing and make love and do their own thing, while the world's work is done by automatic machines. They do not realize that in such a society, power will be wielded by the technocrats, and they themselves will be colonized like Indians on a reservation. In general, I doubt that it is possible to be free, to have a say, and to live a coherent life, without doing worthwhile work, pursuing the arts and sciences, practicing the professions, bringing up children, engaging in politics. Play and personal relations are a necessary background, they are not what men live for. But maybe I am old-fashioned, Calvinistic. The limits of local liberty it is now a common fear that the cities are ungovernable, or, in other words, that this nation of cities is ungovernable. Certainly a major underlying cause of the trouble is our military imperialism, with its grotesque priorities, as part of the power structure of the world misdirecting our financial resources. But I think there are two chief problems specific to the cities themselves. There are not enough citizens, people who feel that the city is theirs and care for it. Urban areas may now be both too extensive and too dense to be technically and fiscally workable. Gross results of the lack of citizenship are the flight to the suburbs and the insularity of the well-to-do, and, on the other hand, the anomie, vandalism, and riots of the poor, especially the young. The lack of technical viability of urban areas shows up, after a certain extent and density, in the sudden disproportionate rise in costs for city services and the increase of congestion, pollution, noise and social complexity beyond tolerable levels. These two kinds of trouble aggravate each other. The flight of the middle class diminishes the tax base as well as the number of those who have the levers of influence to make improvements. The anomie of the poor increases the costs for policing, welfare, remedial schooling, etc. Conversely, deteriorating environments and rising costs drive away those who can afford to leave, and further alienate and madden those who must stay. The political remedy that has been, correctly, proposed for the lack of citizens is traditional Jeffersonianism, to give, or gracefully surrender, power to the people themselves in their neighborhoods to initiate, decide, and execute the affairs that concern them closely. The affairs that concern people closely are local functions, like policing, housing, schooling, welfare, neighborhood services primarily, the areas in which family life occurs, and the jobs and professions in which people are engaged. There are also, of course, close national concerns, like the draft and the April 15 federal taxes, but it is local life and occupations that make up the city. And in these matters, according to the Jeffersonian theory, people know the score and are competent to govern themselves directly, or could soon become so with practice. In our system, citizenship springs from liberty and so must start from local and occupational liberty. The drive for local territorial liberty is the strongest revolutionary political movement of our times, both in this country and internationally. It is a protest against galloping centralization, oligarchic representative government, political and cultural imperialism, bureaucracy, administration, establishment, illegitimate authority. It has used the slogans of decentralization, participatory democracy, community control, community development, black power, student power, national liberation, neighborhood city halls, maximum feasible participation. In all these, the essence is self-determination of people's own place. By and large, however, in both theory and practice, the liberty of occupation and function has been neglected. There has been little mention of workers' management and the kind of education and apprenticeship of the young that are necessary for this. Professional and guild autonomy has been readily sacrificed for narrow economic advantage. Producers and consumers cooperatives are in eclipse. Few talk about rural reconstruction and rural culture. All over the world there are brave movements of national liberation, but these movements have been very unimpressive, in my opinion, in providing alternatives to the centralizing style in economic and industrial planning, technology, social engineering, Mandaриnism, regional planning, and excessive urbanization. Perhaps the neglect of occupational liberty has been inevitable. The movement for self-determination has been led by the colonized and alienated, the blacks, Spanish-speaking Americans and the young. Stripped of economic power and even civil rights, and living in a culture of poverty, or a youth subculture, which is very similar, the alienated have no resources other than their mere political existence: protest, demonstrations, riots, physical fighting. On the other hand, professionals, small businessmen, industrial workers, and middle-class citizens, who have other resources with which to assert power, have too much of a stake in money and status in the affluent system to mobilize for their fundamental liberties. Led by the outcast and the young, political action has consisted mainly of physical activism to attain power, and this process is also conceived as the source of political goals. The organization of demonstrations and confrontations leads to a structure of power that will then discover its uses. The activist theory, whether that of Saul Alinsky, black power militants or youthful organizers in university or cities and poor neighborhoods, stresses conflict and solidarity rather than program, utility or final satisfaction. The issues are whatever is convenient to radicalize people and to win. According to this theory, when people control the neighborhood or campus or the budget for schools and welfare, they will know what to do for their further advantage. I think this is probably true for policing, welfare, city services, parietal rules, improvement of housing, and perhaps small business. At the very least it is a way of getting rid of intolerable abuses that prevent any functioning at all, but I doubt that this kind of activism and power provides a sufficient basis for many other functions. For instance, primary education will not be greatly better unless the community itself surrenders power to the children and teachers in individual schools, but local neighborhoods are as unlikely to do this as central administrators. Student power in high schools and colleges is, in my opinion, irrelevant because most of the students are not bona fide, they ought not to be in academic institutions, their proper enemy is the system of credentials and the draft that oppress them. The relevant model of the past labor union activism led to important gains, but not to workers' management. Solutions to the problems of traffic, the glut of garbage, pollution, density, renewal, zoning, and the use of technology are crucial to make cities livable, but they require a kind of professional thought and political action different from activism. We cannot finally have good and free cities unless the outcast groups, the professionals, the middle class and the industrial workers all have more liberty and begin to cooperate with each other. I don't know how to bring this about, but I'm sure the truculence and disdain of the new left do not help. Indeed, the chief obstacles in the way of radical decentralization and local one-liberty are not those that are always mentioned, the size of populations, the complexity of society and technology, putative economies of scale, the national economy. In my opinion, free citizens could cope with such problems by subdividing administration, simplifying where complexity has too many disadvantages, feed rating where that is worthwhile, and controlling necessary bureaucracies from below. And in many of the functions we are concerned with, enormous gains can be made in efficiency and reducing cost just by operating on a smaller scale. Loa drawing the line once again. Rather, the difficulties are as follows. First, many of the young activists who are spearheading the movement for local power are so alienated in spirit that they are not really interested in program, function, and final satisfaction. They seem to be more interested in seizing power, or at least in creating disruption, than in running their own lives in livable neighborhoods. The offspring of black immigrants from rural regions have endured a terribly uprooted adolescence in ugly ghettos, but why is it that many of the young white radicals from middle-class suburbs also seem unable to believe in such things as family, autonomous professions, honest business, useful jobs, and civic responsibility? A good deal of the activism for power, liberation, and democracy looks like a compound of resentment, one-upping and spiritual striving for meaning in a meaningless world, rather than a struggle for the political freedom to function. But perhaps I just don't dig. Secondly, the neglect of liberation of jobs and professions makes local liberty untenable. Centralized corporations today displace families at will, those of both retrained workingmen and junior executives from middle-class neighborhoods. The constant mobility that results is fatal to neighborhood government. On the other hand, if poor people were to politically entrench themselves on their turf, their neighborhoods could become mere enclaves, like Indian residential reservations. Well, Oregon badly funded, but not free, because they are not important. The remedy for the other chief trouble of our cities, their unworkability because of sheer size and density, is obvious: some dispersal of the population. This issue is at present much less politically alive than neighborhood government. It will seem important only when a series of major technical catastrophes and fiscal bankruptcies have occurred. The thinking is still overwhelmingly in the other direction. All official planning is founded on horrendously increased estimates of urban population in the 1980s and 1990s. The planners extrapolate from recent and continuing trends as if these were laws of nature rather than patently the result of bad policy. For example, in the past 35 years, because of technological improvements that were profitable to a few corporations but entirely disregarded social costs, blacks and 800,000 Puerto Ricans came to New York because they could not make a living where they were, and this excessive urbanization is worldwide. It occurs most of all in the poor countries that desperately cannot afford to lose their rural population and food supply. I speak of some dispersal because even a modest thrust in this direction, especially combined with some rural reconstruction, would have great value for our overburdened cities. To begin with, the difference between tolerable and intolerable crowding in many city functions is often a matter of only a few percentage points. For instance, in traffic, mass transit, hospital beds, class size in schools, availability of empty housing, drain on water and power, waiting in line for services. And to repeat, it is only after a certain point that it becomes disproportionately costly to add facilities to ease the situation. With many of our gravest problems, instead of looking for global panaceas, we would do better to rely on solutions consisting of 3% of this, 6% of that, and 2% of the other. A small percentage of dispersal would often be a great help. More important, the use of the countryside to help solve urban problems gives a mind-stretching opportunity to poor people whose life in the city now provides no significant alternatives. There is strong evidence that many Black and Spanish-speaking immigrants wish they had not come to the northern cities. 8,000 Puerto Ricans a week leave New York to try again back home. But of course the children of these immigrants have no such psychological alternative. The majority of today's slum children reach the age of 13 without having ventured outside their few square blocks. Dispersal can be physically accomplished by building new towns. This is the thinking of the planners, and a couple have actually been built. But I would argue for rural reconstruction as another important alternative, for the following traditional reasons. A livable city is the city of its region. City and country use each other precisely because of their differences. At present, while the cities swell and fester, beautiful rural regions are being depopulated. If, however, it were made financially possible, thousands now on city welfare would choose to live in the country and get more for their money, perhaps also doing some subsistence farming. The country could provide a better life for many of the lonely aged, and for most of the harmless insane who are really just incompetent to cope with urban complexity. City children would profit immensely by spending a year or so in underpopulated country schools, living with farmers. The old-fashioned vacation on the farm, instead of at the resort, could be revived. In such ways, the city could spend its money to better advantage for itself, and the country could get needed cash, as well as rejoin the mainstream of social utility. I think this concept of city-country interchange is a better basis for rural reconstruction than other aesthetic and philosophical motives that withdraw from the urban mainstream. Instead of being symbiotic, present urbanization is destructive of city and country both. The ingrowing urban area becomes socially and physically too complex and the costs mount. The countryside is stripped of purpose and people. The city invades the country with city-controlled resorts, superhighways, colleges, supermarkets, and inflationary prices. Instead of profiting by providing useful services in its own style and with its own management, the country is further impoverished and colonized. Instead of diversity, simplicity and do-it-yourself, we get uniformity, complexity, and staggering expense. Civil disobedience law and legitimacy. During the early 30s, students got a thorough extracurricular education in the political economy. They experienced the Depression, the labor movement, the New Deal, the subtle infighting of leftist sects, and Marxian, Keynesian, managerial, and technocratic theories provided adequate terms for discussion. Present-day students are hopelessly ill-informed, and uninterested, in these matters. But they have had other experiences. Sitting in and being jailed, demonstrating, resisting the draft, defying authority in the schools and on the streets have confronted them with the fundamental problems of political science. The premises of allegiance and legitimacy by which political societies operate at all. For a teacher it is thrilling, if poignant, to see how real these abstractions have become. But the theoretical framework for discussion has been astonishingly meager. Learning by doing, the young have rediscovered a kind of populism and participatory democracy. They have been seduced by theories of mountain guerrilla warfare and putschism, and some of them like to quote Chairman Mao that political power comes from the barrel of a gun. But one have heard little analysis of what sovereignty and law really are in modern industrial and urban societies, though it is about these that there is evidently a profound conflict in this period. In the vacuum of historical knowledge and philosophical criticism, the dissenters are too ready to concede that they are lawless and civilly disobedient. And the powers that be, police, school administrators, and the Texan president, are able to sound off, and practice, clichés about law and order that are certainly not American political science. So it is useful to make some academic remarks about elementary topics. Alas, it is even necessary to rehearse our case. I am writing in the spring of 1968, and some of us are under indictment. Administrators talk about law and order and respect for authority as if these things had an absolute sanction. Without them there can be no negotiation, whether the situation is a riot, a strike of municipal employees, a student protest against Dow Chemical, or burning draft cards. The tone is curiously theocratic, as if the government existed by divine right. Law and order sounds like the doctrine of the authoritarian personality, where the sovereign has been internalized from childhood and has a non-rational charisma. But although this psychology does exist, by and large the Americans are not conformist in this way. Indeed, they have become increasingly skeptical, or cynical, of their moral rigidity, at the same time as they resort more readily to violent suppression of deviation or infringement. The reasons, given in editorials, are that we must have safe streets. In a democracy, there is a due process for changing the laws, violation is contagious and we are tending toward anarchy. But do safe streets depend on strictly enforcing the law? Every editorial also points out that sociologically the means of keeping the peace is to diminish tension, and economically and politically it is to give the disaffected a stake and a say. And in the history of American cities, of course, peace has often been best preserved by bribery, deals under the table, patronage of local bosses, blinking or negligent enforcement. In the complex circumstances of civil disorder, the extra-legal is likely to give rough justice, whereas strict enforcement, for instance, when the reform-minded Daily News makes the police close 8th Avenue bars, is sure to cause unnecessary suffering. Even when it is not substantively unjust, law and order is a cultural style of those who know the ropes, have access to lawyers, and are not habitually on the verge of animal despair. Such a high style, however convenient for society, cannot be taught by tanks and mace. But what is most dismaying is that a well-intentioned group like the Commission on Civil Disorders regards order and due process as a neutral platform to discuss substantive remedies. It cannot see that to an oppressed group just these things are the usual intolerable hang-up of white power, theft, repression, and runaround. I do not think there is empirical evidence that all violation is contagious. The sociological probability, and what little evidence there is the other way. Those who break the law for political reasons, articulate or inarticulate, are less likely to commit delinquencies or crimes, since there is less enemy, they have a stake and a say if only by being able to act at all. And Jefferson, of course, argued just the opposite of punctilious law. Since laws are bound to be defied, he said, it is better to have as few as possible, rather than to try for stricter enforcement. When a disaffected group indeed has power, nobody takes absolutism seriously. The organized teachers and garbage collectors of New York disregarded the Condon-Wadlin and Taylor laws against strikes by municipal employees, and got their way, nor did the Republic fall in ruins. Only the New York Times, not Governor Rockefeller or Mayor Lindsay, bothered to mention the threat to law and order. I suppose the climax of divine right theory in American history has been the creation of a law which makes draft card burning a felony, punishable by 5 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. Since draft card burning does not help a youth avoid the draft, what is this felony? It is lèse majesté, injury to the sacred sovereignty of law embodied in a piece of paper. Yet Congress enacted this law almost unanimously. Certainly the disobedient do not feel that the law is sacred. If it were, any deliberate infringement, whether by Dr. Spock, a black power agitator, a garbage collector, or a driver risking a parking ticket, would involve a tragic conflict genre of Corneille, love vs. duty. Among infringers, I see a good deal of calculation of consequences, and on the part of Dr. Spock, Dr. King, etc., an admirable courage and patriotism, but I do not see the signs of inner tragic conflict. The authority of law is limited. If we come, now, to the more tonic American conception that the sanction of law is the social compact of the sovereign people, we see that it is rarely necessary, in the kinds of cases we are concerned with, to speak of civil disobedience or lawlessness. What social promises do people actually consider binding? There are drastic limitations. Let me list half a dozen that are relevant to present problems. Since an underlying purpose of the compact is security of life and liberty, it is broken if the sovereign jails you or threatens your life. You have a duty to try to escape. In our society, this point of Hobbes is important. There is a formidable number of persons in jail, or certified as insane, or in juvenile reformatories. There is an increasing number of middle-class youth who have been radicalized, returned to a state of nature, by incarceration. Likewise, the more brutal the police, the less the allegiance of the citizens. In large areas of personal and animal life, as in the case of vices that are harmless to others, high-spirited persons have a definite understanding that law is irrelevant and should be simply disregarded. Almost all moral leges, lashing on gambling, sex, alcohol, drugs, obscenity is increasingly likely to be nullified by massive non-publicized disobedience. Not that these areas are private or trivial, but one does nor make a social contract about them. The medievals more realistically declared that they were subject to canon law, not to the king. For better or worse, we do not have courts of conscience, but it is a human disaster for their functions to be taken over by policemen and night magistrates. The sovereign cannot intervene in professional prerogatives, as by a law against teaching evolution. Every teacher is duty-bound to defy it. A physician will not inform against a patient, a lawyer a client, a teacher a student, a journalist an informant. At present, there is bound to be a case where a scientist publishes his government-classified or company-owned research, because scientists have an obligation to publish. By the Bill of Rights, speech, religion, and political acts like assemblage and petition are beyond the reach of the law. As I have argued elsewhere, it is a mistake to interpret these rights as a compact. Rather they state areas of anarchy in which people cannot make contracts in a free society, any more than to sell themselves into slavery. Obviously the compact is broken if the law goes berserk, for example, if the government prepares for nuclear war. Therefore we refused the nuclear shelter drills. The law cannot command what is immoral or dehumanizing, whether cooperation with the Vietnam War or paying rent where conditions are unlivable. In such cases, it is unnecessary to talk about allegiance to a higher law or about conflict with the judgments of Nuremberg, for a man cannot be responsible for what demoralizes and degrades him from being a responsible agent altogether. And note that all these classes of cases have nothing to do with the usual question, is every individual supposed to decide what laws he will obey? 4. It is the social contract itself that is irrelevant or self-contradictory. Finally, the bindingness of promises is subject to essential change of circumstances. Due process, electing new representatives to make new laws, is supposed to meet this need, and roughly does, for due process is itself part of the social agreement, and in times of crises, of course, it is always a live question as to whether it is adequate or whether sovereignty reverts closer to the people, seeking the general will by other means. The vague concept that sovereignty resides in the people is usually meaningless, but precisely at critical moments it begins to have a vague meaning. American political history consists spectacularly of illegal actions that become legal, belatedly confirmed by the lawmakers. Civil rights trespassers, unions defying injunctions, suffragettes and agrarians being violent, abolitionists aiding runaway slaves, and back to the Boston Tea Party. Were these people practicing civil disobedience or were they insurrectionary? I think neither. Rather, in urgent haste they were exercising their sovereignty, practicing direct democracy, disregarding the apparent law and sure of the emerging law. And by the time many cases went through a long, often deliberately protracted, course of appeals, the lawbreakers were no longer guilty, for their acts were no longer crimes. Hopefully, the current Vietnam protest is following the same schedule. To be sure, this direct political process is not always benign. The Ku Klux Klan also created law by populist means. Thus, if we stick to a literal social contract, asking what is it that men really mean to promise, the authority of law is limited indeed. It is often justifiable to break a law on the grounds that it is unwarranted, and reasonable to test it if it is unconstitutional or outdated. By this analysis it is almost never necessary, except for cases of individual conscience, to invoke a fancy concept like civil disobedience, which concedes the warrant of the law but must for extraordinary reasons defy it. The function of law and order. Clearly, law has more authority than this among the Americans. We are not nearly so rational and libertarian. We do not believe in divine right, but we do not have a social contract either. What would be a more realistic theory, more approximate to the gross present facts? I am afraid that it is something like the following: there is an immense social advantage in having any regular code that everybody abides by without question, even if it is quite unreasonable and sometimes outrageous. This confirms people's expectations and permits them to act out their social roles. If the code is violated, people become so anxious about their roles that they want government to exert brute force to maintain law and order. This is part of government's role in the division of labor. Law and order in this sense does not need moral authority, it is equivalent to saying, "Shape up, don't bother us, we're busy." The sanction is avoidance of anxiety. This explains the tone of absolutism, without the tradition, religion, or moral and ritual imperatives that humanized ancient theocracies. Gripped by anxiety, people can commit enormities of injustice and stupidity just in order to keep things under control. For instance, we enact draconian penalties for drugs, though our reasoned opinion is increasingly permissive. Minority groups that do not or cannot shape up must be squelched and kept out of sight, though everybody now concedes that they have just grievances and that suppression doesn't work anyway. The polls vim for stepping up the Vietnam War just when information, in the press and on television, is that the war is more and more evil and also militarily dubious. Squeamishness and stubbornness can go as far as using nuclear weapons, a massacre on the streets, and concentration camps for dissenters. Conversely, the strategy of those who protest the civil disobedience, the guerrilla fighters, the rioters ceases to be justice and reconstruction, and becomes simply to prevent business as usual. Lively young people, distinguished scholars, and the most talented leaders of the poor spend their time thinking up ways to make trouble. Our ideal aim is certainly to get the politically degenerate Americans back to liberty, law and the business of the Commonwealth, but sometimes the purpose gets lost in the shuffle. The regime itself is illegitimate. The rising tide of civil disobedience and lawlessness is not defiance of law and order, it is a challenge that the regime itself is illegitimate. Maybe it asks a question: can the modern society which we've described be a political society at all? In my opinion, even the rising rate of crime is due mainly to anomie, confusion about norms, and therefore lack of allegiance, rather than to any increase in criminal types. Civil disobedience especially is a misnomer. According to this concept, the law expresses the social sovereignty that we have ourselves conceded, and therefore we logically accept the penalties if we disobey, though we may have to disobey nevertheless. But in the interesting and massive cases, the warrant of the law is not conceded and its penalties are not agreed to. Indeed, I doubt that people en masse ever disobey what they agree to be roughly fair and just, even if it violates conscience. Thus, Gandhi's major campaigns were carried on under the slogan Swaraj, self-rule for the Indians. The British Raj who was disobeyed had no legitimate sovereignty at all, it was a war of national liberation. The reasons for the non-violence, which was what the civil disobedience amounted to, were twofold. Materially, Gandhi thought, probably correctly, that such a tactic would be ultimately less destructive of the country and people. Spiritually, Gandhi knew that such a means of disciplined personal confrontation would elevate people rather than brutalize them, and ease the transition to a necessary future community with the British. The campaigns led by Dr. King in the South illustrate the drive against illegitimacy even more clearly. Segregation and denial of civil rights are illegitimate on the face of them. No human being would freely enter into such a degrading contract. Besides, King was able to rely on the contradiction between the illegitimate laws and a larger legitimate tradition of Christianity, the Declaration of Independence and the Federal Constitution. Once the blacks made the challenge, the white Southerners could not maintain their inner confusion, and the federal government, though late and gracelessly, has had to confirm the protest. Now, in resistance to the draft, Dr. Spock and Dr. Coffin declare that they are committing civil disobedience and are willing and ready to go to jail if convicted. No doubt they have a theory of what they are doing. Most of the co-conspirators, however, including myself, regard the present regime as frighteningly illegitimate, especially in military and imperial affairs, and we are not willing to accept the penalties for our actions, though we may have to pay them willy-nilly. The regime is illegitimate because it is dominated by a subsidized military-industrial group that cannot be democratically changed. There is a hidden government of CIA and FBI. The regime has continually lied and withheld information to deceive the American people, and with a federal budget of $425 million for public relations, democratic choice becomes almost impossible. Even so, the president deliberately violated the overwhelming electoral mandate of 1964, it transpires that he planned to violate it even while he was running. The regime presents us with faits accomplis, the Senate box with talk but in fact rubber stamps the fait accomplis. It has become an image like the Roman Senate in the 1st century. Many have resigned from the government, but they then do not come clean but continue to behave as members of the oligarchy, disregarding the protests of millions and defying the opinion of mankind. The regime escalates an unjust war, uses horrible means, is destroying a culture and a people. Pursuing this berserk adventure, it neglects our own national welfare, etc., etc. Then we judge that the government is a usurper and the republic is in danger. On our present course, we will soon end up like the Romans, or 1984, or not survive at all. Naturally, if the government is illegitimate, then at a public trial we ought to win. If the Americans are still a political community, we will, but of course, that is the question. Let me make another point. The methods of protest we are using are positively good in themselves, as well as for trying to stop the Vietnam War. They characterize the kind of America I want, one with much more direct democracy, decentralized decision-making, a system of checks and balances that works, less streamlined elections. Our system should condone civil disobedience, vigilant of authority, crowds on the street and riots when the provocation is grave. I am a Jeffersonian because it seems to me that only a libertarian, populist and pluralist political structure can make citizens at all in the modern world. This brings me back to the main subject of this essay, the social, technological, and psychological conditions that underlie the present crisis of sovereignty and law. The sense of sovereignty lost. In highly organized countries, each in its own way, most of the major social functions, the economy, technology, education, communications, welfare, warfare, and government, form a centrally organized system directed by an oligarchy. I do not think this structure is necessary for industrialization or high technology, it is not even especially efficient, certainly not for many functions. But it has been inevitable because of the present drives to power, reinvestment, armament and national aggrandizement. The effects on citizenship have been variously compelling. Where the tradition was authoritarian to begin with and the national ideology is centralizing, as in fascist Germany or communist Russia, citizens have given allegiance to the industrial sovereign not much differently than to older despotisms, but with less leeway for private life, local custom, or religion. In communist China, where the new ideology is centralizing but the tradition was radically decentralist, there is a turbulence and struggle of allegiances. But in the United States, where both ideology and tradition have been decentralist and democratic, in the new dispensation citizenship and allegiance have simply tended to lapse. Since they can no longer effectually make important decisions about their destiny, Americans lose the sense of sovereignty altogether and retreat to privatism. Politics becomes just another profession, unusually phony, with its own professional personnel. Our situation is a peculiar one. Americans do not identify with the ruling oligarchy, which is foreign to their tradition. A major part of it, the military-industrial and the CIA and the FBI, is even a hidden government. The politicians carefully cajole the people's sensibilities and respect their freedom, so long as these remain private. And we have hit on the following accommodation: in high matters of state, war, and empire, the oligarchy presents fates accomplis; in more local matters, people resent being pushed around. Budgets in the billions are not debated, small sums are debated. The Constitution is what I described above, the social compact is a key essence to the social machine, and citizenship consists in playing appropriate roles as producers, functionaries, and consumers. The machine is productive, the roles, to such as have them, are rewarding. And human nature being what it is, there develops a new kind of allegiance, to the rich and streamlined style. This provides the norm of correct behavior for workmen, inspires the supermarkets, and emboldens soldiers at the front. A typical and very important class is the new professionals. Being entitled to tend the engine and steer, they are well paid in salary and prestige. An expensive system of education has been devised to prepare the young for these roles. At the same time, the professionals become mere personnel. There is no place for the autonomy, ethics, and guild spirit that used to characterize them as people and citizens. Mutatis mutandis, the same can be said of the working class. On the other hand, large groups of the population are allowed to drop out as socially useless, for instance, farmers, racial minorities, the incompetent, the old, many of the young. These are then treated as objects of social engineering and are also lost as citizens. In an apolitical situation like this, it is hard for good observers to distinguish between riot and riotous protest, or between a juvenile delinquent, a rebel without a cause, and an inarticulate guerrilla. On a poll, to say "I don't know" might mean one is judicious, a moron, or a cynic about the question or the options. Student protest may be political or adolescent crisis or alienation. Conversely, there is evidence that good behavior may be dangerous apathy or obsessional neurosis. According to a recent study, a selection by school teachers of well-rounded all-American boys proves to consist heavily of pre-psychotics. With this background, we can understand civil disobedience and lawlessness. What happens politically in the United States when the system steers a disastrous course? There is free speech and assembly and a strong tradition of democracy, but the traditional structures of remedy have fallen into desuetude or become phony. Bourgeois reformers, critical professionals, organizations of farmers and workmen, political machines of the poor have mainly been co-opted. Inevitably protest reappears at a more primitive or inchoate level. The civil disobedience are nostalgic patriots without available political means. The new lawless are the oppressed without political means. Instead of having a program or a party, the protesters try, as Mario Savio said, to throw themselves on the gears and the levers to stop the machine. Students think up ways to stop traffic, professionals form groups simply to nullify the law, citizens mount continual demonstrations and jump up and down with signs, the physically oppressed burn down their own neighborhoods. I think few of these people regard themselves as subversive. They know, with varying degrees of consciousness, that they are legitimate, the regime is not. A promising aspect of it is the revival of populism, sovereignty reverting to the people. One can sense it infallibly during the big rallies, the March on Washington in '63 or the peace rallies in New York and at the Pentagon in April and October '67. Except among a few Leninists, the mood is euphoric, the heady feeling of the sovereign people invincible for a couple of hours. The draft card burners are proud. The elders who abet them feel like Americans. The young who invest the Pentagon sing the Star-Spangled Banner. The children of Birmingham attacked by dogs look like Christians. Physicians who support Dr. Levy feel Hippocratic, and professors who protest classified research feel academic. On the other hand, the government with the mightiest military power in the history of the world does not alter its course because of so much sweetness and light. The police of the cities are preparing an arsenal of anti-riot weapons. Organized workmen beat up peace picketers. We look forward apprehensively to August in Chicago. I am oversimplifying. In this romantic picture of the American people rising to confront the usurper, we must notice that Lyndon Johnson, the Pentagon, and the majority of Americans are also Americans. And they and the new populists are equally trapped in modern times. Even if we survive our present troubles with safety and honor, can anything like the social contract exist again in contemporary managerial and technological conditions? Perhaps sovereignty and law, in any American sense, are outmoded concepts. This is the furthest I can take these reflections until we see more history. Getting into power. The ambiguities of pacifist politics. War is the health of the state. Modem history teaches no other lesson, whether we think of the weird personal, fanatic, and dynastic wars of the 16th and 17th centuries or the economic and geopolitical wars of recent generations. The sovereign national states have lived and grown by preparing for war and waging war, and as the powers have aggrandized themselves, they have become more crashingly destructive. I do not mean that men have not used also simpler social organizations, feudal, tribal, free city, in order to kill one another en masse, but centralized sovereign power, radiating from Baroque capitals, has proved to be the ideal executive of murderous will. In our own nation at present, it would be impossible to describe the economy without regarding war-making as a crucial factor. The foreign relations of the United States are carried on entirely in terms of bellicose power blocks, and either to expand influence or to hang on to it, and to mention my own field where I can speak at first hand, our primary education and heavily state-subsidized higher education have become regimented to apprentice training for war, more directly if less sickeningly than the psychological national regimentation endemic in French and German schooling. This solidifying of national sovereign bellicosity is at present all the more irrational, and of course all the more necessary if the sovereigns are to maintain themselves, since the cultural, technological, economic, and communications relations of the world are now overwhelmingly supranational. The only possible pacifist conclusion from these facts is the anarchist one, to get rid of the sovereignties and to diminish, among people, the motivations of power and grandiosity. This means, regionally, to decentralize or centralize directly in terms of functions, empirically examined. My own bias is to decentralize and localize wherever it is feasible, because this makes for alternatives and more vivid and intimate life. It multiplies initiative. And it is safer. On the basis of this weakening of the powers, and of the substitution of function for power, it would be possible also to organize the world community, as by the functional agencies of the United Nations, UNICEF, WHO, somewhat UNESCO, and to provide ad hoc cooperation like the geophysical year, exploring space, or feeding the Chinese. Rigidly applied, this logic would seem to make pacifist state politics absurd. It is not in the nature of sovereign power to decree itself out of existence. Also, such politics confuses the basic issue, that pacifism is necessarily revolutionary. A moment's recollection of the defection of the French and German socialist deputies from their pacifism in 1914 will show that this confusion is not trivial. Nevertheless, the attitude of the General Strike for Peace is as follows: in November we shall urge people actively and explicitly to refuse to vote, to strike against voting, except for candidates who are unambiguously committed to immediate action to relax the Cold War, for instance Stuart Hughes or Robert Kastenmeier. Our reasoning is that, in our increasingly monolithic society and economy, any anti-war activity is likely to exert a revolutionary influence willy-nilly. And secondly, as Professor Hughes himself has said, the machinery of an electoral campaign can be a powerful means of education, especially by compelling mention of what the mass media ordinarily refuse to mention. We wish to cooperate with pacifist activity of every kind, whether sane, Quaker, third-party politics, or Committee for Nonviolent Action, because although objectively we are in a revolutionary situation in that the powers that be are certainly bent on destroying themselves and everything else, nevertheless people do not take this seriously, and there is an almost total lack of practical will to make the necessary reorganization of society. To say it grimly, unlike 1914, people do not even have political representatives to betray them. The spirited candidacy of Stuart Hughes for senator, like an actualization of Leo Szilard's courageous plan to finance and organize a national party for peace, makes it useful to review the ambiguities involved in this kind of politics. Personally, what I enjoy about Professor Hughes' campaign is that often, when the students were out getting signatures to put him on the ballot, people would say, "Do you mean he is neither a Democrat nor a Republican? Then give me the pen." In the deadly routine that the Americans have sunk into, the mere possibility of an alternative is a glorious thing. Especially if there is the framework of a permanent organization. Also, such a campaign must be a remarkable experience for Hughes himself, to confront many people who do not at all have the same assumptions. And it gives some concrete activity to his phalanx, the New England professors of the Council of Correspondence. The students of Brandeis, Harvard, etc., are also busy with it, but for them this kind of political involvement might be, in my opinion, more ambiguous, and that is why I am writing this essay. For let me turn to an issue much deeper and more fateful for pacifism than these questions of strategy and tactics. This is the SSUMPTION, now appallingly unanimous among the ordinary electorate, professional politicians, most radicals, and even political scientists who should know better, that politics is essentially a matter of geeing into power, and then deciding, directing, controlling, and coercing the activities of society. The model seems to be taken from corporations with top management, and there is something prestigious about being a decision maker. It is taken for granted that a man wants power of this kind, and it is quite acceptable for people like Joseph Kennedy and his sons to work toward it, even though this is directly contrary to the political ideal that the office and its duties seek the man rather than the man the office. It is axiomatic that a party's primary purpose is to get into power, although this was not the original idea of factions, in Madison's sense, which were functional but divisive interest groups. More dangerously still, it is taken for granted that a nation wants to be a great power, and maintain itself so at any cost, even though this may be disadvantageous to its culture and most of its citizens. And following the popular Leviathan like a jolly boat, the political sociologists devote their researches to the analysis and simulation of power struggles, as if this were their only possible subject, and as advisors, they take pen in the power struggles, rather than helping to solve problems. Unfortunately, the thinking of Hughes and Szilard seems to share some of this assumption about the paramountcy of getting into power, just as Dave Reisman is always hounding people who are in power. And frankly, when I question such a universal consensus, I wonder if I am on the right planet. Nevertheless, these persons are deluded. They are taking a base and impractical, and indeed neurotic, state of affairs as if it were right and inevitable. The state of affairs is impractical because, finally, no good can come of it, though of course, since it is the state of affairs, it must be transiently coped with and changed. Unless we remember much more clearly than we seem to, what this power is, our behavior in the madhouse cannot be prudent and therapeutic. So with chagrin I find myself forced to review elementary political theory and history. Living functions, biological, psychosociological, or social, have very little to do with abstract, preconceived power that manages and coerces from outside the specific functions themselves. Indeed, it is a commonplace that abstract power in the form of willpower, training, discipline, bureaucracy, reform schooling, scientific management, etc. uniformly thwarts normal functioning and debases the persons involved. Normal activities do not need extrinsic motivations, they have their own intrinsic energies and ends in view, and decisions are continually made by the ongoing functions themselves, adjusting to the environment and one another. We may then define the subject of normal politics. It is the constitutional relations of functional interests and interest groups in the community in which they transact. This is the bread and butter of ancient political theory and obviously has nothing to do with sovereignty or even power. For the ancients, the existence of power implies unconstitutionality, tyranny. But even modern authors who move in a theory of sovereignty, like Spinoza, Locke, Adam Smith, Jefferson, or Madison, understand that the commonwealth is strongest when the functional interests can seek their own level and there is the weakest exercise of power. E.g., Spinoza tries to play power like a fish, Jefferson to de-energize it, Madison to balance it out. Let us now quickly sketch the meaning of the recent transcendent importance of power and getting into power, as if otherwise communities could not function. First, and least important, there is the innocuous, nonviolent, and rather natural development of a kind of abstract power in an indigenous society. The functions of civilization include production, trade, and travel, the bringing up of the young in the Maoris, also subtle but essential polarities like experimentation and stability, also irrational and superstitious fantasies like exacting revenge for crime and protecting the taboos. Different interests in the whole will continually conflict, as individuals or as interest groups, yet, since all require the commonwealth, there is also a strong functional interest in adjudication and peace, in harmonizing social invention or at least compromise. It is plausible that, in the interests of armistice and adjudication, there should arise a kind of abstract institution above the conflict, to settle them or to obviate them by plans and laws. This would certainly be power. Much more likely, and we know historically, abstract power is invented in simple societies in emergencies of danger, of enemy attack or divine wrath. But such dictatorship is ad hoc and surprisingly lapses. Surprisingly, concede erring that power corrupts, yet it makes psychological sense, for emergency is a negative function, to meet a threat to the preconditions of the interesting functions of life. Once the danger is past, the power has no energy of function, no foreground interest, to maintain it. To give a very late example, it seemed remarkable to the Europeans, but not to the Americans, that Washington, like Cincinnatus, went home to his farm, and even the Continental Congress languished. There were no conditions for power. Altogether different from this idyll is the universal history of most of the world, civilized or barbarian. Everywhere is invasion, conquest, and domination, involving for the victors the necessity to keep and exercise power, and for the others the necessity to strive for power, in order to escape suffering and exploitation. This too is entirely functional. The conqueror is originally a pirate, he and his band do not share in the commonwealth, they have interests apart from the community preyed on. Subsequently, however, piracy becomes government, the process of getting people to perform by extrinsic motivations of penalty and blackmail, and later bribery and training. But it is only the semblance of a commonwealth, for activity is directed. Necessarily, such directed and extrinsically motivated performance is not so strong, efficient, spontaneous, inventive, well-structured, or lovely as the normal functioning of a free community of interests. Very soon society becomes lifeless. The means of community action, initiative, decision, have been preempted by the power FUL. But the slaveholder, exploiters, and governors share in that same society and are themselves vitiated, yet they never learn to get down off the people's back and relinquish their power. So some are holding on to an increasingly empty power, others are striving to achieve it, and most are sunk in resignation. Inevitably, as people become stupider and more careless, administration increases in size and power, and conversely. By and large, the cultures that we study in the melancholy pages of history are pathetic mixtures, with the ingredients often still discernible. There is a certain amount of normal function surviving or reviving, bread is baked, arts and sciences are pursued by a few, etc. Mostly we see the abortions of lively social functioning saddled, exploited, prevented, perverted, drained dry, paternalized by an imposed system of power and management that preempts the means and makes decisions of extra. And the damnable thing is that, of course, everybody believes that except in this pattern, nothing could possibly be accomplished. If there were no marriage license and no tax, none could properly mate and no children be born and raised. If there were no tolls, there would be no bridges. If there were no university charters, there would be no higher learning. If there were no usury and no iron law of wages, there would be no capital. If there were no markup of drug prices, there would be no scientific research. Once a society has this style of thought, that every activity requires licensing, underwriting, deciding by abstract power, it becomes inevitably desirable for an ambitious man to seek power and for a vigorous nation to try to be a great power. The more that have the power drive, the more it seems to be necessary to the others to compete, or submit, just in order to survive. Many are ruthless and most live in fear. Even so, this is not the final development of the belief in power. For that occurs when to get into power, to be prestigious and in a position to make decisions, is taken to be the social good itself, apart from any functions that it is thought to make possible. The pattern of dominance and submission has then been internalized and, by its clinch, fills up the whole of experience. If a man is not continually proving his potency, his mastery of others and of himself, he becomes prey to a panic of being defeated and victimized. Every vital function must therefore be used as a means of proving, or it is felt as a symptom of weakness. Simply to enjoy, produce, learn, give, or take, love or be angry, is to be vulnerable. This is different, and has different consequences, from the previous merely external domination and submission. A people that has life but thwarted functions will rebel when it can, against feudal dues, clogs to trade, suppression of thought and speech, taxation without representation, insulting privilege, the iron law of wages, colonialism. But our people do not rebel against poisoning, genetic deformation, and imminent total destruction. Rather, people aspire to be top managers no matter what the goods or services produced. One is a promoter, period, or a celebrity, period. The gross national product must increase without consideration of the standard of life. There is no natural limit, so the only security is in deterrence. The environment is rife with projected enemies. There is a huddling together and conforming to avoid the vulnerability of any idiosyncrasy, at the same time as each one has to be one up among his identical similars. Next, there is excitement in identifying with the really powerful, the leaders, the great nations, the decision-makers, dramatized on the front page. But these leaders, of course, feel equally powerless in the face of the great events. For it is characteristic of the syndrome that as soon as there is occasion for any practical activity toward happiness, value, spirit, or even simple safety, everyone suffers from the feeling of utter powerlessness. The internalized submissiveness now has its innings. Modern technology is too complex, there is a population explosion, the computer will work out the proper war game for us, they've got your number, don't stick your neck out. Fallout is a physical fact of our nuclear age, it can be faced like any other fact. I am strong, I can take sex or leave it. And brief, the underside of the psychology of power is that nothing can be done, and the resolution of the stalemate is to explode. This is the Cold War. I have frequently explored the psychology of proving, resignation, and catastrophic explosion, and I shall not pursue it again. It is filling the void of vital function by identifying with the agent that has frustrated it, with, subsequently, a strongly defended conceit, but panic when any occasion calls for initiative, originality, or even animal response. Here I have simply tried to relate the psychology to the uncritical unanimous acceptance of the idea of getting into power in order to, or just getting into power as an end in itself. There is a vicious circle, for the very exercise of abstract power, managing and coercing, itself tends to stand in the way and alienate, to thwart function and diminish energy, and so to increase the psychology of power. But of course the consequence of the process is to put us in fact in a continual emergency, so power creates its own need. I have tried to show how, historically, the psychology has been exacerbated by the miserable system of extrinsic motivation by incentives and punishments, reducing people to low-grade organisms no different than Professor Skinner's pigeons, whereas normal function is intrinsically motivated towards specific ends in view, and leads to growth in inventiveness and freedom. Where people are not directly in feeling contact with what is to be done, nothing is done well and on time, they are always behind and the emergency becomes chronic. Even with good intentions, a few managers do not have enough mind for the needs of society, not even if their computers gallop through the calculations like lightning. I'll conclude that the consensus of recent political scientists that political theory is essentially the study of power maneuvers, is itself a neurotic ideology. Normal politics has to do with the relations of specific functions in a community, and such a study would often result in practical political inventions that would solve problems. It would not merely predict elections and solve nothing, or play war games and destroy mankind. Let me sum up these remarks in one homely and not newsy proposition: throughout the world, it is bad domestic politics that creates the deadly international politics. Conversely, pacifism is revolutionary. We will not have peace unless there is a profound change in social structure, including getting rid of national sovereign power. Concretely, our system of government at present comprises the military-industrial complex, the secret paramilitary agencies, the scientific war corporations, the blimps, the horses' asses, the police, the administrative bureaucracy, the career diplomats, the lobbies, the corporations that contribute party funds, the underwriters and real estate promoters that bane on urban renewal, the official press and the official opposition press, the sounding off and jockeying for the next election, the national unity, etc., etc. All this machine is grinding along by the momentum of the power and profit motives and style long since built into it. It cannot make decisions of a kind radically different than it does. Even if an excellent man happens to be elected to office, he will find that it is no longer a possible instrument for social change on any major issues of war and peace or the way of life of the Americans. Indeed, as the members of the Liberal Project have complained, office does not give even a good public forum, for the press does not report inconvenient speeches. So we must look, finally, not to this kind of politics, but to direct functioning in what concerns us closely, in order to dispel the mesmerism of abstract power altogether. This has, of course, been the thinking of radical pacifism. The civil disobedience of the Committee for Nonviolent Action is the direct expression of each person's conscience of what it is impossible for him to live with. The studied withdrawal and boycotting advocated by the General Strike for Peace is a direct countering of the social drift toward catastrophe that occurs just because we cooperate with it. Best of all, in principle, is the policy that Dave Dellinger espouses and tries to live by, to live communally and without authority, to work usefully and feel friendly, and so positively to replace an area of power with peaceful functioning. Similar is to work in foreign lands as a citizen of humanity, trying to avoid the power blocks and their aims, e.g. the Friends Service. The merit of all these activities is that they produce a different kind of human relations and look to a different quality of life. This is a global and perhaps impossibly difficult task. But think. There is no history of mankind without these wars, which now have come to the maximum. Can we have any hope except in a different kind of human relations?